In the past year, I interviewed 50 of the brightest minds on YouTube responsible for billions of views, from creators hitting 1 million and 10 million subscribers to retention, thumbnail, and ideation experts. In this video, I've compiled all of their knowledge into a step-by-step guide to grow on YouTube. You can be at 1,000 or 1 million subscribers, all of this actually works. You'll learn about how to come up with the best strategy for your YouTube channel and learn how to ideate like the top 1%. You'll know the exact process for creating irresistible thumbnails and how to optimize titles to make sure viewers click on your videos. And you'll learn everything you need to know to script a YouTube video that people watch from start to finish and keep retention high. If you're serious about YouTube and watch through this whole video, I guarantee you will know more than 99% of YouTubers out there. That's the edge you want to blow up.
Today, I'm breaking down the strategies that I use to go from 0 to over 3 million subscribers.
So I want to start with some crazy stats. 600 million views in long form for a saturated niche like fitness. You grew that from 0 to 500 videos in 5 years and 3.34 million subscribers. That is crazy. Let's understand how you made this happen. Let's start with your most popular video. I spent 24 hours in the world's most realistic fat suit.
That sounds like forever ago. That video, wow.
Yeah, almost 10 million views, right?
Yeah. During that time, the big video was the muscle suit videos. Like those were coming out a lot. Like a lot of people in my niche were doing like muscle suit prank, 24 hours in the muscle suit. And I was like, okay, well, I want to do something like with some sort of a suit on, but go a different route completely.
Yeah.
And I think there's like just a big kind of interest in just like, what is life like when you're overweight? Like, are you socially accepted? Like what's the difference? So I kind of wanted to put myself in those shoes and kind of just do like the opposite of what everyone was doing. And then once I did that and it kind of like really hit, then you saw other people start to do the fat suits. So I think I look at like a lot of my videos where it's like, what are people doing? Like what about that is working and how can I twist that to make it a little bit different?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great strategy. The classic yoink and twist, some would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. That is like the correct way to go about doing it.
So that was the idea. Now I'm just curious more like on the thumbnail, right? Let's study the thumbnail, right? Because that has been replicated so many times by now, right? Like
too well replicated. Yeah, I would say.
Some and we'll pop them up.
Yeah.
I'm curious how you came up with that thumbnail, right?
Honestly, I mean, I feel like now if I made this video, I could give you a proper answer.
Okay.
I couldn't give you the answer as to why I did that during the time. I didn't really feel like I fully knew what I was doing back then. But I mean, I just think it's very clear. Like I'm holding the suit and then it's on me now. And I think just like with the arrow, you typically look from a thumbnail left to right. So I think you just like your eyes just visually, it goes with your eye movement. And then the realistic fat suit at the top. And I think just like the red t-shirt, it grabs you.
Did you ever thumbnail change or?
No.
That was a
No, I remember putting that video out. And typically with my videos, even now, I have like I'll usually hit this many views in the first hour or like the first 8 hours and stuff. And back then, I was like looking at this video go and I was like, holy shit. Like it was going like crazy. Like usually it'd be like, in the first 2 hours, it'd be like 50,000, 60,000 views. And this one was like over 250,000.
Oh, wow. Holy.
Yeah. And I remember I was on a road trip during this. It was coming out and I was like, this is just like wild how it was happening. It was really cool.
So yeah, talking about thumbnails, there's another great thumbnail recently that you guys worked together, which is the I tried ban energy drinks.
Yeah.
Maybe you can talk about that one. Well, also Vex, since you worked on it.
I mean, I originally was kind of like, oh, I don't know about this because I've always learned that like brand recognition, make sure like I'm visually like in the thumbnail. You can easily see me, like eye contact's important or just seeing my facial expressions like super important. So I was kind of like, oh, I don't know. And I even messaged Vex and I was like, yo, do you think I should put an option in there like with me in focus? And he's like, no, don't. He's like, this is like, this format is like known to work. And then, yeah, clearly it worked.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'd change here is like, instead of like the death surge, like maybe we get like a messed up looking like Red Bull, like that. So we were talking about that with the Ryan Trahan thumbnail last night. I think that'd be interesting. But yeah, I'm a big fan of this thumbnail. So it does a bunch of things really well. So it still keeps your brand recognition for diehard viewers because even if you're blurred, I can see like, oh, that's Will. Like you have very distinct like face, you have like distinct haircut.
Yeah.
It's been the same for like ever. So in that case, it's really easy for the like normal guys that watch your content to be like, oh, that's good. So your core audience like gets served really well. And then outside of that, it's also really interesting because it brings a lot of attention to the elements that we want to be in focus, which is the band energy drink with like Death Surge. There's like really good branding, really interesting. And then we also tap into that format that Ryan Trahan popularized, who I guess you're like pretty kind of similar to in terms of like execution of videos with 1 star, 5 star. In this case, like we could do like the half star, like didn't sleep for 3 days, which I think is your copy. I had something different, which works really well. And then we have the product banned, where if like at one point in time when you went to like buy like Jack 3D supplement, like they had like a little banner which like this product has been banned, that was under it. So I think that works really well where we get so that's the mock-up I had, which was originally was be like you holding a jacked tub, which is like, I mean, it is a banned energy drink and it does make sense in like the more hardcore communities, but like why is that banned? And then I had on there like it's steroids product banned, but as you can see, like a lot of those design elements still like went through to the kind of like final image, which I think works really well. It works really well in the tech niche, which is something I look at a lot. Marquise Brownlee and Mr. Who's the Boss really like nails this, where it's like they want you to look at the thing that they're holding up, which is the product, which is the video about. You also can tap into that audience interest because it's like, oh, I know this is Marquise's video, or I know this is Mr. Who's the Boss video because of the fact they're in the thumbnail, but obscured a little bit, but you still know who it is. So I ran it here and it worked really successfully. So I think we're gonna probably like double down. Now that Will knows it works. 4 million views, which is like I think pretty solid. It's 2x outlier, which is like not hard to do, but it's like way more difficult than it is easy.
You actually have like quite a few formats that comes again and again, right? I tested, the visiting cool place or cool gym, I investigated, diets, and collabs. Maybe we can deep dive a bit more into the world's most expensive gym, which is basically going to be your number one most popular video at some point. Again, how did you come up with that idea first?
Well, usually when I go away to travel, like if I go to like LA or, you know, anywhere, I usually like, okay, I want to go for more than one video. Like go there for a week, bang out like 4 to 5 and then come home and just like chill a little bit. So that one, I was actually going to Arizona for another video, and I was like, okay, so like, what can I like do here? And I started just searching things to do in Arizona, and then I stumbled upon Exos Gym, which is like the first world's most expensive gym I did, and I kind of like looked more into that, and then I started to find articles that this is like one of the most expensive gyms in the world, and then I was like, oh, okay, this is definitely an angle that I have to do. Again, similar thing. So I did that video, it was super successful. So now I was going to New York and I was like, okay, well, I got to think of some more videos. So I just started randomly searching anything for like gyms in New York, like what's new in New York, like just New York news. And then literally within like the same week that I was searching all this stuff, like this Continuum club opened up and it was like, it's coming, and this $10,000 a month gym. And I was like, I have to be the first YouTuber to do this. So like I messaged them, and then fortunately, like, it doesn't usually happen like this where they just get back to you right away, but he got back to me like right away.
Nice.
And he's like, yeah, you can come. So now I was like, okay, I know this is going to work. I know exactly the thumbnail that I want to do.
Yeah.
Because it's proven to work.
Right.
And I just can't go wrong unless I royally like mess up the video and I just don't perform to what I know I can do. It's going to just crush.
Can we bring that thumbnail up?
Yes.
I think it's a really interesting thumbnail. Not one I designed. I think this is like Ollie and Will. So it'll be interesting to have Will break it down because I think it's an exceptionally good thumbnail.
Personally, I don't like it.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't like it?
No.
Why?
Because it seems way too childish for me, for my taste at least, and it just seems like a little bit over the top. And I mean, if I was scrolling, I'd be like, okay, this is fake for sure. So I mean, the only reason, I mean, like if I look at my previous one, it's the same kind of vibe, right? Where I golded everything out and had like the supercar and stuff. This one just seems a little bit more Photoshoppy for my taste compared to my other one. But I just anything gold, man. When it comes to like expensive gyms, you have a gold dumbbell or like gold outside. It just seems to just for some reason perform.
I mean, it works on the Mr. Beast channel.
Yeah.
The gold toilet, the gold seats. It's data back. Basically, people relate that to luxury, and they'll want to click. They want to see the dream. Like 10K gym. That's crazy. That's basically $300 a day.
Yeah.
Which is what most people pay for a year.
Yeah.
When you think about it.
Yeah.
So yeah. Are there even more expensive gym out there in the world? Or
that is the most expensive gym membership in the world right now. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's crazy.
Give it a while and there'll be one in Dubai for
like,
sure.
Every year I'm searching it right away. Yeah. Because I'm going to do another one.
That's great. That's a good idea. It's also really smart because like you double down on that format really hard, and it gives you kind of like a unique advantage where it's like, you know, I'm not gonna say where other people can't do it, but it's like from their perspective and their audience perspective, it's like socially frowned upon if like someone like takes that idea. So it's like kind of nice there, but it's also like something that like every year, right? There's like a new one you can make an updated version on. So like it's almost like an evergreen bucket in that sense, where it's like you can keep producing content. And also like these videos do great out of the gate, but they also do well over time. They're just entertaining. So yeah, I mean, this is like I think a slam dunk video idea, even if you don't like the thumbnail. I personally like the thumbnail. Yes, it is a little bit Photoshoppy, but it does work really well. And I think if Ollie was here, unfortunately, he couldn't join us because he's British. He would probably be like, yeah, this is a good thumbnail because I like it. I understand the concept, and I think it's actually really well done for what it is.
But I think it's funny because I think we were talking on the way here. The thumbnails I like always don't underperform on the A/B test.
Mm-hmm.
It's always like I find the ones that are more aesthetic looking and more like realistic looking always underperform, and then the more like Photoshoppy, like kind of like you're like wow, like always do better.
It's the more efficient ones, basically. Like this one, you clearly see Gold Gym, Bugatti, you, 3 elements, super clear. Whereas when they're more aesthetic, it'll be like a lot of little tiny details that you don't know where to look, but overall, it looks beautiful. How do you come up with those new ideas in general?
It's a lot of just like sitting in my head.
Okay.
When I probably should be like
you're just
paying
like
attention
thinking
to
like this?
Yeah, I'm having a deep conversation with my wife and she's talking to me about something serious and I'm just thinking about ideas and she's like, did you listen to what I just said? I'm like, yes, yeah. But yeah, I'm just thinking about it all the time. And then, you know, scrolling through YouTube, you kind of like, even in different niches, you're like, oh, this could be like flipped into like something that's fitness related. And then like working with like you guys, it's like, I get a whole list of new ideas I never thought of before.
Nice.
But it's just like nonstop thinking about it. Like I have a note in my like phone and just write down, even if it doesn't make sense, I like a video idea with something with this in it. And you know, it's just constantly you're building upon that. And then eventually you can kind of make something.
And then you have that backlog of ideas.
Yeah.
And
then we build upon it and then, yeah.
Do you have criterias of how to choose an idea to go forward? Like a time of production it would take?
I do. Yeah. I would say like I used to not. Okay. And I think one of my favorite things working with you guys is that like I've eliminated dice rolls.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
right?
That's a good one.
Where I feel like I do a lot of videos. I used to do a lot of videos where I'm like, I like this idea. I think it's going to resonate and perform. But then I put it out and it doesn't.
Yeah.
So I feel like I was doing a lot more dice rolls than I wanted to do. I want more sure things. Especially when I'm like lowering my frequency of shooting. I'm like, I'm only putting 3 videos in a month. They have to hit. So it's nice to like bring an idea to like you guys and then it's just like, no, I don't think this is going to work. Let's do this instead. And I'm like, why is this not going to work? And then I get a high level, you know, like feedback, which is kind of like what I'm looking for. Like, it's like, I'm the only one like in my kind of like inner circle that like does this stuff. And I'm like, I do well at it. So if I ask somebody their opinion on it, they're going to be like, oh, well, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, it's going to work. But it's nice to like kind of like have someone to kind of like humble you and like be like, this is not going to work. And like, here's why at a higher level. And then I learn and then I can kind of like filter these videos myself afterwards and kind of make other videos.
Yeah. I mean, that's like a really good approach. I really like the analogy of dice rolls and like, you know, less dice rolls, like more consistency. Like the way that I call it is like loss mitigation, right? Like, you know, we can increase views by like, okay, we can get a lot of bangers, right? Like that's a good way to increase views. But like, if you just cut like 80% of your underperforming videos, your average view floor goes up, right? And that's the way I look at it because I think it's the smarter approach because it's easier to eliminate bad ideas than it is to come up with great ideas, like consistently.
Oh, yeah. Talked about food being very important for you. I'm curious, how do you come about on content strategy related to the food world?
It's a lot different now. When I first started, it was like, how much can I physically consume? Like, how much shit can I put into my body?
How much can you?
I've done 20,000 calories in one day. Yeah.
You did the, because you've done like a 10,000, eating 10,000 calories and burning 10,000 calories.
Yeah, I've done that.
That was a crazy video.
I've done 10,000 calories of healthy foods, like with just like egg whites and like fruit. I've done 20,000. Like literally my superpower is eating a lot of food.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is like, when I started YouTube, I was like shredded. And then I kind of got into like the grind of YouTube. I kind of like, I put my like physique goals on the back burner a bit and like I was like focusing on content. And like, I definitely noticed a hit, like I gained body fat. You know, so yeah.
Did that affect that? The fact that you were eating basically fat, but you have a fitness channel? How was that reception with the audience?
Again, it all came back to like, I was like, there was an angle of fitness in it. It's like if I was eating 10,000, I was burning it.
Okay.
If I was doing 10,000 calories, it was either healthy. The 20,000 calorie challenge was early days YouTube for me where like, I feel like that content wouldn't work anymore. Where like, like the big food challenges would crush back in like the early 2020s, you know, now it doesn't work. But for me now, like you can see, I only eat healthy fast food. So for me, like I'm very focused on like my diet and my training now, that if I'm going to do a diet video, it can't take away from my day to day. So it's like, what can I fit into my diet that's not going to like ruin my week? Because even though I did affect my physique before, I was still like, I would eat 20,000 calories and I would like fast like 2 days post. I'd be in an extreme calorie deficit. It would take away from my training. So now it's like, what can I do that I'll film it the next day I feel fine and like I'm still on track. So it's a much more mature approach, like in like a healthy approach.
Right.
And I'm finding ways to make it work.
How do you think about the ideas for the channel around food?
So we have a dartboard and we throw darts at it. And we'll have different foods, and then that's the video.
You guys have some crazy food ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so we can break it down. Yeah, I mean, so the first thing we do is when working with a client like Will, who's a little bit more bespoke and hands-on, like, because we want to be able to retain the fact that like you're still Will, right? And we don't want to like change that, because that's what we like you as like people who actually consume your content as well. Is that we broke down, and you might even be able to bring this up and show it to the audience, which is kind of cool if you want to, because it's in my Notion. Do we want to? We could expose that. Do we want to expose it?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so we can expose it. But what we do is me and Ollie did like an internal audit. So we were like, okay, what are his biggest buckets? Why are they his biggest buckets? What are the common themes within those buckets? So like for the example, like food/diet is a big bucket, but like what about it? So it's eating a lot of calories, you know? So that's like a theme within it. So it's like, okay, how can we make that interesting? And then we know like diet, and then we saw like healthy food. Essentially, like it's kind of like Lego. Like the way that maybe, I can't speak for Ollie and how he views it, but the way I look at it is like it's Lego to an extent, where I can be like, this is the format/bucket. And like, I see that like this works or this works. So like we notice this, like we break down all the viral vectors, and then we break down like the formats as well. And then it's kind of like plug and play at a certain level once we have like a pretty good comprehensive understanding. So for me, it's like, I've seen a bunch of videos about like only fast food doing well. And I think you've even done a video, which is like eating only fast food for 50 hours. And then you've done like a video like doing like healthy food. So it's like, well, what you haven't done is like healthy fast food. So like the way I would like classify it is like, you've done idea A, which is like fast food for 50 hours. You've done idea B, which is I've done healthy food for 50 hours. But what about healthy fast food? And then what we can do there is like, that's maybe not the best example of like a good way to come up with an idea, but that's how I come up with that specific idea, or like help come up with it. Because then we can back test it with data or look for data to support it. So it's like, okay, like you have the Ryan Trahan secret menu items. Then you have like fast food hacks that have like done well in the past. So like there's enough data where it's like, this actually would potentially do well, right? So then I can pitch that. And then like in addition to like other food stuff as well, it's like it's the same thing. Like I might have like different things, but now that we have the 1 of 10 tool, we can go really, really hard where it's like we can see outliers with outside of your niche of fitness. Like maybe like the kids niche might have like a food related idea, or the food niche might have like a really interesting, innovative idea, or the diet niche, which is like food, might have an interesting idea. And then it's like we can combine this with your stuff, can give it a little yoink and twist, and we can come up with a brand new angle, or we can find an angle that works for your channel and just slot something that you haven't done before that has really good data validation, like TikTok food hacks that are healthy. Maybe not like that specifically, but like a TikTok food hack would do really well. So yeah, I mean that's kind of how we come about doing it. That's kind of how we come up with a few of them, like the healthy fast food one. And I think I'd have to look like all the ideas that you've done, because some of the ideas are still ideas that are like in your backlog that we've helped with, and some are like new ones. So we'd have to like break that down, like which are which. But that's how we came up with the healthy fast food one as well.
What's one piece of advice you'd give to someone wanting to grow on YouTube, maybe more specifically in the fitness world?
Make sure you want to do it and like find a good reason why. And in terms of how to do it, I do it reverse of what everyone tells you to do. I think everyone's like, oh, like, you know, like just start putting stuff out, which you should. But everyone's like, put stuff out and make and keep it simple and like just do like vlogs and just like put your content out there. I'm like, that's bullshit. I was like, what you should do is like put stuff out, but like have it mass appeal content. Like have content that like no one has to know who you are to click on that video. Get people to click, learn about you. Once you build a following, then you have earned the privilege to make vlogs, more personal stuff. Because people actually like people care about you at that point. You know what I mean? So it's like people are like, oh, I'm making these videos. I'm like, okay, let's see your channel. And it's like, okay, here's my back day. I'm like, why do I care about your back day? Like everyone knows how to do a lat pull down. Everyone can do a barbell row. What makes you more special? Also, nobody knows who you are. So I'm going to watch somebody who I recognize to show me the exact same thing. So my advice would be like, start, have some cool ideas, show your personality, be different. Don't try to copy, and then grow your audience. And then earn the privilege of building that fan base and that community, and then make your more personal content.
Because when looking at the channel, basically you used to do videos like, well, how to properly tag your YouTube videos, add clickable links. When was the moment that it switched? Basically, the moment you said you switched and started targeting homepage.
You can see the moment it switches on my website because on Film Booth's channel, because there's a video called "Waking Up with them in the Morning with No Subscribers. Try this." And when I was so frustrated with YouTube. I was like, why is this thing not working? Why are other people getting more views than me? I don't get it. I make better videos. Because all the comments I got were like, I used to get big channels being like, oh, you're great. You know, keep doing it. And then I was like, what is it? And I was looking at my channel and I was like, what is the number one problem people wake up in the morning with? That's on their mind that bugs them all day. And I was like, what's mine? And I was like, well, I wake up in the morning and I check my YouTube studio and I go, oh, I put on a subscriber. Oh no, I lost some. And I'm like, that's all I cared about because it really got in my head and annoyed me. So I made a video. So from that moment on, I was like, just write the big problem in the title, which was waking up with no subscribers. Try this. And I made it and it didn't do that great. And because it brought in a few people. And then once this video, 12 videos down the line, popped because of the way I built my channel, all the previous 12 videos came and that one's got like 500,000 views now or something. It did really well. So that was kind of the moment it all changed really. And after that, I just went for how do I make the most interesting thumbnail and title possible to my viewers, which back then was quite funny because we had like Think Media, we had vidIQ. They started being like, how are you doing this? Like, I think it was Rob from vidIQ was kind of like, how are you doing this? You're getting so many views for such a small channel. And it's because all I did was appeal to curiosity. And then they twigged onto it and then it got way more competitive again. But for a moment, it was quite easy.
Okay, yeah. So then, 3 years ago, you started basically optimizing those, I guess, title thumbnails to get clicked on homepage. You can see the views getting hundreds of thousands of views after that.
Yeah, it went nuts. It was. I couldn't believe it because I was looking at some of the bigger channels and they were getting like 10,000 views per video, and I was looking at mine and I was like, I'm getting 100,000 or 250,000. Like, this is insane. But each one was taking me 2 weeks, 15-hour days, like brute force of just willpower of like, I'm not going to get in there. It wasn't a very healthy existence. I used to wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning and start like writing because I'd be like, oh, I've got an idea that'll make the retention better.
And I see a couple of videos after, then you get basically your most popular video ever at 2.7 million. I was wondering if we could deep dive more into the, ideas, title thumbnails around your top most popular videos.
This is what I always try and explain to people, right? So I made this video and I had this idea and I was like, this is such a good idea. I just started to really twig what was a good idea on YouTube. I've been watching Beeza, he's the young guy who does like finance and making money.
Yeah.
And I was like, why is this kid who's like 16, why does anyone trust him? He doesn't come across as scammy. He's making all these videos. I was like, I don't understand it. Like, no one should trust this kid. How can he have made so much money? And then I was watching his videos and I was like, oh, he literally just documents what he's doing and says like, I tried to make X as fast as I could. And then he just tells a story. And I was like, well, what's the biggest thing people want? And it was like, I had to get monetized. And then I was like, oh no, because I was going against what other people were saying, which was go on TubeBuddy and like get search terms and do this. And I was like, no one's going to listen to me if I turn around and go, that's not how you should do it. This is the other way. Because literally no one else was talking about the homepage or getting pushed in that way. So I was like, well, I've got to prove it. I've got to try and do it, right? So yeah, I just documented it. But what happened was it did nothing for like 14 days. And it was kind of like, I think it was a 3 out of 10. It was doing quite well. Okay. And I was like, do you know what? The comments are good. I've got like a few thousand video views or whatever. And then I woke up one morning and I was like, I put on like 80 subscribers overnight. That's good. And I was like, oh, hang on a sec. I went to bed on 10,000 and now I've got 12. I was like, oh my gosh, I put on 12,000 subscribers. I'm like, what is happening? Looked, and you can kind of see the jump here, right? Can you see my screen? Yeah. Yeah, so the big push came and it was like, rah, and then it pushed all these other videos. If you look at all the data on all my other videos at this time, all of them just went whoosh. And then, yeah, it just kept ticking along on the homepage. It looks like at some point it had a big push and suggested 147 days after it was posted. And then you can see what happened here in Browse in particular is like these generally relate to other videos that I've posted that have been pushed, right? So a video blows up and then YouTube starts to suggest this one to them as well because they're like, well, it's going to continue the session time, right? So yeah, off it goes. So yeah, it was actually way more suggested than I thought. Search was
Yeah, like
143,000. So like 10% of the views. It's mainly suggested in search. Suggested in browse, sorry.
Okay, so you came up with that title, basically idea based on an outlier, right? Of Biaheza.
It wasn't actually, there wasn't actually an outlier that was doing it, right? I was looking at Beza and going, he's just saying what he did. So I was like, right, just say what I did. And then I was like, hopefully it takes, I remember being like, as long as I can do this in like 3 months, it will be all right. Because back then, no one had ever really, now they do, like, they get monetized in like a day, right? But back then, no one had ever really reported on it. So like, for me, 3 months would have been super quick. And then in the thumbnail, I just put monetized in 6 weeks. So it kind of paid off the result, but then it would have created the intrigue and curiosity of like, well, how did you do that? Because back then, no one had ever done this before or documented it.
Business owners is mostly your clients now?
Yeah, so the business owners or people, there's kind of a few different like brackets, right? So there's people who have an existing business but not a channel, who want to grow a channel. And they're good because if they've got a good business, it doesn't take too long before they can actually start to get return from YouTube, so long as they can get some views in. Like you can get 100 views and with a great sales page and with a great offer, you can convert people, so long as everything's optimized. And then there's the guys who are like, they're kind of like YouTube creators, but they haven't quite figured out, well, how do I monetize this yet? And those, if they're getting like 3,000 views per video and they're solving a problem, you can make them money pretty quick just by teaching them how to launch a product. And then there's the guys who are like, they have a YouTube channel, they're kind of struggling to grow it, they haven't got an offer yet, but they want to build a business around it. So those are the kind of like 3 different types that I tend to work with.
And what do you think are the best pieces of advice for all 3 to grow? And I'm curious if there's advice you have for like specifically each of them that you've seen helping them grow.
Well, it would depend, right? So let's say you've got a business. Let's say you've got a YouTube channel and you've got an offer. And let's say you're doing 10K a month from it. The first thing I would say is, let's not drive more views at this. If you're getting 1,000 people to your sales page a week, let's look at optimizing your marketing rather than driving more people. So fix the bottleneck in the reverse order. Most people go, oh, let's just blast loads of views at this and try and get more sales. It's like, no, do the easy thing. Change the headline on a landing page and then change the description below your video and you'll probably see you get more sales. But then we've got the guys who are like, I just want to get views, right? And for them, I know it's blanket advice, but it's really just a case of trying to simplify it for them, being like, look, what I realized recently was, and I don't think a lot of people realize this, is I went and took 30 of the best educators in the world on YouTube, like the Hormozis, that lot, and I looked at all their videos. I made a spreadsheet from the last year, and I looked at how many outliers they've had within the videos they've posted. So top 30 creators, like Hormozi, Abdaal, these sort of guns that everyone knows, how many videos in a year did they release that, what I would say, noticeably grew their channel? So it broke out past the return viewers, like the people who come back. How many do you think it was a year on average? Out of 10?
3?
Yeah, bang on, 3. Right? 3 out of 10 videos, the best creators in the world release noticeably grew their channels, right? So the ones that they push out that don't grow the channel to the new audience, yes, they're going to bring in new people, right? But a lot of the time, like I've made a video of 100,000 views and only 2,000 have been new. So most of the time, these channels, they just bring people back over and over again. So I looked, how many of them do you think made one outlier in the year that went over a 5x their average views per video?
Oh, that's rare. That's like 1.
Yeah, so out of the 30, I think, bear in mind they're top creators, I think it was about 50% had done it.
Oh, okay.
No. Nearly half of them had no video that 5x'd. And then this is one of the things I've been trying to like teach people is like, look, if you're new, you're not going to blow up every video. In fact, if the best creators in the world they're not getting 1 or 10s every time and like going and massively growing their channel. They do it 3 out of 10 times at best. Do you know who the top creator was on my sheet? 60% of their videos broke out to a new audience. I messaged him and said, mate, you're currently the best creator in the world, educator in the world at breaking out to new audiences.
First in mind is Simon Squibb, but...
No, it was Finzar. So in terms of blanket advice, now what I'm doing is trying to position people with their expectations, where it's like, look, you're not going to make a video and blow up. What you need to do is consistently make content. I call it ready, fire, aim. Get the thing out and learn from what worked, and then just do more of what worked. and then try and establish what didn't. So what you do is you put your 10 videos out, 7 of them are painful lessons, 3 are more positive lessons. And if you can just do this consistently by looking at every video you make, you need to go on YouTube and find an outlier that you can build everything around, find an idea and title and thumbnail that people are going to click, and then just, look at what people have made on that topic and ask yourself, what could I do more? There's a video on my channel, which is basically just on Film Booth, which is just one of Hillier Smith's videos, where I looked at it and went, right, that got 1.5 million views, or something. Well, how can I make it better? So a lot of it's very similar information. I added more, but in mine, instead of just saying what you should do, I took Graham Stephan's first ever video and re-edited it to show you how to do it. So they call it skyscrapering, right? It's taking someone else's content, making it a bit better. But for me, it's like then present that information in a way that feels totally unique. So that's the kind of general advice. It's like, look, you've got to be in this for the long term. You've got to expect this to be painful. You can't expect every video to blow up. But what you can expect is just to use the data that is there, try your best, and then analyze every video. And analyzing every video doesn't mean going into the depths of the data. Most of the time, it's like, just look at the retention graph and why do people drop? Or look at the thumbnail and title and go, is this positioned in a way that my audience actually cares about? And then learning from it and then not making that mistake again. There's only so many mistakes you can make, right? So they'll just learn by doing that. And so it's consistency and just being smart about it rather than just going, I'm going to make this because I think it's a good idea. It's never a good idea when you think it's a good idea. The amount of good ideas I've had that have done rubbish.
Yeah, we've talked about that before. Yes, that happens a lot. But the ones you mentioned, like Ali Abdaal, Imam Ghazi, even Hormozi, they've been at it for years, like 5, 7, 8 years each. So like you said, you keep posting and you'll get those 10 of 10s, but then some of them you get those 1 of 10s. And then you learn from that. You learn why it did well, why those didn't do well, and then you just keep improving. But you got to keep at it.
So when I look at my clients who have blown up the fastest, we had one go from 0 to 140K in 9 months.
Could you show someone that blew up from your cohort?
I'm always saying to people like, look, we got to find a gap, right? This is what the faceless channels do. They start a channel purely because they want a gap, right? Rather than I want to talk about it. But if we want to get real traction now, we can't just go and try and compete for the thing everyone's competing for. So we have to learn how to position our channel in a way that is like, if we can find a bit of demand, what no one else is covering, and it solves a problem, we can grow really quick. So Meadow, I'm about to show you, went from 0 to 40K in her first year, which in the niche that she's in, she's like one of the biggest channels in the niche now. You can say she's gone all in on helping people deal with narcissistic relationships, right? Her channel originally was about self-worth. And she realized that, okay, it's too broad a topic, right? It's like feeling lazy, overcoming failure, right? There's too many things. So she started to play the game, made a video about narcissism, did really well. But she also realized that when she's working with her clients, most of them have these self-worth issues because they have been impacted with a narcissist. And her whole backstory and her whole life has been impacted this as well. So she's super qualified to talk about it. Tons of expertise, been doing this for years, but it all changed when she realized, the problem I help people solve is overcoming narcissistic relationships. So I give them the thing they click on, and then in Decide, I deliver all of this, right? The stuff that they don't necessarily. Boom, like 200,000 views, channel exploded. So you can see she's not really done that much content, right? So this is her first attempt at our YouTube channel.
That is super niche, yet gets...
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The niching down doesn't mean less views. It usually means more. So I haven't got permission to show you this one, but he went from 0 to 140,000 now. I think maybe it's 10 weeks. He did the research. He was like, I think I found a pattern. And he told me, and I was like, yeah, do that, because I've seen that working in lots of niches at the moment. First video got like 1.5 million views. I think it's at 2 now. And I was like, oh my God, I've never seen anything like this. Niche.
Interesting.
Specific problem. And that's what I'm looking at, because everyone on YouTube's like, go for the big thing. I'm going to be a self-help channel. I'm going to be productivity. It's like, no, find a specific problem with a specific group of people, and you'll probably find that it feels so tailored and different to them, they notice it quick and they pile in. And this is what I'm seeing. So this is what I teach people to do as well. It's like, you got to own a space, because in a world where everyone's going for the biggest prize, it's too crowded. We got to go for the what seems like a smaller one, and then we have a gap. And when you find that gap, it's like, boom, we blow up, right?
Yeah.
But it's not, it's hard to find. It's not, it doesn't happen as quick as this, but I've had 3 really quick, like surprisingly quick. And I was like, well, they just found a gap. So I made a video about Liv years ago. So if we talk about gaps, right? She was the yoga niche. And the gap this time wasn't necessarily a specific person with a specific problem. It was more a style of content. So in the yoga niche, everyone was making yoga lessons for like an hour. And I was looking, I was like, there's no pattern here as to why any of these are outliers. It just feels like luck. And I'm pretty sure these creators don't know why they've done well either. It just seems that certain lessons get more appeal. So I was like, we don't want to play that game. That sucks. And I was like, there isn't a single channel making YouTube videos like 5 mistakes that do this and 5 mistakes that do that. So he started researching nothing in the niche at all. And I was like, this is interesting because this is how you grow YouTube channels fast, right? And I knew that from Film Booth because that was the strategy I took. So I was like, oh, let's go wider. So we start looking at the movement niche and people like Jeff Nippard. So he's an adjacent niche, right? He's like weightlifting, bodybuilding. But I was like, well, these are the guys that know what they're doing, right? So I was like, these thumbnails, scientific, these little dots and these thumbnails always seem to do well. So, we start putting them in the thumbnails. And look, 7 million views. We've got Jeff Nippard's little dots in most of our thumbnails. But all we did, the only 3 stretches you need for better flexibility, like fixing tight hamstrings, we just took titles from the adjacent niches, tweaked them. And no one was doing this. Like, no one. Apart from, there was maybe a couple of channels. And yeah.
Damn.
She went from 25k to 500,000 like fast. Liv hardly ever posts now. I messaged her. I'm like, post Liv. She's hardly done anything. But she found the gap and it generated millions of views as a result. We spent ages. This thumbnail, we spent 6 hours on, which doesn't
really
look like.
Wow. Okay.
We sat on my sofa and I was just
Well
like,
done.
we gotta, because we changed the strategy here, right? And they were doing okay, but it's the same as Film Booth. They were doing okay, but they weren't blowing up. And then this one went, and then, like I said, like this is a team. This is all a chain. If you optimize your channel so that they all work together, right? So suddenly these went millions. Then we're putting out all these videos, boom, and we've got this thumbnail style. This thumbnail is exactly the same as this blue one. We just changed the colors because Liv hates making them. I'm like, well, just copy one. Just take this one and change the text. Like, no one will notice, and change the color of your top.
You had another crazy win recently with Dan Go with 100x outlier at 3 million views. I'm 44 if your 20s watch this. And again, it's led to a format being used everywhere.
Yeah.
How did you think about that one?
Yeah, man. That was a page out the playbook, that one, Richard. I gotta say. Again, ideas have the highest leverage on growth, the highest leverage activity anyone can do, but specifically entrepreneurs entering this space is see which videos in their niche, around their niche, have ever performed well on YouTube. So one thing I say, YouTube as a platform has got more valuable open data than any other social platform. There is no other social platform where you can actively see what's performed really well. If you go on TikTok and you're an entrepreneur, it's so hard to pull in everything that has performed well previously in short form content. Same on Reels, same on Twitter. But YouTube, you can do that with the most popular button. So yeah, so useful asset there. I found a video from this channel called like Darian Explains or something. A middle-aged guy who self-taught himself how to code. He did a jiu-jitsu competition. His second ever highest performing video had, I think it was 1.9 million views, and he had 280,000 subscribers. It was a very unique thumbnail, black, clean face, white writing, it's too late. And yeah, Dan was like, man, I'm thinking about doing this video. It's performed quite well on Twitter. I'd already done this really solid like niche analysis for him, which I do for entrepreneurs. And yeah, we packaged that up very simply. Absolutely exploded, man. It's on 3.3 million views now. He's generated 40,000 subscribers from that one video. Yeah, he's grown, I think it's 100,000 subscribers since releasing that video. So 47,000 has come from that one video, but then the sort of washover is another 45,000.
You're changing lives, JB.
I actually don't think it's the creators' lives that I change, but I like the idea that I change lives with the people viewing the content, you know, like the hope that people get from watching Simon Squibb give business advice, give out money. That video that went super viral for Dan, It was how to live a conscious life, how to be healthy, how to basically live a life that you won't regret. And that's reached 3 million people. I'm quite happy that it's a great message that 3 million people have now seen, and I've helped it be amplified.
You did say in your tweet breaking down this idea that you did a niche analysis of more than 10,000 videos, right? To find what works. But what does your analysis process look like? And what are you looking for? Curious to hear more about it.
So, yeah, this is the process that I do with any entrepreneur that I work with. I would say I sort of sit in the entrepreneurial space. I think it's a little bit different to an entertainment channel or a gaming channel or something. There are probably quite a lot of crossovers, but for entrepreneurs, that's sort of my lane. What are we looking for? We are looking for anything that has ever triggered their ideal audience to click. And that ideal audience can be close, where it's very, very linked to their niche. For example, if you're in digital marketing, we want to see what has performed the best in digital marketing. But also, if you're sort of appealing to aspiring entrepreneurs, we also want to be looking at mindset things that have performed well, or even the health things that have performed well. Like I said, that the original concepts that got 1.9 million views that informed Dan's video that got 3 million views, that was not in his niche, really. So yeah, we're looking for basically anything that has caused someone to triggered someone to click, and then pulling it all together, categorizing it all up, and then creating a roadmap and video ideas and packaging off the back of that.
Love it. How long does it take you to do these research?
About 3 weeks. 3 weeks of full-time work.
Wow, it's 3 weeks for one video, or for like a whole content strategy?
Yeah, whole content strategy, yeah. I mean, because basically what I found is, like, I could hop on a call and chat with someone on coming up with video ideas, and, I could probably come up with some good ones, but the devil really is in the detail. You do not want to leave one stone unturned, because it'll be that one video that you couldn't really be bothered finding that has got this huge outlier status. And yeah, they're very rarely on the surface, because if they are, 25, 100 other YouTubers have tried it. So yeah.
You have all this knowledge through your experience in the past 5-6 years. So I'm curious, it all started with the Zach and Jay show, right?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Exactly. I'm curious, just going back, how did you guys start the channel? What's the story there?
Me and Zach met at university. So I was at university 2013. We were studying this weird little entrepreneurship degree. He was setting up this company that was not plastic bottled water, but cartoned. I had this other company, which was like a technology company, both doing weird stuff, basically. I ended up leaving my company. He ended up leaving his company. We started sneaking into events, and yeah, the first one that we did properly was the Olympic ceremony. I think it was 2016, this one. The Olympics, for the first time ever, were travelling around Manchester, where I'm from, and we bought the kit from an online sports retailer. We looked exactly the same. We had the tracksuits, we had the shoes, we had the medal, and yeah, it was funny, man. Like, Zach had a little camera that he was filming with. All of these famous Olympians who just won gold and represented our nation around the world were on these massive buses going around Manchester. Me and Zach just walked on as if we owned the place. And yeah, we got on and it was absolutely fine. We were waving to, I think there was about 100,000 people at the time in Manchester. So we were waving at hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of people, won't exaggerate, as Olympians. That video ended up going super viral. Someone interviewed me and Zach while we were actually on the float and said, "Why are you doing, what did you win?" And I said, "We've won the fencing." And he's like, there wasn't fencing, it was just pentathletes, I think it was. We're like, "Oh no, we've been rumbled." By the time we'd got home, Zach hadn't even uploaded that video. That clip from the news channel went so viral. That was the moment that me and Zach were like, okay, there's something interesting here. We ended up setting a channel about a year and a half later. And yeah, that was the Zach and Jay show. And we did loads of that stuff. Zach went super viral as well, sneaking backstage with Conor McGregor, sneaking into the ring of boxing events. But that was sort of, that was the start of YouTube.
Earlier, you talked about formats being really important. One that you guys did was I asked millionaires if I could do something, right?
Yeah.
How did you guys come about with that format?
Yeah, again, man, that's like a real key thing for YouTube strategy. Ideas have got the highest leverage on growth. Formats have the highest leverage on ideas. Even to this day, the first highest performing video on the channel, 34 million views. We faked a model to the top of Fashion Week. I faked Grandpa to the top of Fashion Week is number 3 with 8.4 million views. I retrospectively look back at the 100 million views that we gained on the channel. 63% came from just 4 content categories, and that was sneaking into events, fashion week, strange traditions, and I think it was the things that we did with strange animals. Sounds weirder than it is. But yeah, how did we come up with the millionaire one? This was an interesting one as well, man. Like, I'd seen a lot of people really explode with the concept of DMing 10 celebrities to see how many would respond. And yeah, just absolutely exploded. If you type that in now, the thumbnails look exactly the same. The videos are pretty much exactly the same, but it absolutely exploded. Means that we tried to keep things very original. So we were like, right, what about this concept is performing well? And I think a lot of people put celebrities on these pedestals that they can access the sort of an exclusive circles. They can access exclusive circles. They want to see this veil behind fame and money. We were like, right, what concepts can we do around there? And then we just started saying, right, why don't we do the physical version of that digital thing of DMing people, and why don't we knock on doors? So the first video we did was knocking on mansions to see who would let us inside or something like that. And that got 2 million views. Zach's done a few more, knocking on millionaires' houses to swim in their pools, 2 million views, something like that. Knocking on mansions to see if I can fly in the helicopters, stuff like that. But yeah, basically that's where the concept came from. And then formats have got the highest leverage on ideas, so it was rinsed and repeated.
I've worked with a lot of clients, and what would you say are the 3 most common mistakes YouTubers make when trying to grow their channels? I know you've seen quite a few.
I wanna think about this, Richard. I'd say you've got the entertainment people and you've got the education entrepreneurs. I think those are slightly 2 different pieces of advice I'd give. The number 1 mistake that is holding back creators and entrepreneurs from living their creator dream is their introductions are just too long. So in this video, we're going to do this, 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 we're going to do this. They've clicked on the video. They already want to receive what you are going to do. They already have an idea of what this video is going to provide. That's why they've clicked. Like a great click-through rate, 92% of people are still deciding not to click. So you've done it. You've won their attention, the 8%. Now it's actually getting into the value of this video and maybe setting up loosely, but yeah, getting into the value of this video. And if you look at Alex Hormozy's second highest performing video, it's 13 seconds before his first point on this major blueprint on how to make your first million. If you look at Dan Go's video, it used to be 2 minutes, 30 seconds before he got into the first point of a video with 5 points. Hey, what are you doing? Now it's the video that exploded for him, it's 9 seconds. So that's the number 1 thing that people do wrong, is sort of have way too long intros. I'd say from a creator point of view, I think the number 1 mistake people make is they don't diversify their revenue. And I'm very hesitant to say that because there's a lot of different revenue streams available. So I'd probably reword that instead as they need to be thinking of a long-term sustainable business unless they are an actor. So I feel Max Fosh is much more a creator's creator. He did singing. I'm sure he was in a lot of plays when he was younger. He's like a presenter, right? He's more of that, I'd say, than an entrepreneur who wants to build a business. And so Max, the idea of being in front of screens for 20, 30 years sounds absolutely great if he can make a life from it and build his brand. For an entrepreneur, for me, from more my side, I'd say, the idea of being a presenter and needing to show up and look good and sound good and basically do what other people say is how I sort of visualize that. I hate the idea of that. So for the Zach and Jay show, this is the thing that I would have done differently, is to just focus on setting up a complementary business that is scalable with the content. And that way you're way less reliant on views and ad and brands. And yeah, you're just a little bit more diversified. You can sort of dance around a little bit between the two and create when you're inspired, not because you have to.
Talking about long hooks, what do you think is the best for this podcast? A montage of clips or a quick intro on like your accomplishments for social proof and like key points we talked about? I'd
probably say like a hook. You want to be doing hooks basically, like a montage, or in this video we cover this. What I probably do is you script what the best hook looks like and then think how is that best complemented with what I say, and my story, like what I've said, and complementary clips, but write the best hook possible and then complement it with bits of the conversation, then jump in. Because because I think for long form
clip and then
because I think for long form content you need to. That's what I was saying before. Is like you sort of need to fight for their attention a bit more. You need to do longer hooks to sell why they should stay a little bit more.
Okay, yeah, love that. I'll do it.
And,
I'll do it for
yeah, sounds good, man. Yeah, and I think potentially even just like rehook, so have a bit more emphasis on. I've delivered chapter 1. Stay here, guys, because in the next section we're going to cover X, Y, Z. Can't believe it, or what a great point. We're going to then cover X, Y, Z and rehook people, because yeah, I just think it's a different ballgame when people are watching on TVs. You're selling them to stay way more than on shorter videos where they're kind of coming for an outcome.
You think I should rehook you guys, the viewers, with me just filming something extra, or during the pod I'm like, guys?
I do think that, Richard, though. I do think like the best practice for doing podcasts is thinking, right, I've got this guest, this is their background, these are the assets they're bringing to the podcast. What is the spiciest, most viral aspects of that? And identifying and literally writing out 5 hooks they could say, telling me or the guest, and then setting them up for them to say it. Ideally, you'd want it to be natural. Ideally, you'd want it naturally within a conversation. But I think that's an interesting way to think about and do it.
Yeah, that makes sense, because by saying that, basically, stay around, because Jamie is going to talk about insane strategy tips that he uses to grow billion-dollar companies. I'm so not good on off the cuff. Yeah, you're probably better. What would you say? What would you do?
Right, bear with me, right? This could be bad. Right.
Go for it.
We are facing, Richard, 2 macroeconomic trends that is exploding YouTube on the smartphone. We have never seen before more power in the individual's hand to maximize their profit, their purpose, and essentially their life potential. All you need to do is follow these steps. It's crazy. So that is like an example of how we'd set up a hook, basically, is what I'm thinking.
You started your channel 6 years ago, but if you started a YouTube channel in 2025, what would you do now?
Ooh, good question. Man, it's funny, man, because there are so many entertaining videos that I could do. Como sabes, he vivido en Mexico por 3 años ahora. As you know, I've lived in Mexico for 3 years now. Mate, this country is wild in the most beautiful way possible. There was a headline the other day, a mayor of a very strange sort of place in Mexico married a crocodile for good luck. People, yeah, absolutely, mate, what an amazing video that would be. Visiting the Mexican mayor who married a crocodile, the packaging. Oh, God. What else is there? So, yeah, there's an abandoned city in Mexico with no laws. They don't speak Spanish. They speak the indigenous language before the Spanish came and conquered Mexico. So, yeah, man. I mean, yes, they have literally done that video, the abandoned city in the US with no laws. And there's so many content ideas in Mexico. I've done 2 times now the ancient Mexican spiritual rebirth tradition called the Temazcal, where it's a womb-shaped sort of sauna, and you crawl in, and you've got a shaman there, and you've got loads of super hot fire, and the idea is that you crawl out, and you've got a new soul. You've got a spiritual rebirth. Mate, there's so many video ideas to do here.
I think I saw that Malcolm in the middle. Anyway,
could have been, buddy, could he? But to be honest, I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't want to create content around that. For me, I almost see those entertaining videos. Before I said they really encourage you to do crazy stuff, and they do. But I see it as like Kendrick Lamar's album title, To Pimp a Butterfly. You've got a beautiful, rare experience with your best friend. You got to capture it. You got to nail the hook. Got to nail the beats of the story. You know. So I think in one sense it does add to your life because you're pushed to do lots of things. But I do also think it takes away a little bit. Point is, not too keen on the entertainment stuff there. I think the business stuff would be really, really cool. I think, yeah, this space is absolutely exploding. What the power YouTube gives to entrepreneurs is insane. So yeah, I'd be interested in creating content around that again, I think, in the future.
Okay, so you're blowing up with those first 2 videos, and then what happens? How many times a week are you uploading? What are you thinking? What's going through your head?
Yeah, so like as soon as the first Discord video really blew up, I was super happy because I just knew like all of the ideas like that I could make. I knew the potential. There was like 300 ideas in my mind that I could do, like all kinds of scenarios. So coming up with ideas after that was actually super, super easy. And then it was all just execution. So my mindset was just, I have to just follow up as soon as I can, which for me, it was every other day I would have to post. And that was my schedule for, I think, like at least a year. I would very, very much discipline myself, sit down, just like make the next video, And that was just kind of like my schedule for a long time. But it was never super hard to do that just because I really liked the format and I had so many great ideas that it was easy to just keep following up.
So do you think the funnier the video was, the more it would perform for your channel?
Yes. So for this Discord format, I realized at a certain point that like the views would relate to how relatable the topic was. So like if you go to my channel and you sort by popular, the most viewed videos are just the most relatable. So like this one, pretty relatable. When your phone is at 1%, very relatable. These Kahoot videos did well. When you lie about your age, you know, but as you scroll down to videos maybe that didn't do as well, then they get a little bit more niche, right? It's actually funny because when the Discord format first started to succeed, I made a lot of videos just about Discord humor and like Discord mods. And I did a bunch of those videos, and then I remember I read a comment of someone saying like that kind of humor is getting old. And I thought about it and I'm like, you know, yeah, there's only so many jokes that I can make about Discord mods. So I started to branch out the videos to relatable scenarios, you know, like when a hacker finds your password, or, you know, make anyone laugh in, you know, seconds or whatever. And those videos were actually the ones that did the best on the whole channel when I branched out.
Did you understand early that when it was relatable, it would get good views? Or how were you analyzing your content at the time?
Yeah, I think there was like a sense, like when I had an idea, I just knew that it was a really good one for the Discord videos. And if something felt more like I had to make it work, it would always do worse. So like when I got the idea for when your phone is at 1%, I just knew intuitively that video would like kill it. And also like every time the script is easy to write, I know it's going to be a good video because it just feels natural. Where like some videos, it felt more like I had to work harder to make the idea funny. There was like that sense for sure.
Let's say we're talking beginner creators, right? So people who are just starting out. I think the biggest problem that I see a lot of creators run into is that they kind of make videos that they think they would want to watch, and they don't really do research into like, okay, but who am I actually creating for? I have a ton of creators who were like, you know, I made these 3 videos and they got 50 views. I don't understand it. I really like the videos. I was like, okay, but did you validate that your idea was a good idea? You know, there's one thing that doesn't lie, and it's the market. Results don't lie. And sometimes for some niches, it doesn't even mean like look on YouTube directly, but it's like looking at entertainment as a whole thing. You know, look on Netflix, look on Amazon, look in books, you know, anything. Like, have you validated that there was once attention for this, and there was once someone who got success with this? And a lot of people are like, no, I just kind of thought it was a good idea, and so I made it. So then I say like, okay, you spend 10 minutes on coming up with the idea. Is that fair to say? And they're like, yeah. And then I started recording. I was like, okay, that's fine, but let's switch that up. You took 25 hours to edit this. 10 minutes of that was for the idea, like coming up with the idea. Let's switch it. Let's do 25 hours of ideas and 10 minutes of editing. And let's see how that goes for you. And that's like, there's a reason why on Twitter I constantly say ideate and conquer. And that's like kind of like the thing that I keep drilling into people's brains. They're like, just spend more time on the idea. And a lot of beginner creators do that. They forget that step. They just kind of like, oh, this is a good idea, and they start making.
Launch a channel or help launch a channel with your friend Chris Takes Off. I'd love to, I don't know if you can show us the back end, or if you could break down maybe the channel with a screen share and the launch strategy specifically, because this is like the really nerdy stuff about YouTube. Because I thought you had probably the most intelligent launch strategy out of any like new channel I've seen this year. And that's even coming from my own, because I launched a channel this year as well. And I thought I had a good launch strategy. And then I saw the Chris Takes Off stuff. I'm like, there's no way I'm competing with that. That was genius. I'd love to know if you could walk us through that, maybe pop up the screen share and explain to the viewers how you came up with that.
Yeah, I can show a little bit. I'm not going to show the whole channel because I haven't, of course, like talked to Chris about this. And I don't want to, you know, make him mad, I can open the YouTube studio and show the first set of videos that we did together. So for the start of that channel, so just a little bit of backstory. Chris takes off his Dutch name is Jeroen. Chris is his middle name, but Jeroen is just a hard name for a personal brand.
Jeroen.
You know,
It's also hard to remember.
Exactly. So he really he realized, okay, I need to use my middle name, Chris. Chris, he had a faceless channel before this, and before that, he worked for another like huge creator at the time that he built a channel with, and he always had this dream of like doing a travel channel. So we kind of got in contact with each other at the same time. I met Leander Justical on YouTube. And we kind of like talked a little bit because we were in the same country. We were all three in love with YouTube. So we were like, why not meet up, like have a beer and just talk YouTube all night and just be nerds.
When was that?
I think like mid last year.
Oh,
I think somewhere there. Like
that's when
maybe,
you three met, basically.
Yeah, I think maybe August, September of last year somewhere. We kind of got in touch that way, and Chris and I like hit it off from the beginning. Like he was really into YouTube, I was really into YouTube. We kind of had the same brain in sense of like he could throw up a title and I would immediately know where he got the title from and vice versa. So it's just really good like natural energy. And he told me that he wanted to start a travel channel, that was always a dream he had, but he was scared to start it. So I told him like, listen, if you really want to do this, I'm more than happy to help you with this first series to get it off the ground, and then you had like a flying start, and then you can take off yourself, no pun intended, with the channel name. So what we kind of came up with from the beginning is that I knew for a fact that Chris is really good at packaging, and I was way better than him at storytelling. So we were like, okay, you focus on packaging, I'm gonna focus on getting these story beats out for you, so we can make a format that's repeatable. So one of the things that I really wanted to do and that we landed on pretty quickly and he agreed with was that I wanted to make the first upload actually a series that you can watch standalone. So if you would like jump in on day 7, you wouldn't feel like, oh, I miss a lot of context to understand where I'm at, because the intro of every video is the same. It's just a different airport. It's a different, place where he's going. But the text is the same. The setup is the same. We use the same kind of theme song. So if you would step in on day 7, you could go back to day 1 if you'd want to, and then, take it from there. And so we landed on a 14-day series of doing a proven concept that we've seen work in the past. And actually around that time, a few bigger channels also came out with a similar idea. So it was kind of a bit nerve-wracking, because a week or so before we uploaded, Beta Squad did the same video. We were like, crap, this might saturate the whole format, but we kind of already have like 12 days recorded, and he's recording day 13 and 14 now, so we had to commit. So we did a lot of work with Laird, the thumbnail designer, to make sure that we honed in on like a style that we wanted for the channel. And I can maybe I even still have the story beats that I can show you of the first video. I'll find it. But so what we did is we just literally went for a daily upload, so that we have a lot of data to feed the algorithm, so we could have a flying start. And it's all the same format. So the strategy was, let's not change the format. We're doing the same thing for 14 days in a row. And that's going to be like all the data we're going to throw at YouTube. Like, okay, look, this is all the same shit. Just look at this, understand who we want, what our ideal viewer is. So I can probably show you here, it took a little bit of time before it started like taking off. Like it was after like 15 days where YouTube really started seeing like, oh, okay, we understand now. And you can see the famed, and I hate it, the stare pattern, where it's like on a new channel, it's like, oh, testing, new viewer profile, testing, new viewer profile. So that's kind of like how it went. And especially this first video, it got pushed out to a lot of different types of viewers. You can see as well by the chart that the AVD there is crap in the first video. But it did get a lot of good numbers. We got 6,500 subscribers just from that first video, and it had a snowball effect on the rest, right? So of course it got a little bit less over time because like the real hardcore fans stayed. But we had 2 things that we really wanted to hit, and one was we gave the YouTube algorithm a lot of data on like, okay, this is what we're brute forcing this. We're doing travel, social, mix that together. That's this channel. And what we did is we gave viewers a lot of data to understand who is Chris, and what we saw from the aim that we had, and that also became really apparent, was that we built like a pretty strong core audience very fast because they had a lot of Chris to watch. And of course, there was a lot of, I've done a lot of engineering on the back end. Like, okay, I want you to like do more of this on camera, or I want you like, okay, we're going to leave out all these moments. So there were some moments that every day kind of like Chris called me, and I would say like in this 14-day series, he had like 3 nervous breakdowns where he's like, I'm quitting. Like, fuck this. I'm done. I'm not going to do this anymore. And I had to like kind of talk him off the ledge, be like, yo, you got this, man. Where are you now? And then he got food poisoning. It was even worse. So he had one day where he didn't do anything. He got food poisoning, and I think in Albania or something. And it was crazy. It was very, very hard for him. And like really kudos to him, like how well he did. But on the back end, I was really like focused on, okay, making sure like the complaining stuff I don't really want in the video. Like I want to build Chris as, a happy-go-lucky, like what he normally is guy. So we were really like, I was really focused on the branding and the storytelling part of all of this. And yeah, it gave him a flying start. I think we hit 15 or I don't know actually like what we hit then. I'd have to check, but it was pretty big growth in the first, I think we hit like 10K subscribers in like a week or 2 after launching. And then, you can see like this is where the whole series took place. And then he took a long hiatus after, like he was pretty burned out after starting with a 14-day series. But yeah, this is his channel. So that's how we started that whole thing. It was a pretty planned thing that we did. It wasn't like luck. We really thought this through really hard. And yeah, that's how we went by it. So it did pretty good numbers for a first series on the channel.
It was an interesting blow up. Was that your best case study, or do you have other case
it depends. Like if you would say like numbers wise, because I'm not that into like the numbers in the sense of like, oh, this creator got 70 million views. I was like, okay, that's cool. But I'm way more into like, I have one client, for example, Chad, who does like between 300,000 to 500,000 views a month, but he makes like 50 to 80K a month from that number. Like that is like that marriage between like a good back end and a good viewer profile and a good funnel. Like that is what's really interesting to me. But so it depends on like, if you ask me like what the best is, like numbers wise, probably not. But this is definitely one that I'm most proud of last year, simply because how much we've crafted. Like if you look at how strong his core audience is, it's pretty insane. Like it's pretty crazy. With like that amount of subscribers and that amount of views, like how many people like message him and like how he grew on Instagram and all that stuff. So in that sense, I think this is one of the most proud moments I had of last year, but also one of the most stressful ones. Absolutely. I told him, I'm like, I'm never doing this for anyone ever again, and especially not for free. I don't care if you're my mother. Like this is not happening anymore.
What's your process? How do you find viral video ideas to film?
My process is all over the place. It depends really on the niche that I'm in. It's like what I love to do. So for example, when I worked with this golf client, what I love to do is like go to a completely different niche, like completely different, and see a format that did really well there. It's like, okay, how could I take this format and translate that, like make like my own bionic puppet and make it a golf video? Where it's like something like in, I don't know, the woodworking niche or, a tech documentary. It can be anything. Right, so that is the far niche transferring is definitely my favorite way to find viral videos and introduce something fresh to an established niche, because not a lot of people do that and they do it correctly. So that's by far my favorite. Sometimes, honestly, I have calls with clients that we just sit on a call for an hour and we just do research, and at the end of the call we realize, yeah, we got no further than we were at the beginning of this call. Like we got a ton of ideas, but nothing hit. It's like, oh, whatever. And then always the day after, either on the toilet or in the shower, I have like, oh, wait, if we twist it that way, and then I take my phone in the shower. I don't know. I'm a psychopath probably. And then I stand there. Weird. Yeah, I just stand there with my iPhone, just like, wait, I have an idea. And
no, I've done that.
It's always
I've done
a day
that
after.
many times.
Yeah, so that's kind of like far niche transferring is definitely my favorite way to go about it. Because it's just a fun way to try and make your own bionic puppet. Like we take the arm from that niche, and then we take a hook from a completely other niche, and that's the legs, and that's what I do most. There's one exception though, and that's the entertainment niche. So let's say let's call it the Mr. Beast, Ryan Trahan, Eric market. In that market, I like to go a little bit more outside the platform and look at entertainment as a broader thing. Sometimes I can get inspiration out of books. It's like, oh, we can do that book, that plot of that book. That could be a really good YouTube video. Just like kind of extract that out of it. Or I recently had an idea, and we're doing this with a new personality channel, I think before the end of the year. It comes from a book from the 1970s that I randomly found in a library. And I saw that plot. I was like, "Whoa, this could make a really great video." And there's still proof, because it's a bestseller book. So there's still proof that people like the plot. It's just not been done on YouTube. So in entertainment, I wouldn't even call it far niche transferring. I would call it far off platform transferring.
I'm curious, what's your full process? And maybe we can go with the other creator you work with, Fulton Family.
Yeah,
right.
Fulton.
What's your process there?
Yeah. So this is another, like, I'll give you the simple version, and then I'll give you the complex version. The simple version is with Fulton, talking about what we just talked about with having this act. I call it a perfected act. It's kind of like a comedian, right? They're just funny, or they're not going to appeal to everyone. But let's say you shout out to Omaha, Nebraska for some reason, because it's coming to my mind. Let's say a comedian is on stage in Omaha, Nebraska, which maybe it is a more populated area. I don't know. But you're trying to get on the big stage in Los Angeles or New York City, right? Well, you have to perfect this act. You have to have it so refined. You have to test jokes. Did the audience laugh? If so, what degree did the audience laugh? Once you have this built up, you can go out, stand on a stage anywhere. It doesn't matter. You can go to any game, do any IRL challenge on YouTube. It's kind of like Preston, right? Preston's just been in the mix, Unspeakable. Some of these guys, Mr. Beast, he's a perfected act. They can you give them content to cover, they will turn it into the most exciting version possible. Fulton makes it so easy on me in that sense. All right. So when we're talking about Fulton, which pretty incredible, I don't know if you saw the tweet, Richard, but we hit 99.9 million in the month of May. Not all long form views, but about 95% long form views, which we're proud of. We just wanted 100 million. And I'm just like, I think my tweet was, you got to be kidding me, guys. 99.9. And it was like, I think it was 920,000, 99,920,000. We were missing 80,000 people is what I'm trying to say. So anyways, Fulton makes it very easy on me. So when we talk about the ideation process, I have to go I get to go less deep. I just have to look around YouTube and go, what can I feed this guy that will get millions of views? Sometimes it's a combination. We were talking about like formats, proven success. These are all things that all the top YouTubers know. I don't even think it's a secret for anybody who's watching this video right now and who watches your podcast. It should not be a secret now that one of the best things you can do on YouTube is just look around and go, what's working? That's it. So that's the first step. What's working? Because at the core of it, you're looking at what do people want and how can I give that to them? Okay, this is every industry ever. Clothing. If Adidas, for some reason, which they already obviously have this, Adidas can look at Nike and go, what's selling a lot? Hoodies in this certain style. Okay, let's do that too. I mean, that's YouTube, right? Does it mean Adidas is copying Nike? No. Like Android and iPhone, there's always a battle. As soon as Android puts something out, iPhone comes out with it too. Is it copying? It's just a matter of going, okay, people want this. How can we be the ones to give that to them? So with Fulton, it's literally just him as a creator, me just feeding him ideas. And this all started from like a consultation call about a year and a half ago. He was at about 10 million views. We had one call, and I'm very proud of this. I worked so hard for these, right? So not to pat myself on the back too much. He went to about 20 million. He dropped down to about 15 million, right? He came back for a second call, and I said, well, what's your team like? And he goes, well, it's just me. I'm like, are you out of your mind? At 15 million a month, like an editor, a thumbnail artist, and just you coming up with all this? And so I was like, let me just give you some ideas. So the ideas I started feeding him was basically like, this has worked in other niches. This has worked just in Roblox. Sometimes it's as easy as going back, and we got to remember in YouTube, there's entire generations that flow through every like couple years, right? So if I go to a video that's, let's say there's a game that was popular like 4 years ago, I know it'd still be popular now, but 4 years ago, 15 channels or something got like anywhere from 1 million to like 14 million views, right? I'm going to tell Fulton probably to try that. The next process is you ask, so you asked if I had a checklist, right? Mentally, I do. I used to have a literal checklist, and I would send this out to, it was like a free, help guide to everybody. It was, the first thing is, has this proven to be able to get 1 million views? Like, that's it. Like, that's, to me, that is the number one most important question that I can ask myself when I'm coming up with ideas in some way, shape, or form. It could have been from an old kids TV show, right? If we're doing like role play kids Minecraft content, like a boy sleeping into the girl's sleepover, or a boy sneaking into the girl's sleepover, will he get caught? That's been in so many movies ever, right? So in movies, they call them tropes, but those things can be brought over to YouTube. So you don't have to look at just YouTube when you're coming up with ideas for things that have worked before. It could be movies, it could be TV shows, it could be, I don't know, businesses and stuff like that, depending on what niche you're in. But yeah, so it's literally just like, what is working? What do millions of people want to see? How can we give that to them? Cutting through cardboard. Why do people want to watch that? I don't know, but maybe I'll have Fulton cut through cardboard and we'll be laughing the whole time going, why do people watch this, right? I don't know, but this video is probably going to get 5 million views. And here's what we want to make it look like, the thumbnail, the idea. Here's the general structure that people expect from it. So when I'm giving him Roblox ideas, sometimes it's like a combination of things that have been successful. Sometimes it's like I go to other niches and I'm pulling out ideas that have worked that I'd have to twist just a little bit to apply. I wish I had like specific examples here, but other than that, the entire question is like, has this worked before at an extremely high level, and how can we make this work for us? And that's it. And I load up a Trello board, I pitch him ideas. He's got a great filter of, does he have a vision for it? I guess I would say this is the final process, is when I'm pitching ideas, the creator has to see the vision for it too. Because even if the idea is proven, maybe it's been done before, we can innovate on it, and we should innovate on it. In the end, the creator has to put their own originality on it, if that makes sense. We can follow the general structure, but they're going to say the words that they want to say that no one else has said. This is what makes it unique. No one can be them unless you're literally stealing a script, which I guess some people have done before on YouTube. Every once in a while you see the Twitter storm. You're original. It's still original and it's still innovative.
You arrived at 15 million a month, and it's at now 100 mil a month. What do you think made it blow up in the past year?
When I join a channel, one of the words that I use a lot is just brain power. Like, you don't always know what will have a great effect or a small effect. Ideas to me will just always have the greatest effect. Like, if you can just provide big ideas, and that's something I do with these guys. Like, I've been working with some of them for years now. A lot of my value is just, here's a good idea, let's do it. So with Fulton, that was one of the big things that I could do, is just say, if we do this, we're going to get millions of views. And he says, okay, and we do it. He still has a great brain for it. Like, he still knows what makes a good idea. Could he have just done it himself? We'll never know. I'll even say maybe. That's the thing I have to be careful about. And this is just anybody who's interested in doing what I do, or anybody who's out there doing what I do, like you, Richard. It's like, I can't take Fulton to 100 million myself. Like, he still has to know YouTube. And so I can supply him all day, and here's good ideas. But then there's always little bits of guidance. Hey, make sure in recording, do this. The editors, when you do an edit review or something like that, hey, cut this part out. We'll lose people here. I'll coach on every aspect of YouTube, and it's never one thing. So if I could say clearly, ideas are the biggest needle mover. If you can supply somebody with good ideas, they can just go, right? But then obviously there's thumbnails. What should we do? Especially when it's daily gaming content. It's like every single day there's going to be a new thumbnail. He's not only going to need help managing all that, but he's also going to need that brain power that I talk about of knowing what's going to get the most views. Because at his level, we're talking about the difference between 500,000 and 5 million, right? It just, a thumbnail could change that. I mean, that's the effect that an idea or a thumbnail could have on his channel. So other than that, it's like, It's just teaching, it's guiding, it's hey, we got demonetized or something. We got an age restriction on this video. Do you know any YouTube partner managers that could help us out? Everything. I literally just do. When people ask me, well, what do you do? I say everything but editing. But then sometimes I even have to edit because the editor didn't show up that day. So I'm like, all right, let's go. I got 2 hours. We got to get this video up. And obviously it depends on the level. It's not like I'm an amazing editor or something. But, you know, I edited my own videos and made my own thumbnails all the way up to 1 million. So it's like, you got to be good enough in those aspects too. But yeah, the needle movers are the ideas. Other than that, everything. It's like the best way to describe it. And you'll know this, Richard, just because you guys do the same thing. If a ship is sailing in the ocean, a little bit of wind can just nudge it onto that path that can take it to Paradise Island down there, right? You can miss a Paradise Island after Paradise Island. You can miss these constantly. But if you have somebody, I feel like my brain is just built to see future scenarios and future paths for a channel. Like, here's a new idea. If this can just hit, this can change our lives forever. Like I did that on my own channel. You're only talking to me because on my own channel, I was like, here's a new cool game. This is fun. This could be big. And I literally had 3 very successful YouTubers. One of them, a great mentor, my very smart guy. It wasn't his fault. It was just like, we can miss as YouTubers. They told me not to make a Fortnite tips video. Back in the day, a Fortnite tips video. And luckily I had that video made or I wouldn't have, right? I threw it out there. It changed my life. Like every YouTuber, especially the ones who are out there in the open ocean sailing, not the ones who are sitting at the dock. You can't help them as much. You got to be out there sailing. Somebody like me can come in and just say, all right, a little bit this way, a little bit this way. And those little nudges are what can take you to 100 million views a month. So I can't sit here and be like, yeah, it's all me. Like Fulton's amazing. I just literally told him like, he gave me a raise, which is really cool because we joked. I go, well, I was half joking about that. And he goes, no, let's work together for a long time, which I really appreciate. I want to be as valuable as possible to these guys. In the end, it's, he makes it possible. He's the ship sailing. I'm just the little nudge. I'm the little, the wind that directs you a little bit left, a little bit right until you get to like, a paradise, right? Until you arrive on the island. So that's where we're at, 100 million. Now we're at like, now we're like, hey, 250 million, no breaks. Let's go. If somebody's done it before, let's do it too. Yeah.
Talking about helping him a lot. One of those videos got 6.9 million views. I found a fake Fulton scamming, so I exposed him. How does that idea come up, and why does such a video blow up?
So these are ones that YouTubers kind of laugh about. Any adult, and especially like I'm an older guy now. All right. So I can look at kids roleplay content. And as a YouTuber, you have to learn this skill. Okay. There's a side of you that can say, this is so stupid and ridiculous. And probably a lot of people watching this, hearing this title or, seeing the thumbnail or whatever are going, this is just silly. But there's also another side of us that has to go, there's a lot of people, a lot of kids that would find this content very enjoyable. And so role play, I guess would be the word, pretending. Okay. There will always be a place on YouTube where you can role play and pretend. And as long as the concept is good and the creator can pull it off, you can do anything you want. And in fact, like think about this in terms of reach. So we say the word reach a lot as a YouTuber. You want to try to reach millions of people. You have to be good enough to reach as many millions as possible. That's how you make it on YouTube. What this does is the concept that we applied to this video and this game, Roblox, extends beyond Roblox. You don't even have to like Roblox to be able to watch a concept like this. Now, is it obviously people get in and go, I like Roblox, cool, continue to watch. Or some people are just like, I hate Roblox. Like me, Richard, I don't like Roblox. I just don't
even play it.
I don't even play Roblox. I'm not interested in it, right? But that doesn't mean that we can't come up with concepts of people like me who are just like, I'm not interested in Roblox, but this story that you're telling on top of it, this is really interesting. And that's what we call like the canvas versus the painting. That's why kids can watch GTA videos. And I work with some GTA creators. You're not running people over. You're not like, you're not causing, when you think of GTA, it's a chaotic game. That is not a kid-friendly game. But all of a sudden you're upgrading like Spider-Man or something in GTA, right? GTA doesn't even matter anymore. you're watching this Spider-Man just get cooler and cooler and cooler. So it's important as a YouTuber. And specifically with this video, one of our goals was like, okay, Roblox is cool. In this case with Fulton, he was doing Blade Ball, which is a very specific niche game in Roblox. We thought, how can we reach not only outside of Blade Ball, which the channel was 100% Blade Ball, how do we reach outside of Blade Ball? And possibly how do we reach outside of Roblox? And literally that question, that's what you asked a second ago. And I should have, this was the big thing. I joked with him one time. The channel was 100% Blade Ball. And I was like, dude, Blade Ball is holding us back. And he's like, what are you talking about? This is my whole channel. My whole channel is Blade Ball in Roblox. And I'm like, dude, if we can just get outside to all of Roblox, we're going to win. And you know what I joke about now? If you go look at Fulton's channel, I joked with him. I go, dude, Roblox is holding us back. And he goes, what? And I'm like, we're never going to stop doing Roblox. Obviously, Roblox is like one of the most highest ceiling things you can do on YouTube right now. It's insane. Anybody who's not familiar with Roblox, I don't care if you're into it or not, Roblox is where to go on YouTube right now for gaming content. It's crazy. But I joked with him. I go, Roblox is holding us back. And you know what I had him do? Was a VR video. Now, this wasn't hard. Like I don't want to sit here and confuse people to think that this job is always hard, that you need to spend 15 hours coming up with an idea. Sometimes it takes 20 minutes. Okay. So what I did was I knew this from another creator that I work with where this game, I think it was called, what was the first one we did? One of the more recent ones, we'll use this as an example, was called Titan's Clinic. Every channel that does this game, Titan's Clinic, it's a VR game, does extremely well. We're talking many millions of views. I go, Fulton, call me crazy, dude, but do you have a VR headset? He said, I have a MetaQuest 3. I said, let's do this. Because if this hits, dude, this is going to open a door to a whole different path, right? To make, and honestly, it's made Roblox views look small because all of a sudden he's at like 3 some million views and it's the top video on the channel running constantly for him. Basically he had a great act. We had a great game, a great video idea. He reached many more millions of people because they weren't limited by Roblox. So anyways, yeah, with that video idea, roleplay is always good. But the main idea from that one is reach outside of your niche. Make your videos so they're applicable so anybody can watch. Like my Fortnite videos, yeah, I'm talking about Fortnite tips. But if you go back to some of my old videos, I'm talking about life. And I'm talking about like, hey, by the way, if you guys are having a hard time right now, just know there's light at the end of the tunnel. Like people will watch it just for like, because they enjoy you, because they want to see what you're doing. It doesn't matter if they like Fortnite or not. Some of the Stardew Valley fans came over and watched my Fortnite videos because they were like, I just want to support Denver. And I like what Denver talks about in his videos, even though it's Fortnite tips. So anyway, may not be the best example, but always think, how can I reach more people outside of my current niche? That's how you get to 100 million. That's how you hit that next level.
It's a question not just for this gaming channel specifically, but everybody. A lot of people are maybe stuck in their niche, right? Too stuck in that small audience size, total addressable market. How did you switch from that to basically super broad for Fulton? Because I know a lot of Roblox channels, they stick to one game, right? Like Blox Fruits or whatever else, and they don't move. What would you recommend to make the move?
Yeah, so I look at it as more of like, I guess you would call it a calculated approach. Everything that you do on YouTube has a cap. Everything. The way we speak has an audience where you'll get to a point where people are like, I just don't like the way that he talks. And that's it. Like everything that we do and how we do it and the videos that we make has a cap. So if you think about something like Blox Fruits, right? You might be totally fine with having let's say you do everything right. You might hit 30 million views a month or something like that. That's totally fine. And you can exist within that cap forever. I'll use Fortnite tips for it as an example because that's where I came from. My cap was probably back in the day, 5 million. All right. No matter what I did, I could have the greatest videos. And in fact, I've talked to people about this. They're in a 2 million view cap. They make amazing videos, better than some of these Roblox kids who are getting 50 million views a month. He will never, I could think of one guy, he will never break out of 2 million views per month. And in fact, if he does, he'll hit 2.2 and that's it. Now, if he took his skills and his style and he just jumped over to something else, he doesn't have to. Remember, you can be passionate about it. You can be okay with 2 million views a month. That might be $12,000 a month. That's awesome. But let's say you take those skills and you move to a different niche that has a higher cap, you can even perform worse and you'll still get more views and still get more money. So I think I'm forgetting your question here, but I think I'm answering it. Remind me if I get off track here. But you have to think about, what do I want my limit outside of the things I control, my limit to be? So for Fulton, Roblox has a cap. What did I do? I said, let's do VR. Because the VR, you can watch VR, Richard. You may not watch Roblox, but my son is not, I have a 7-year-old son. He's not interested in Roblox. We sat there and we watched this Fulton video where he's basically beating up fruit. I think it was called Fruit Surgeon. So stupid. But it's hilarious. Anybody who watches this video can look at it. And remember I said there's two sides to a YouTuber. You can go, this is so stupid and ridiculous, but I can see the value in this. This is legit. This is good content. And if you watch the Fulton video, you can just see like he has the ability to reach outside of that. VR and Roblox, now we're moving up our cap, right? Our limit, our hard limit. No matter how good we do, we want to move into the bigger areas where there's just, I don't know, I'm sure there's a business term for it. It's a wider ocean. It's, what do they call it? Blue ocean, red ocean. Either way, there's just many more millions of people who are available to watch what you're doing. If you can reach into that, you win.
What anime made you pop?
The biggest one in 2021 was One Piece, I believe.
Right.
I'd have to double check, but I believe it was a devil fruit I had made for a friend of mine. And a friend of mine, Abigail, she's been on the channel a few times for different videos. She loves One Piece. And I kept seeing this one creator. His name is Chef Amari Gouchon. And I hope I'm pronouncing that right. He does, T-Rex made out of chocolate. I'm like, okay, chef, whatever. He's very viral on Instagram. He has his own show on Netflix, right? But he does these crazy chocolate things. And I'm like, no one is doing that for the anime audience. And I'm just curious, right? So like I do a lot of 3D printing. Like I love dabbling in it. Actually, like this is the most simple thing in front of me. This is a prototype for our new product, which ended up looking like this after time, right? So like modeled the box and I sent it to the manufacturer and I said, make this for me. So I was like, okay, I'm really bad at free sculpting chocolate like Chef Amaury. So instead, I'm going to use my skills in AutoCAD to learn how to do these things. So I 3D printed a devil fruit. I then made a chocolate mold out of it. I made a plastic mold out of it, and then I casted that in chocolate. I filled it with cake, and I made it into like a giant cake pop. And I just thought it would be a fun video, right? Let me just show the process, and I'll tell you about the retention graph in a second. I showed the process and I gave it to my friend Abigail and she took a big old bite out of it. It was sponsored by a really fun convention. We ended up going to that convention and we had a room that could fit 400 and I think like 900 people showed up and they had to like cap everything. I was like, that was really cool that year. That video was what I call the blessing and curse of YouTube, right? Ooh, because when you look at that video, it's like 3.5 million views or whatever it has, right? It's a 20-minute video. It's pretty solid. And it still gets views to this day, which is crazy. This video came out, what was it? What is this date? Day 0. November 16th, 2021, right? Mm-hmm. And since then it has got 3.5 million views. And look at the watch time. Like it's crazy. And this is the entire timeline. So this is a 4-year-old video. Yeah. And since then it's made a ton of revenue. And it's even in the last 48 hours, it's gotten 100 views. Right. Yeah. Which is awesome. It's still bringing people to the channel for a video that's this old. And when I see stuff like this, I think this is super fun. It was a fun video to make. People really enjoyed it. But here's what's interesting. I had thought I wanted to make a Mark Rober style video, right? I was going to show the difficulties. I was going to show the process. I was, how to make the molds, all of this stuff. Here's the thing. I've never seen Mark Rober's analytics, and I would be very curious as to what his analytics look like. Because if we look at the thumbnail for this video, right? My friend Abigail and the devil fruit, right? The title is Surprising a One Piece Fan with a Real Devil Fruit. At the time, I didn't know that the title and thumbnail were hyper important for retention. Because if I think of this and the title is this, the first thing a viewer thinks is, this is what I want to see. I want to see her get surprised with a devil fruit. This could just be a short, right? Realistically, me showing up to her house and giving it to her.
Yeah.
Right. Which I probably should turn into a short, which is a really good idea. And if I go to the analytics side and I go to engagement, look at the audience retention graph. Can you tell where I gave her the devil fruit? Right? Yeah. So all of this is me making the devil fruit. This is where I gave it to her. Bam, done. Had this video been titled, I made the world's first devil fruit, the retention may have been up here where the gray is.
I can almost assure you that it would get not as many views. It
wouldn't get as many views
1/100th.
though. Yeah, it wouldn't get as many views. So it's, what do you value, right? To me, it's more compelling to have surprising someone, like a fan, because people can identify with the fan and they think in their head, oh, I want to be that fan that gets that thing, right? Whereas if it's me just indulging myself with making this thing and that's the title, the views would tank, right? So those are all things that I have learned. So yes, the retention isn't as good, but the views speak for themselves, especially on my channel, right? Like I would rather have 3.5 million views than an extra 5% retention.
I started to chime in. It's almost a really interesting conversation in itself. Like, what matters more. And it's like, I'm gonna say something crazy hot take. I think retention doesn't matter. I've always thought that. I've always thought it was like the most useless metric. Like, I think like, there's differing schools of thought on it and like many people's like varying opinions. There's people that have whole businesses around increasing retention. And I'm sure it's a valuable stat. I'm more of the opinion that I would prefer views, and in order to get views, like I think session watch time matters more than retention, and retention leads to that. So like, it's definitely a knock-on effect there. But if you have an interesting enough idea, people are going to click. I think
agree.
that's like what happens here.
I agree. And that also has to do with, monetization. You are paid on retention because people will watch more ads, et cetera, et cetera. But when you look at the value of a view versus a few extra percentage points of retention, it doesn't equal out. So Ryan Trahan gave a great talk at Vid Summit a couple years ago where he had a video where he was like laying in grass or something, and he had the penny, or I don't know what it was. And he had like 50% retention, but like 1 million views, which is still great, right? Or something like 200,000 views or whatever it was. He changed the color to green, and for whatever reason, people started clicking more, but the retention dropped 20% retention. But his views went from like 200,000 to like 15 million. Do you want 15 million views or do you want more retention? Right? Like, I only think I don't think this is a hot take. I actually think this is the business side. I think retention is more important if you have something to sell to your audience. If you are not really wanting to monetize through AdSense, then retention is very important because the audience spends more time with you, and then a know, like, and trust factor happens. It's just a sales thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say the other interesting metric there is like I think you're spot on. I think higher retention does lead to higher conversions, but I also think it also depends on how concise you are with your audience, like in terms of curation, where it's like this video is like a very wide audience, right? You talk about food in general, anime, massive subset, right? Really interesting, really emotional angle. Like, by the fact that it's just so large, you're going to have less retention. If this video had 30,000 views, the retention is going to be better because there's less data points for YouTube to then on the back end be like calculate retention. So like I do agree. And it's almost like, I'm not gonna say it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, like higher retention equals more money, but it's also like, if you have higher retention, generally speaking, you're going to have less views just in general. And there's some like, cases where that's not actually like the case, but like it's almost like a rule of thumb. And then if you're going to have those lower views but higher retention, that's also the audience that you likely want in the first place outside of editing and storytelling. And that audience is also likely more primed to buy the thing. So like it is like, it's more like the chicken and the egg, right? Like, are you selling something because you have higher retention, or do you have higher retention because you have an audience that would buy in the first place?
I agree. We can definitely talk about how I monetize. I know we'll get there, but these are all things that I started to learn. Right. This is 2021, and I didn't think anything of it. I just put up the video. I was like, oh, that video did well. Let me go back to cooking. Right? Like let me just go back to that stuff. And so when I look at this, I didn't think anything of this. I was like, oh, it just did really well. That's really cool. And then I went and did other stuff. It wasn't until 2022, I think, where my strategy really started to change. So I'll also pull it up. So for those of you watching, you guys are going to be seeing some stats. It all actually started with the Uzui in, I think this was 2022.
Is that when Demon Slayer was popping?
Yes. And it's going to continue popping this year. So I'm working on more Demon Slayer videos, right? So this video I released, June 20th of 22, I believe. It's not showing. Oh yeah, June 16th, 2022, right? I had thought, I love fitness. I love Uzui. Like, I have 2 Uzui cosplays. I've made his swords by hand, like all of this stuff, right? I love the character. So it's like, well, how do I make a Demon Slayer food video without it just being about the food? I want the characters to be involved. Also, as a personal trainer, I have some skill in knowing to do macronutrients and exercises and blah, 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 right? It's like, okay, now we're going to combine the anime food world with some fitness stuff. What I didn't realize at the time was that I was just vlogging with purpose. I'm going to try to live my life today like Uzui from Demon Slayer. That's the premise of the video, right? When I had released this, it did fine. Like, you can see, like, there's some views here.
That's nice. Yeah.
And then after 300 days, right? Like it takes off again. What this is a Demon Slayer announcement, right? This is a Demon Slayer announcement. That's all it is. I guarantee you this year, when Demon Slayer pops off again because of the movies, we're going to have another one go up, right? So these just keep going. That's why anime is really interesting, because it's very cyclical for YouTube views, as long as it's not news. If it's just an anime video that is a fun video like this, it'll continue to cycle. This video is where I really started to think, okay, this is about the anime, not the food. Even though I'm making the food and I'm showing it off and everything, and it got people to make some of those recipes, most of the comments are about the show, about the character, right? They're like, oh, the food looks so good, even though I'm giving full explanations. This is where I realized I wanted to kind of change up a lot of the format, right? But it's also a very difficult video for me to make over and over every week, and it tires the audience. So if I go to engagement, retention is different than the Devil Fruit video. There was no huge drop off. It's just a slow burn, which is fine, considering it's at like 1.6 million views. And I'm okay with that, right? So you have this thing and it just kind of trickles off. I didn't really follow this up too much until I did the Goku diet, which I'll pull up. I also did Vegeta, which Vegeta is slacking for all my Vegeta fans. I pulled up the Goku diet, right? So this one was almost a year later I did this, right? Because I just didn't really know. And I knew Goku was a big character, so I was kind of holding off. And you can see over time, and also it ticked up a little bit because I did dub it into Portuguese and Spanish. So the markets for those are huge for Dragon Ball.
600K views from other languages since you added dub.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you could tell in the comments. So this one, the retention, I think was about the same. Here we go. Engagement. Yeah. See, same. So I'm like, okay, so this is accurate to the Uzui video where it's just the slow burn. This is where I wanted to start taking my channel direction. Interesting anime ideas that have food in them versus here's the recipe from the show, right? The thing is that this video, like a Goku diet video, takes 3 to 4 times longer than a cooking video. That's where we had
just on that retention.
Yeah.
I'm curious, what makes it go down?
Probably just me being boring.
No, at the end.
At the end.
80% here. There you go. I'm curious. That should be interesting.
So this is me eating the giant feast I made, right? I had actually learned about this when I made the feast. I didn't wrap it up fast enough. I was sitting here and like eating for, I don't know, 4 minutes or something like that. And for the most part, people didn't care about that. It could have just been like, here's this giant Dragon Ball Z feast, and then just boom, try that, done. 15 minutes, 15 seconds, 20 seconds.
So have you learned from that, basically?
Yeah,
you're shortening that part.
I have tried. I guess the most recent one is Food Wars Feast. So this is a Food Wars Feast where the entire video is me making Food Wars food, right? Like me like struggling to make like 8 or 9 dishes at one time. That's kind of the premise of the video. And you can see here, right?
Much cleaner.
Yeah, here is where we started eating, and then boom. Look at, so from 32, 34, right?
Interesting.
But this is also almost a 35-minute video. And look, this is where we're eating. We give very little banter, and then just kind of, and this is actually all voiceover and a little bit of interjection from people joining me. So I have learned quite a bit to like wrap it up because people saw the thing they came to see and then move on.
You had your most viewed videos back in 2023. One of the most viewed video, surprising One Piece cosplayers with real devil fruits. I'm curious, how did you think up of the idea, title, and thumbnail here? Like, what's your thought process at this point in your growth?
Admittedly, from Patty Galloway, who's a friend of mine, and he saw the video of me giving the single one to a friend,
right?
And he's like, "Just do it again." I was like, "Well, what do you mean? Like, I can't just do it again." And at that point, it gave me the idea of, well, I like going to conventions. Let me just make 8 of them, right? So I made 8 devil fruits and I handed them out. That was literally, and in that video, I barely touched on the how-to part of it. So you can see the video is much shorter, right? And it's like, it basically went, I made 8 of these things. It was like a minute and a half of like the creation process, and then 13 minutes or whatever of like handing it out, right? So I replicated again last year, I believe, and that video didn't perform. So I had thought, okay, maybe it's the thumbnail, right? Because it's kind of the same thing. It's very hard to convey that. So we might change that thumbnail to like showcase all of the devil fruits in front of me, right? Because I made 8 different ones. And they like, I thought they looked like the coolest things on the planet. So can I show all of those and then put like 2 cosplayers behind me, like looking over my shoulder, something completely different? Right. Or is the idea tired, right? Did people like it? And then they're just like, okay, do something different. So that video style I've put on the back burner for now, right? Also, that video took me 3 months, because I had to get the molds done. Like, I have professional grade silicone molds now of every devil fruit. Like, I can just go make them whenever I want now. So that video took a lot of effort and the payout wasn't good. So I think, okay, let's let it breathe. We'll try a thumbnail change later on and see what happens.
Another example of using Outliers for ideation, or how you go about using it within your team to generate some of Nick's videos.
Yeah, totally. First off, I think that's a really fun idea about the video for the fitness channel. Second, in terms of Outliers, I would say that I think honestly, it's almost a thing about human psychology that there just are certain topics that are pretty naturally interesting and intriguing to a lot of people. And I think it's very clear to see those patterns if you just do some quick YouTube searching. For example, with sumo wrestling, the fact that so many videos have done really well with sumo wrestling, so many are 1 of 10s on channels, probably means that there's some kind of intrinsic psychological interest that a lot of people have in sumo wrestling. And I think the reasons are pretty clear. It's like these are some of the biggest humans in the world. They're these massive guys. They are like athletes, and it's kind of cool that they're athletes even though they're so heavy. And then it's like, what do you possibly eat if you weigh 600 pounds? Like, that's just there's something like naturally kind of interesting about that. So I think a lot of it is you're able to find these trends that you can kind of think about and start to understand why people might find them interesting and how that can play into your content. But yeah, Outliers are a really big part of how we kind of think of videos. It's like the idea that something has worked on 50 different channels probably means that it's going to work on the 51st channel if it's just consistently such a great video. That said, of course, like it's also important to innovate on your ideas and to not just copy someone. There's a lot of YouTubers who just copy out there. So yeah, we try to take inspiration and then, innovate from there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way you do it. That's the way we do it with our clients. One of the things that you talked about previously was, Nick was like, hey, look at the YouTube Studio analytics, figure it out. which, I think, many YouTubers have kind of just been there when they're just starting. One of the things I wanted to know is that I find like Nick's videos to be like super entertaining, right? I mean, I've watched his stuff before. I actually work with a food YouTuber, so I always I'm watching like Nick and I'm like, oh man, like how can we get to this level? And then we realized, hey, you know what? We actually probably shouldn't be doing this because it's not what's good for you as a YouTuber. But one of the things I wanted to know is how do you use the back end data, the analytics, to like learn from and build out a strategy like specifically in retention, right? And things like this.
Yeah, totally. This is definitely nothing new that I'm about to say. A lot of it, one YouTube strategist I really like is Mario Juice, and I've taken a lot of insight from him over the years. I'm sure you guys have seen Mario online. But it's something I learned from him it sounds like this is the strategy he implemented with Mr. Beast, is that Mario is very particular about the retention charts. And you can really look at any retention chart and see exactly where someone left the video or rewinded the video or whatever. Like you see exactly where they're staying and where they're leaving. So a lot of things that we did over time was just basically analyzing what those dips are in retention. And there are some patterns that you start to see. For example, one pattern I know Jimmy has talked about is like lighting in videos. He's said before a bunch of times that bad lighting leads to retention drops. So that's something he realized with his channel. I'm trying to think of examples for our channel, but it's just once you look at like 100 different videos and their retention charts, you can start to understand what things people liked and what things people didn't like. And then the goal with YouTube is to satisfy your viewers as much as possible, that they're watching the video as long as possible. It's really just about optimizing retention so people are staying and watching the whole thing. And really what it comes down to, honestly, I don't even think there's a secret sauce for it. It's just ultimately about making a good video. Like people say there's all those kind of tips and tricks, things to say for retention. And that stuff is great, but it just needs to be a good video. Like if people love it, they're going to keep watching. And it's kind of as simple as that.
As a PNG tuber, you're faceless, yet you were able to create a super strong community. How did you do that? Like, because as a creator, it's already hard. Faceless, it's even harder.
I'm always on the side of like the audience is usually smarter than what people like other YouTubers like perceive. Like they know there's a human behind the PNG. I've had a lot of comments saying like, bro, you act like my friends from high school, which is like, honestly, that's kind of the goal. Viewers know when you're trying to do like a certain like AVD trick to increase retention, like when you're doing like progression to increase retention, and like there's honest ways to do it and there's annoying ways to do it, and viewers can, I think, tell most of the time, and I think people are getting smarter about it because like y'all know the era. Like I think like maybe last year people would be like, today we're gonna be eating at the most expensive restaurant in the world, but before that we have to eat at the cheapest. People start to figure it out. So I kind of just think, be yourself, man. Make a video that you would actually watch and find interesting, and use tactics, but still make honest content.
It's interesting you say that. So I interviewed Beluga, who's kind of faceless, I guess.
Very similar to Pear in that regard.
And he said the same thing. Like when he would try to do retention stuff, like it wouldn't work. It's when it was authentic that then it...
I just think, yeah, everyone's seen the retention stuff. Like there's people doing it all over the place. There's this creator who I think is like his whole entire thing is being unique. His name is Doug.
Dude, I fucking love Doug.
He's probably one of the most unique creators on Twitch and YouTube. And that's just his thing. Like he just has unique ideas.
Prior to the title thumbnail is the topic, right? The idea of a video. How do you come about to finding that perfect idea?
Well, that would go back to the audience avatar and knowing your viewers, the person who knows their audience most and what they value. I tell people that value drives views, not quality. Quality is necessary for retention, subscribership, returning viewership. So people make the mistake of thinking I'm throwing quality under the bus, when it's also a spectrum where there's a threshold of acceptable quality to the audience. Value would matter more initially to gain attention, interest, because it's predicated on getting through people's filters. If you can't get through someone's filter, quality won't matter anyway. So the most important thing I prioritize is value for the viewer. That's where topic selection matters. I'll give you a literal real world example when I try to explain this to people. Let's say you, at a qualitative level, made the best strawberry shortcake in the world and you're really proud of it and you worked really hard on it. And you're sitting there after we've had this wonderful time in this meal and you're serving up this strawberry shortcake. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, you didn't know. I'm allergic to strawberries. I know you slaved over us, but I can't have even one bite. I'm going to die. So now I'm filtered out because the topic The strawberries was it for me. I'm out. I can't eat this. I will die. So it doesn't matter how hard you worked. It doesn't matter how good it is. I can't consume this. I'm out. So that's kind of a topics are a filter for what people will, based on their identity, their audience avatar, what they accept, what they reject, what they can or are willing to consume. And you have to know your audience so well that you know that, because if you pick a topic that's just their ick or disqualifies them, nothing else matters. They can't watch this.
I have a really good example. So back in December, I was at a mastermind for business creators through one of our clients. I did a kind of a presentation, and I'm going to summarize one of the points, which was and this was the key point is fundamentally all of you guys make the same content for the same audience. And what I mean by that is what is your guys' audience core goal? These are guys that do crypto. These are guys that do day trading. These are guys that do dropshipping. These are guys that do Amazon FBA. What is the core reason for your audience watching the video? And the core reason for all of them, doesn't matter what their offer is, if it's a 6-figure offer or if it's a $6 offer. It's the audience wants to make more money. The viewer wants to make more money. And you're trying to impose upon them that your way is the best way of making money, or your way will make them more money, or your way will make them more money with less friction, or give them knowledge to make money. So fundamentally at the core is everyone that is in the make money online space on YouTube is, if you can figure out how to get the audience to figure out, okay, I'm going to make more money by watching this, they will click, which is the value. And the reason why I can bring up that is there are guys that just sit there with a whiteboard. I have a video, it's a 10-minute loom, where it's the biggest loom on my strategy channel, which is me just yapping for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I love it.
Yeah, and it's got it's very low quality. I'm walking around my room. I'm yeah, but this works. I've done this. This is how I made money. Here's how you can do it relatively easily. And it's 20,000 views, and it's really value driven. So yeah, I mean it is 100% what your audience wants. And I tell that to all my viewers. It's how can we? And I determine this by viewer satisfaction, which is a combination of value and quality. But
correct.
Mostly it's you need value.
Perfect.
You need value to get them to click, right? Because it's doesn't matter how good. Example, I could have a blockbuster movie, but as you were saying, if it's about strawberries and loaded strawberries, I'm not gonna watch it.
Well, Disney is learning this to their detriment. They need to go back to basics.
Yeah, actually, you are spot on with that. Because let me tell you, if Tron Ares sucks, I'm gonna be so mad because I love Tron and Tron Legacy. So yeah, I'm hoping they figure it out. Yeah, value over quality is really good, and then at some point, you get quality. But we can talk about that.
But yeah, absolutely. Topic is part of this framing, and again, it has an overlap in the positioning aspect of things. In addition to the packaging, it does also align to somewhat to positioning, because again, it's a filter for preferences. I tell people all the time that when people, I go, one of the things you and I talk about is I go, the real game, if you so-called want to hack YouTube, is you don't worry about the algorithm, you worry about cognitive biases. Because you just have to get past people's pre-selection filter. And to do that, you'd have to understand who they are, what they value more, what they value most, where they align, and you'd have to say, okay, I'm going to now package myself so that they know I'm a card-carrying member of the tribe, so that I can pass their biases and their filters. So you have to do that. Again, this is marketing 101, but a lot of people romanticize and make this more artsy-fartsy than it is, when it's no, you have to get past these filters that people use to screen people out. And the reason that views consolidate around big YouTubers is, one, they've already done that work, but they also have this thing in their favor in terms of familiarity bias. And they have pre-selection bias because they've already been put on and chosen by so many people that now, but if you're rejecting them, you're practicing an out-group behavior, and then you're in the out-group behavior, and out-group behavior in many cases feels loser-coded. That's why everyone is conforming, and that's why people conform. There's a status sometimes to being part of a big YouTubers community. For example, Mr. Beast or Dream, it would mean something theoretically depending on what circle you are, what age you are. There's a status play associated with watching this, and then for in-group behavior, if you didn't, or if you, I remember when I was a kid, oh my God, the most loser-coded thing you could do is miss that week's episode of the Power Rangers. Yep. Especially back in the day during the Green Ranger saga. If you were the kid on the playground that missed the latest episode of the Green Ranger saga, we were clouded. It was ruthless. It was bad. So the thing is, there's in-group and out-group behavior. Sometimes the reason for consolidation in a topic, a trend, when people start trend jacking, is the FOMO aspect of the fact that if you are in the group of people who did miss out on something, you're deemed a loser. So now you're loser coded. No one wants that. You want to be a winner. You want to be in the inner circle. You want to be one of the cool kids, and the cool kids all did this. You're the one who is out. So if you understand the psychology and you understand how to leverage things like heroes versus villains, for example, of the framing. Philip DeFranco does a great job with this, is he'll often put two figures in a thumbnail on either side of him. And I've noticed that often it's usually two polarizing and famous figures no matter what, but usually someone can be framed as a hero and a villain just depending on where you're coming from, and not always by the same people. And so he wins disproportionately because you are coming there to either defend your side or depose the other side. So it's creating this tension, and it's leveraging this bias and this tribalism, and it's brilliant. And I actually have had people replicate that in other niches.
When I started doing the mixing videos, which is maybe a whole other topic because that kind of helped catapult my channel, I realized that I couldn't do that forever. And some people were saying, hey, stop doing so many in a row. You're going to like pigeonhole yourself. And I think Vexine, I saw a screenshot you shared of that, of like doubling down on it.
Yep. I thought it was so smart. I love the fact that you doubled down, because it was one of the things where, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but I saw, I'm like, man, this is genius. Like, this is so smart, because it's like the audience loves it. Like, the first video did so unbelievably insane, and then they just kept coming back, and I kept watching, because I'm like, what's gonna happen? And it was like, I kind of already knew what was going to happen in the video, but I'm like, okay, well, I've got to see what happens with all the candy. I got to see what happens with all the chocolate. Well, now he's doing all the cereal, so what's that going to look like? And you found such a great way to spin the same thing over and over again and keeping it interesting with your personality. And I talked to you about this over the call. It was just so engaging. And it was like, you know, outside of Ryan Trahan, I've never seen anyone so watchable. Like, it was just refreshing. It was like very like, oh man, I can chill for about like 12 to 15 minutes. I could watch it. It's always gonna be a good time. It's always positive. It's always fun. So yeah, that was like, I loved it. But I don't think you were pigeonholing yourself at all. I think it was super smart.
No, I appreciate that. That's good to hear. To encourage anyone, if you feel like you don't want to necessarily be in a certain niche, but you feel like you have to make those videos just because that's what's going to get you views, like a good strategy would be make sure you are truly interjecting enough of your personality or just your style in general. So that way, when you try something else, there's got to be, because my thought was before the mixing videos, my baseline for views were like pretty low, and I was still very inept of like what made a good video, and I still feel like I need to grow a lot more, obviously. Once I started realizing things that made a good video, just like the packaging, a reason to watch until the end, those are two super simple things, but once I started even realizing that, I knew that these mixing videos were bringing in such a new audience and my baseline was going up. So even if once I pivot to something else, if the baseline is a fraction of the mixing videos, well, it's still better than before when I was doing that. And I built some sort of an audience. So if you feel like you're in a niche, make sure you're interjecting enough of yourself. And when you pivot, hopefully, you know, God willing, enough of people just enjoyed watching you that they're going to watch something else. And on that note, you guys will find this interesting. Like my first few videos after the mixing ones, not first few, probably like first 5 to 10 were like all initially 10 out of 10s on like the ranking system. And then now if you check them, a lot of those have surpassed most of the mixing videos. And that's because the video itself was a good video, but it had to like find the audience. And that's another thing I truly believe. If you're making a good video and the packaging's good, it'll eventually hit the right audience. That's why I kind of don't love like the initial ranking, because it can be pretty misleading for creators when they see them.
I decided this was my last video. Okay, I'm going to find something new now. I'm going to find something that hopefully revives my channel. So during that time, Sunny V2 was blowing up, and I noticed that my only competitors for documentaries in the Fortnite niche were just one guy who did them occasionally, but he was more focused on updates and news, and one channel that was more corporate, but they had to delete all their videos. Probably because of some copyright issues or something like that, but they suddenly deleted all of their documentaries. So I knew, okay, there's potential here. Let me find or think of a topic that could do well here. And that's when I really started focusing on looking at competition, outliers, ideation. That's when I came up with, I remember Beluga won the Fortnite World Cup. Everyone was making videos about that. Like, okay, what is inverted of someone winning the World Cup? The losers. I'm wondering, I'm literally curious myself, what happened to them? So that's when I came to this video topic, and it absolutely exploded. Like it did so well that it instantly revived my channel, and I remember it to this day. It was literally like a weight off my shoulders. I was almost crying from happiness. That's how happy I was. And after that, I just doubled down on the Fortnite documentaries. Did incredibly well. I started expanding a bit more, started going more into memes that were related to Fortnite, but not heavily on Fortnite, so I could broaden my audience more. And from that point, I could slowly remove myself from Fortnite. I started doing more meme videos. This one did incredibly well. So I was slowly trying to expand. And at one point, people kept telling me, like, you're expanding, why are you not talking about MrBeast? Literally the biggest creator on the platform, why are you not trying it? I had a good video idea ready, which was this one, but I just didn't feel confident about it because it felt like too big of a jump for me. So I had this video ready for like 4 months, but I just didn't want to try it. However, when I finally did this video and saw I got 500k views, I did this one, and that was really the video that exploded my channel and really pushed me into like the general documentaries. And I can show you right now that video made 20k euros. And honestly, I remember it started out as an 8 out of 10. I was at my parents' house and we were having dinner there. And I went to the toilet to check on YouTube Studio. I'm like, what the fuck? I got like 200k views in like 4 hours. I'm like, what is going on? So I just started sprinting out of the toilet like, look at this. It's absolutely exploding. Oh my god, oh my god. And it went super viral. And honestly, that was the best month of my life. It was a January, unfortunately, so the RPM wasn't the best. But I can tell you, like, it didn't even matter because I was making like 12, 16k or something in one single month, which was insane at the time.
Nice. How did you think of that idea?
So I can show you the exact process because I have this memorized to a T. What I basically did is I made that What Happened to MrBeast's Ex-Girlfriend video, right? That was kind of inspired by a short that did really well. So then I thought, okay, what else can I think about what happened to, like, what format could I apply that to MrBeast as well? So I started looking for what happened to MrBeast, and I suddenly came across this video, and I thought the topic was really intriguing. However, when you clicked on the video itself, it was your typical GTA riding on a bike compilation style, clickbaity nonsense. Like, there wasn't really much value to be gotten from this video. And so I thought I can really make this better. I can really twist this and improve on it and make it longer. That's like the ideal situation you want to have, right? So that's when I compiled a list from the lowest giveaway winners to the highest giveaway winners. I made the quality better. I made sure to make it longer. And I basically just increased the overall viewer satisfaction of the video. And then for the thumbnail, what I did is I took inspiration from Zach King because he was one of the people in that video. And we basically put a different contestant in the pile of cash, used a different face of Jimmy, and that's how we got to the video in general.
I think a really interesting takeaway from that is that what I call this is style transference. So essentially, it's like you're taking one working style and then transferring it over to another one. And there's like varying degrees. There's like one-for-one copying, but like from your perspective, like you took the style or the idea from the GTA like compilation video because like you saw it was an outlier topic, and then you took the thumbnail style from Zach King, and then you just blended them together, and then it was like one of your best videos. So I think style transference is like a really interesting way to win, and it's like by proxy, like just a way of ideation. But it's one of like the best ways to win on YouTube. You also see this like mirrored in the real world with ad creative as well. Or, like you'll see like famous ads be like a kit bash essentially of other previous ads, and like they're distilled down into a new thing. So I thought that was really interesting.
And I still see that to this day, even in the accelerator of people with a higher skill level. They still don't really know how to validate their ideas well. And that's all about pattern spotting, looking at the total addressable market of certain topics, looking at competitors. It's just a ton of research. And that's why I don't really agree. Well, I do agree with the whole volume thing. I think it's good to improve, and I think it's good for beginners to kind of get their foot in the door. But if you really want to make the best videos you can and actually get fast progress or start a channel and get your first video monetized instantly, I think most of the time should be spent on research. And that's why with clients, I always spent like 2 months researching the first few video ideas. And that's why I've seen so much success with new channels. It's because people don't see the 2 months of research going on beforehand. Like we're validating everything to the T.
Can you explain more about that? How do you do the research exactly?
Well, I can show you a channel I'm working on right now with a client, which is out of bounds.
Let's go.
I know
This is one of my
be excited about
dude.
this.
I love this channel. I actually watch it. Like I don't care anything about the NBA, but the storytelling, the storylines in the NBA are like so interesting. So I like this channel. I just love watching it, and also like this is like probably one of like the coolest channels like on YouTube in terms of like growth. Like it's absolutely insane.
Yeah. So Andrew is Andrew at the beginning. He was just your typical breakdown basketball YouTuber, right? So I had to teach him storytelling, how to pick the right music, ideation, everything. But he's such a quick learner, and he's such a good storyteller now that I'm genuinely like, this is my life work, and it's my proudest project ever, because Andrew is also just such an amazing guy to work with. But to come back to that research phase and validating ideas, basically we wanted to get our foot in the door in the NBA niche, and we knew that if we went for this format, we could make that happen, but I just didn't find it yet at that point. What we did back then was we started looking for players that we could make videos about, right? The first thing we did is first we tried to find players with high total addressable market. So when we looked for Trae Young, when Andrew pitched that player, I started looking at Trae Young in the search bar. I sorted by view count, and I started looking, okay, listen, how many views does this name get? Long form, of course, not shorts. So he got like 3.7 million views here. This got 3.1 million views. But I'm really searching for videos that will come close to our video format. So ideally, we want to see some documentaries. So I started looking. Didn't really see anything. And then suddenly I came along this video from Nonstop, the NBA's biggest villain. So I knew, okay, Trae Young has potential to get over 1 million views. So the TAM here for our style is 1.4 M. That's the TAM here. As far as I can see on YouTube, that's data backed. Obviously, it can go way bigger if you...
TAM is a total addressable market for the viewers who don't know. Yep.
At least the TAM here is 1.4 M. It was only 7 minutes. So if we make it longer, better packaging, we can go way above that. But there's potential here. Now, instantly, I took that concept and I instantly thought, okay, listen, Andrew, can we make a case? Because obviously people have clicked on this title. They agree that he's the NBA's biggest villain. Otherwise, they wouldn't click on it that much. Can we make a case for the fact that he's not that big of a villain? Maybe like misunderstood. And then we said, yeah, he's actually a really nice guy. He opened like a lot of charities. He does a lot for the community. He's actually really misunderstood because most people just hate him because his hairline is receding. Okay, that's actually it's that crazy, really. Like he gets a ton of hate for just a receding hairline and that he's afraid of pigeons or like birds or something like that. So obviously at that point, a lot of experience comes in, a lot of time on the platform, because instantly in my head I'm like, misunderstood superstar. Where have I seen that before? Dotford, Nardwar, misunderstood. So this packaging concept instantly came to mind. We just switched out Nardwar for Trae Young. We kind of copied that thumbnail concept, but made it our own because we don't want to exactly copy what has worked. And then we came to the original video, which was Trae Young and misunderstood superstar. Now, Andrew had an unfair advantage that he had a lot of knowledge about basketball. He's a basketball coach, so he knows a lot about the players. He knows how to do good research. And he had a lot of time on his hands because he was kind of getting fired from his part-time job. So he had more time on his hands. So I thought, listen, you know how to edit. You know how to script right now, thanks to me. You have a lot of time. Let's use that and let's make longer videos. Because if we make 30-minute plus videos, we're instantly eliminating all competition, all automation guys that don't even dare touching that because it costs too much money or too much time. We have that time. We don't have that much money, but we have the time. Let's double down on the video length here and let's make actual high quality, amazing documentaries with a proven packaging format. So that's why this video instantly did really well. Like it instantly got it monetized. And at that point we were like, okay, listen, there are no more real players with high TAM that I can think of right now. Andrew was kind of panicking. Like I kept validating players for him. Like, no, it's not really the one. Sorry. And LeBron, it's too saturated. Kobe, it's too saturated. There's no unique angles here. What are we going to do? And that's when I found the Daily Dose of Football channel. That was actually doing really, really well with this whole format right here. And I saw like their returning viewer base is insane on these videos. Like they keep getting 100k plus, even if they don't really hit the mark perfectly, they still get like almost 200k views. Also, I saw another pattern here. I saw smaller channels picking up that same format in the football niche, still getting results with, honestly, sorry Jace, don't know you, but I still love you, but these videos were absolutely horrendous. Like the editing was terrible. The packaging was terrible, but still he got 1.1 million views here, 1.3 million views here. I'm like, listen, Andrew, we're tackling this because no one has done this format in the NBA yet. And we all know sports transferring works really well. You can transfer from football to tennis, from tennis to basketball. That works really well. Let's use this format and see how it does. And that's when we really discovered a gold mine of this format combined with the high quality research he does and just making long videos. We became this unstoppable force with this channel. And yeah, that's basically the story behind it.
If you had one tip to give to someone starting their channel today, what would it be?
I'm going to sound like a record on repeat, but research. Like honestly, research is extremely important. I know that there's advice out there that like get the reps in, just learn YouTube, blah blah blah. Yeah, if you're an absolute beginner and you don't even know how to open YouTube Studio or to click on upload videos, yeah, it might be best to do some experimenting and just upload whatever. But if you have a solid or like a basic understanding of YouTube and how to make videos, you should put all your focus on research. Like you don't have to upload. I know I'm going against Mr. Beast here, but you don't have to necessarily upload 100 videos. If you spend that same time on research and make your first video the best one with the best idea that's validated with the best packaging. And that might be counterintuitive for some, but for me, that's the method that works. So I really am an advocate of a ton of research and uploading the best video you can.
I'd love to know like how you come up with your ideas, your methodologies for doing them, and then doing them with like a pretty high conviction rate. Right, because you have to be, if you're only uploading like let's say once a month, you have to be very convicted in that idea.
Yeah, no, I just asked ChatGPT to make me a good video. And, no, I wish it was that easy.
Guru on Twitter.
Yeah, no. The first thing I do is I look at things that I'm passionate about myself. I do, and like I know, like it's not the best advice to give, but I noticed that when I feel like I'm very invested into the topic, that the video will be better because I'm putting more emotions into it, more motivation. And even if you're only a scriptwriter of your channel, by the way, if you just feel connected to the subject or really interested about it, it's going to be better. I don't know how it works. It's like, maybe it's like good karma bullshit, but like it works. Like just get like invested into it. Secondly, what I did is I looked around on YouTube at topics that were getting traction. So the World Wonder video, I noticed that like I had an idea already. Like I have this really big document on my laptop that is all about like ideas I have. And then once I'm at the phase where I can finally start making in the next video, I start to do some research. And I noticed that the World Wonder videos have a view cap of like millions. There are like videos about the World Wonders that are super simple, that get like 4 million views, even more. And not only one, it's a proven formula. Talking about World Wonders gives you a lot of views. So I write that down with every single subject, by the way. Go down the list, research everything, put behind everything the max amount of views, the average amount of views, and pick what does best, basically. So World Wonder sounds interesting to me. It works. I'm going to do it. Secondly, I look at some thumbnail ideas. And I think Leander spoke about this with Wenner on his show. It was really interesting about like neighboring niching, which was like... I'm not sure how they called it, but I started to do the same like a year ago. And I just looked at other niches about what works, right? So if I see that this kind of thumbnail composition works, I'm going to try to apply it to my video, which I did for the niche video. There's this video about Team Fortress 2 player.
Yes, the Bing Soy one.
Yeah, Bing Soy, great video. And I applied it to niche. And it worked. And by the way, I'm not the first one to do this. Like I feel like every other channel on YouTube has a Bing Soy knockoff thumbnail, and it just keeps working. So why not join the trend? And yeah, that's how I got these 3 videos to do really good.
Like I said, you're the producer of the #1 productivity channel in the world. Really curious how the whole production goes about, right? maybe we can go and see all the facets of production. So the pre-prod, prod, and post-prod. What does that look like?
It always starts with ideas, obviously, but like the idea system has like changed a little bit. But in general, it's just kind of me or Ali. Most of the time, Ali, or definitely it used to be Ali, just coming up with things that he wanted to talk about on the channel, coming up with video ideas. And it would be like, you know what, let's make a video about this book. I've just read this book. Let's let's talk about it. Or it would be, especially like 2 years ago, before we were maybe trying to like trying as hard, I guess, in air quotes, like to try and get views on YouTube kind of thing. The video ideas were a little bit more like, what's an interesting thing to talk about? And then to doing the title and thumbnail kind of from that. But these days it's a lot more like, I guess, coming up with a list of ideas from Ali, from me, from YouTube, from other people who are doing well on the platform, from 1 of 10, obviously, using the tool there, like to try and find like interesting outliers, trying to get like a sense of just any idea that we can make. And then we put them in a list and then we rate the ideas. So we rate them based on like how excited Ali is to make the video, or my guess of how excited he would be, how confident we are in it, based on like, you know, just a kind of a general sense of like bit of research, basically, like how many views have other videos in the space got. And then the third thing is how much effort would it take to make. Most of our videos are pretty low effort, but some of them take more research than others. So those three things essentially. And then the videos that rise to the top are like the ones that Ali's excited to make, that we're confident in, that are low effort. And we tend to kind of make them in that order. But before we then move forwards, I'll talk to Ali. I'll be like, okay, here are some video ideas that we've got, that we're confident in. And yeah, what do you think? Like, which ones do you want to make?
What makes you confident about them?
Previous channel performance is probably the biggest indicator. We can look for signals on the channel that a similar idea has done well before, is the biggest one. If we've not made it that kind of thing before, like we recently made a video about like posture, for example, and how to improve your posture. We've not done something like that before. It's normally kind of like searching around YouTube, searching around 1 of 10, like looking at other channels that have done those sorts of videos and seeing like why they've done well, how they've done well, trying to figure out what's the total kind of market cap, or like total kind of likely view count. So the view potential, like you're less confident, but you're still confident that there is potential for the video to do well. And then also just understanding your audience. So at this point, we've done a few health related videos on the channel, a few videos called like, you know, like health tips, health hacks, skincare, like that kind of thing. And so we're like, okay, posture is kind of like, you know, it's something similar to the skincare thing. It's like a massive audience. It vibes with the overall productivity thing, like living a productive life in general. Health is a big part of that. We think our audience will like that. We've seen other videos do particularly well in that space. They have like a huge potential view count. It's therefore quite likely a good video to make, and also one that has long-term potential as like an evergreen video, could get picked up in search, all that kind of stuff. Confidence, yeah. Experience of your own audience and research from other channels is basically it.
What's one piece of advice you'd give someone starting a YouTube channel today?
More than anything, pick a schedule and stick to it.
That productive advice.
Yeah, basically, because like if you're starting out, the main thing you need to sort of figure out is whether you actually enjoy the process, whether you like doing the thing, whether you like making videos, whether you want to keep making videos, and like what you want to talk about and what you want to make videos about. So that, like, obviously, if that's where you're coming from as a point of like being a total beginner and are unsure, then that's kind of where you need to come from. But if you're like, well, that's where most people start, is they start as like total beginners. But then, yeah, I would say like if you can't stick to the schedule, if you choose like once a week and you can't stick to it because it's too hard, then change the schedule, but stick to that schedule. So like just stick to something and make videos and realize that like probably nothing interesting is going to happen before like video 30, video 50. It's unlikely. And just focus on getting better for those first 50 videos. Yeah, kind of classic advice, but like that's the case with beginners. It's just like get started, keep going, get better, and then kind of figure out all the tactics once you've made like 50 videos.
Okay, so you went from Nate Dev to Nate Wealth. Why do you think that first video blew up?
Correct, yeah. First video on Nate Wealth got over 200,000 views. Again, I knew it would do well. I didn't know it would do that well, though.
Can you show how fast it went up, basically, how it grew?
Yeah. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Let me just pull this up real quick.
So that's the first video. Interesting.
It's actually very fast. Like within a week, it had a couple thousand views, and I was like, great, it's gonna hit 10,000, it's gonna flatline. It's a good video, but YouTube needs more data. And it turned out YouTube really got all the data it needed. Like it found a core audience that really liked the video, pushed it out a bit broader, that audience liked the video, and just kept going and going. And yes, it was a good video. The biggest contributor though, and again, we can talk about this later, but it was definitely just the video idea and the opportunity that the niche presented to me. You'll notice here, by the way, $300 of revenue. That's because I didn't get monetized until like about 30 days after I posted it. Biggest thing was just the opportunity in the niche. It was a very good video, but just the supply of good creators making videos for that younger audience just wasn't there at the time.
Yeah, let's deep dive into this one actually. So how did you come up with this idea? Why did you think this would blow up instantly?
I see a lot of creators, and even myself as a strategist now, going very data heavy, lots of research into a niche, and that's very good and all. But if you can also just assume the role of your target audience for a video and just think like, what is the absolute best thing that I want to see right now that I haven't seen? And myself being 15, 16, before I made this video, I had always wanted to make money with YouTube. I'd always wanted to blow up a YouTube channel. Even when I was like, before I even started coding, I was like 3. I knew, not 3. When I was 5, I knew I wanted to just blow up a YouTube channel one day and be a big YouTuber, right? So in my mind, putting myself in the shoes of my target audience, I knew exactly what I wanted, and there just wasn't that on YouTube, right? It's pure supply and demand. I'm in an econ class tomorrow actually in college, and literally what we're talking about right now. If there's very, very high demand for something and very, very low supply, the price, or in this case, the actual appeal of the video just immediately goes up, right? Because no one was making videos like this. Now, a lot of people are making videos like this. So if you go ahead and try to copy this, it's probably not gonna work. But if you find another similar opportunity, if your goal is to blow up with the very first video, it's very, very possible to go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that's really interesting. I have like a massive like video talking about like supply and demand asymmetry, and that is like great. Like you spotted an opportunity in the market where it's like all these old guys are the guys dominating the space, but no one.
I don't want to
like
call them old, but yeah, same thing.
They're old. Listen, Ed, I love you, but you know. You've got some gray hairs in the beard. So
Sure.
With that being said, like, you know, you're really relatable. So you kind of do feel that supply and demand where there is for sure demand for a younger audience, which kind of leads me to maybe into something else. Do you know if you could break down one of your videos, maybe your most popular video, and quickly explain why you think that did well? Because obviously the first video in Nate Wealth like blew up, right? Like it did really well. But then like you had continued success. So maybe you could break that down more, how you built that brand up. Just like super quickly, like 5 minutes or less.
Sure, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of viral videos to go through on this particular channel. Very early on, there was so much momentum, but I also used up basically, I'd say, all my best video ideas in the beginning. However, I'm gonna use the example of, so this video here got almost 450,000 views. I think this might have been the 6th or 7th video on the channel. And I could go super deep. There are guys in the YouTube space, for example, Mario Juice, very, very smart guy. He's the type of person, which is his job, to go through second by second and analyze retention. Look at dips, look at spikes, really, really just hone in on the data. I am that type of person when it's needed, but in this case, it absolutely was not needed. And I'm gonna tell you why. I'll break down what we call like the first principles of this video. And the first principles I'll be referring to are the idea, title, thumbnail, script, and the edit. So number one, you can throw up the script for this video or play it, but in the first line of the video, actually I'm gonna play it right now.
I'm a 17-year-old YouTuber and professional video editor with millions of views and years of experience to...
Okay, off rip, very, very first line of this video is just blatant social proof. It just tells people they clicked on this video. Not only are they going to learn how to edit viral videos, which I say in the second line, they're getting taught by somebody who has years of experience, millions of views, and I'm young. So I'm doing a few things there. Number one, I know I'm making videos for people that are naturally going to be a bit younger. A lot of people that want to get on YouTube, and I'd honestly say the majority of people that want to get into YouTube are my age or even younger, like even 15, 16, like when I started. So again, putting myself in the shoes of my target avatar, I know that they are they are getting YouTube education content in their feed. Most of it's really, really bad, and nobody's their age, right? So I just immediately mitigate all those risks, right? Number one, I say I'm young, so putting myself in the shoes of my target avatar, they relate to me. Number two, I give blatant social proof in the first line so they don't click off and say, wow, this guy thinks he knows how to edit viral videos. Even though he doesn't have that many subs on his channel, he has millions of views across other channels, right? Social proof is very, very important. Another super important in educational content, and basically all of my videos I try to inject some form of social proof. And even the educational creators that I work with, social proof is so important, just because if you leave out social proof and omit that from your video, you don't have credibility. And if you don't have credibility and you're trying to teach people something, people click off, right? So it's very, very important to establish social proof early in your video.
My name. Here's how to edit videos that go viral and make you a ton of money in the process, whether you're editing for yourself or even somebody else. To start, you'll obviously...
Okay, easy. Again, second line here, I just establish exactly what's gonna happen in the video. So I start with the social proof, they trust me, then I say, hey, you clicked on this video to learn how to edit viral videos. Well, guess what? That's exactly what I'm gonna do in this video. And I don't waste time. And a lot of people have these very complicated hook frameworks. To be honest, for some clients, I have them as well. But in this particular niche, knowing that it's very, very young people, they don't care. They can very easily be swayed to trust you if they don't trust you when they click on the video, right? It literally took 2 lines of this hook to get into the video. It's, you can trust me, here's what I'm gonna do, right? And now that they know they can trust me, and now that they also know that they clicked on the right video, they're just gonna watch, right? And that goes to the second part of this. Let's talk about the script first. In terms of the script, again, a lot of creators, and even myself for some of my clients, we have very, very complex script frameworks with like rehooks, opening and closing loops, complicated structures, and all that's great. But again, knowing your audience, this audience does not need that to like keep watching. All they need is just, at this time, very, very fancy edits, very, very quick cuts, and just the information delivered to them in a very, very concise way. Because again, a lot of these older creators are not doing that. They're making very, very good videos, but this younger audience has a lower attention span, right? So at the time, it made a lot of sense for me to just go super, super fast, have all these cool things. And the other advantage of having really, really good editing in this video is that it's just more social proof. If I'm making a video about how to edit viral videos and my editing is not like absolutely top tier, better than they've ever seen, it's a lot harder for this younger audience to trust me. And in this case, the editing was just so good, right? So fast, tons of cuts, tons of animations. It made a lot of sense for people to keep watching this particular video. And in terms of the thumbnail, basic thumbnail principles, you wanna portray whatever your video is about in as simple of a way as possible. You should use very, very big and recognizable elements. So in this case, the biggest elements were these 2 logos, the text, and the money and the stage, but the background doesn't really matter in this case that much. It just looked cool. I also chose to use Premiere Pro and DaVinci Resolve because yes, a lot of people are on Adobe Suite, but there's also a lot of people that are, again, this is a young audience, and a lot of them don't have the money for Adobe. So they go ahead and use a free alternative, which in this case, really, really brought in a lot of people that maybe wouldn't have been there in the first place. In general, with thumbnails, I like to have very, very simple backgrounds, and you might look at this and say, wow, this isn't very simple, but I'm actually going to disagree with you. The background here is very, very simple. There are some supplementary elements here, but that just adds to the realism of this whole thing. And again, in general, simple backgrounds work best. In this case, we decided to lean a bit more on the complex side for the background because it didn't take away from the main focus of the thumbnail. And money in the background for the people that saw it was, again, just extra context that, hey, you're also going to make a bunch of money with this, which is really an underlying desire of this younger audience that I was targeting. And to be honest, yeah, we could have cut out these lights, but hyper optimizing your thumbnail is not going to get you as many views as just off rip having a really good idea and then the whole supply and demand thing we talked about earlier. That's another thing I want to talk about too. Again, a guy like Mario Juice, very, very smart guy, or some other YouTube strategists or just YouTubers that tell you, hey, you're going to go second by second, analyze your retention. You're going to remove absolutely everything in your thumbnail that doesn't matter. You're going to optimize, optimize, optimize. That's all good. And especially if you're consistently getting 100,000 views a video, those little optimizations could add 20, 30,000 views to your video. But if, you know, a fresh-ish channel like this, 6 or 7 videos only, and I post this video, I'm not looking to hyper-optimize. All I'm looking to do is focus on the things that are going to get me the most views by making better, which in this case was just really, really good video idea, supply and demand, there's a ton of demand, not much supply, and then really relating to my target audience and making them trust me as quick as possible, and then just getting into the video.
I think it's really, really good. I mean, it explains a lot, and maybe you could kind of segue this into how you do this with your clients, because I know you have a robust client portfolio, and like the success you've had on Nate Dev and then Nate Wealth also seems to be happening on clients like Belinda. So I was wondering maybe if you could talk a little bit about what you do for your clients and maybe break down some of the videos like either the Monopoly Go's evil strategy to make you poor or the secret adult gaming platform that's bigger than Steam, both of which were massive outliers on her channel and went viral across YouTube. I've seen them on my own accounts. So yeah, I'd love to know how those kind of came to being.
Sure. Yeah, so for some context, this is Belinda's channel. We started working with her, looks like about 9 months ago. We really haven't posted very many videos. It's probably about one a month. It take a lot of time and research, and we've gotten her to about 60,000, 50,000 subscribers within that time. That's also with posting shorts, but the shorts don't get views. The shorts are all just clips of the long form just because Belinda wants to dip her feet into that, which is totally fair. So with Belinda, we started making videos for a very, very niche audience. If you watch any of these videos, I tend to say they're very, very good videos. They're very well produced, very well written, very well researched. And if you look at the comments, they're very, very well received by the people watching them as well. And so that led us to think, okay, why are we capping out at 5,000, 6,000 views? Yes, we've only posted, 6, 7 videos, but there has to be something that we're not seeing here. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier about focusing on the things in your videos that are going to give you the most yield if you get right. And that doesn't mean we're changing shirt colors and thumbnails. That doesn't mean we're going second by second looking at our watch time and retention at CTR. Because realistically, that stuff matters, but it doesn't matter as much as what I'm about to tell you now. So you'll notice here, compare these 2 videos to these, I'll say these 7 videos here. If you are not if you're not working in the games industry, realistically, you don't care about most of this stuff, right? But you do care about these 2. And if you look at the view counts, that's also reflected in the view counts, right? There's this concept called total addressable market, and it's a term that's being used more and more. But even if you haven't heard it, I'm still going to explain it to you. Total addressable market is essentially assume you make the the most perfectly produced video you can on a certain topic. How many views can it get, right? A very perfectly produced video about, let's say like a perfectly produced video about Easter eggs in some video game that flopped like 10 years ago that nobody's ever heard of. Realistically, the most amount of views you can get is like 5,000, let's say. Versus if you make the perfectly produced Minecraft video, the most amount of views you can get is like 100 million, right? That's total addressable market. And if you look at all these videos here, Belinda's initial goal was, hey, I want to appeal to industry insiders because she herself works in a games company, marketers, devs, and so on. So we're making videos for them, and they're really good videos, but no matter how good we make them and how good we optimize our retention graphs and how good we optimize our thumbnails and look at our data, they can never get more than 5,000 or 10,000 views because if I show this video to Vex, like he's like, oh, good video, but he's not really going to enjoy it. Like he's not really going to watch it. He doesn't care about blockchain. He doesn't care about gaming dying because of the angle we took. He doesn't care about cloud gaming, right? None of this means anything to him. He's a YouTube strategist, one of the best, but he's not in the games industry. However, I show this video to Vex, he's probably going to be interested. It's just a cool story, right? Humans love, things that are evil, things they thought they were good that are evil, scams. This video here, again, very, very novel idea. It's just something that naturally appeals to a lot of people. From these 6 videos here to these videos and to every video we've made since, we've changed literally nothing for the most part except for just our ideation, which is where ideation is just so important. Other thing too, trend jacking is another very important concept as well. You look at this video here, again, very, very well produced, just like all of these. Biggest reason this one did well is A, ideation, and B, Palworld at the time had just been released, so there's naturally a lot of interest. A video like this with Monopoly Go, naturally, not necessarily a trend, but just we call it social hacking. We're using something that's very, very popular and relevant and then subverting it. So this right here, Monopoly Go, at the time was the #1 grossing mobile game. I believe it still is. So naturally, if we make a video subverting expectations about it, we're going to get a lot of views because it's well produced, right? And also people aren't making this video. Same with all these other ones. It's all total addressable market. This video here, Again, high demand because adult gaming is a thing. People are aware it's a thing. People are also very curious about it. Very, very well-produced video, and no one was making videos about it. And again, total addressable market. Roblox video gets more views than an Elden Ring video because yes, Elden Ring's a huge game, but Roblox is a bigger game. The Olympics, people don't care about the Olympics. People don't care about esports, right? Again, all total addressable market, all things you have to think about when you're ideating. Focus on that first, and then go ahead and hyper-optimize retention, your thumbnails, and so on at the end of the day.
What are the common mistakes you've seen creators do?
Biggest thing, honestly, from the creator's side, and so I'll tell you, the reason I do strategy and what my role encompasses is in addition to video ideas, I am just controlling all aspects of production. So if they have a team, I'm managing their team. If they don't have a team, I'm finding them a team and then managing their team, right? I'm controlling, again, looking at all their competitor videos, I'm saying, how can we improve editing? How can we improve thumbnails? How can we improve our scripts? How can we improve our hooks? So on and so on. And then I'm coming up with video ideas that are realistic for them to make based on their level of knowledge or experience or ability to film that also encompass a very wide total addressable market that we can actually realistically compete in. So biggest mistakes I see creators make with the context that I can basically control everything except a couple things is actually the things I can't control, which are English skills. And this is on me. I shouldn't take on clients that can't speak good English, but I have in the past. Number two is just on-camera presence. If you're not comfortable speaking and can't hold a very long conversation, get on a podcast, whatever, then that's something I can't control. But you can always take, I've heard people recommend improv classes or presentations. When I was super young, I was very fortunate to get that training, but not everybody has had that kind of training. So that's very, very important. And then the other thing too is just filming and lighting. Yes, it's important. It's not the most important thing, but it needs to be, it really depends on the niche. If you're making finance content saying you're making 100 grand a month, you can't have a shitty setup. Like you need to have like perfect lighting. You need to be in a like Dubai skyline. Otherwise you're gonna get, again, out-competed by everybody who is doing that. So it is really niche dependent, but the biggest things are English, audio quality, speaking skills, and filming quality. Audio quality is another thing. You should at least have a decent microphone. I would just get an SM7B, even if it's a little bit out of your budget. You can't have bad audio with an SM7B. Believe me, I've tried screaming into that thing. It never sounds bad. So definitely get one of those. Or these, Rode Wireless Go. If you really want to spend less, I use these for when I'm traveling, and they're super nice.
But essentially, if we're in a certain niche, or I want to research a niche, I'll be subscribing to all the people that are big in the niche, and I'll watch their videos like on a second monitor. I don't actually watch them, or just interact with them, so comment, liking. What the algorithm will then do is make a kind of For You page based on what that target audience would see. So maybe if you're looking at film recaps, which is, I've heard is very good for like ideas, creative ideas, because there's a lot of Japanese game shows that have really creative titles. Maybe it's title formats, maybe it's topics we can take from. But essentially what I did is that I subscribed to maybe 50 or 60 channels that are like that, watch their videos, interacted. What YouTube would do is that whenever I press refresh, it will be a fresh 10 ideas. And because I was a new viewer in that niche, they'll be showing me the most popular videos or the most trending videos. So it's a way of finding outliers that aren't based on search. And what I mean by that is when you search up a certain phrase, let's say if you're looking for ideas within football, basketball, or sports, only those things within the title will pop up. But if you're using a YouTube stalker page, it'll be ideas that maybe don't have those certain keywords within the title or the topic, which is maybe the description. So you can basically find outliers that aren't based on search. And you can kind of build them in different niches, maybe ones with creative ideas, creative formats like film recaps, maybe anime breakdowns. I'm a big fan of them just because I love anime. As you probably see, I've got like a Ahsoka poster. So it's just ways that you can find ideas that maybe aren't within your niche. So then when you kind of yoink and twist it, it will become like a brand new idea that people haven't seen within your niche. There's two stages of channels. There's the innovative stage and there's the double down stage. So when you're in the innovative stage, we kind of do 50% double down ideas, 50% kind of brand new ideas, trying out different formats. This might be when a channel's views are dropping, maybe they're just starting out, or they want to experiment with new formats. This kind of stage where we kind of test a bunch of stuff, we upload more to try and find that banger thumbnail or that format, that video that pops off, that outlier on the channel, and then we'll double down on that. So then once we find that type of topic, we'll go into the double down stage, which is 75% double down ideas, 25% innovative ideas. Reason why we do that ratio is because then we have the double down ideas, which are based on data, and then the innovative ideas, if we find that new format that's even better than the one we're doubling down on, we have something to expand on. And if we're just doubling down, double down, the audience will get fatigued, views will drop, and then we have nothing to transfer to. So that innovative stage is really, really good for that 25% while doubling down, because if that format then flops, becomes oversaturated, audience doesn't like it anymore, maybe different reasons, there's not enough content within that format anymore, we can then find that new format in that innovative stage. What I'm showing on my screen, if you don't understand, is just the feedback from the client. So on every single one of the calls, we write down notes on why they like certain ideas and like if it's approved or not. So there's a maybe it goes into the backlog, yes, it's definitely gone through. And then we get the feedback, maybe they think, oh, maybe, like for example, in the top one, it's thumbnail related. So if we're going to do that idea is like, we have to think of a banger thumbnail, otherwise we're not going to do it. So I don't know if this idea went through, because when we did the sketches, we're like, okay, the thumbnail here is hard to do because basketball kind of clips are so oversaturated. We have to come up with a banger thumbnail. The idea then, if we have a banger title, is ways to make a banger thumbnail. So we kind of, later on, this is our 4th or 5th call, now we're on the 16th to 17th call, we kind of look at the ideas as like, okay, this is a banger title, no matter what the thumbnail is, it'll be complementing it and pushing it over the edge, whereas instead of carrying the title. So I like to call that 1-2 packaging, as in like boxing. So like in boxing, this is going to be weird, but like you jab with your left first to kind of make sure it's the right hit, then you hit hard with your right. And it's like the 1-2. So we want to make sure that our packaging is kind of like a 1-2, kind of like a combo, like a game, instead of like only reliant on the thumbnail, only reliant on the title. Because then you're only hitting with your right hand, and when you do that in boxing, one is you may miss, and that leaves you an opening, which is bad. So you always do a 1-2, like to measure the distance, and then hit them with the second. If you're just hitting with one hand, that's not optimized. So we always make sure the title and the thumbnail is really good. I know that sounds obvious, but that's just like the why we kind of focus on both, instead of just thinking, oh, this is a banger title, this is 100% going to do well. But then what's the thumbnail? Oh, fuck. So it's just like, that's how we kind of approach it.
So you still, to this day, do title, thumbnail first? Always?
Yeah, 100%. Always. Because we could do the video, maybe like it's a title and we're like, oh, shit. Now what the fuck is the thumbnail going to be? Especially when we're working with people, it's a lot more important to think about that, because we're providing a service. Maybe if you're a creator yourself and you have like 100% confidence in the idea, do it and record it. The problem is that you might only spend like an hour or two on the thumbnail just because you've worked on the video, which is edited for 20 to 30 hours, and you've perfected the title and the content. And you're like, do I really have to do the thumbnail? Oh, I'll just slap anything up. And then the video flops. And you're like, oh no, I spent all this time doing this video and it sucks. No one's clicking. And it's like, because you missed that kind of process with that thumbnail.
So yeah, I just kind of want to know what your thoughts are on changing packaging on underperforming videos, and then changing packaging in the backlog as well, if it's something that makes sense based on certain criteria.
It depends on the client always, because maybe their thumbnails cost, let's say, it's all about cost versus time versus how much like return on the video. Maybe if the video they've done is like, it's not a good video, the retention's low, there's no point. Well, there isn't no point changing the packaging. It's just better to kind of focus on something else in the backlog, which has higher retention. So what we do is
what do you consider low retention?
That's a loaded question.
I think it's dependent and...
Yeah, 100%. There's nothing like a good and a bad retention. It's more gut feelings, which is, I know, horrible to hear. Like for YouTubers, it's like, it depends. And like, here we are. But there's nothing like a good or a bad retention. It's based on channel averages. Maybe if it's above the channel average, that might not even be a good retention. Because the reason why it's got good retention is because only the like devoted audience is watching it, and no one else gives a fuck. So then the retention's really high because of the small number bias, which is just because it's gone to a small amount of people. That kind of sample size isn't correct, which is the best way of kind of breaking that down. This is why it's like complicated. The good retention is kind of based on gut feeling as well as data. If we just look purely at the data surface level, we look at the AVD graph and say, look, it's high, we should change the packaging. Maybe. I think we should look at new versus returning viewers to see if it is that biased of like just returning viewers clicking and enjoying the video. We look at the ABD, of course, see if it's higher or lower. Maybe the intro retention is also very important. So like if it's a very high retention, but the intro drops and there's a lot of exit points, I think it depends on the shape of the graph as well. So like if the shape of the graph is quite flat, but it's got like a bad intro percentage, depends also on the new versus returning, because that could also show that the returning viewers just click off instantly. But if it's kind of flatter than normal, usually it's a good video because it's kept people. So I know I'm just kind of waffling about this, but essentially it's just a lot of things we have to look at. It's hard to give it like a kind draw answer, but if they give something generally, we'll have a look at maybe if it's outdated packaging that we can just change quite easily. If we have like a really easy idea that we can do, it's based on data, we'll slam dunk. When we upload the video, we have, at least with this client, 2 to 3 different packagings we can test, which is why we give different thumbnail sketches so that we have like a breadth of ideas. Because this channel is very thumbnail related within the basketball niche, might be different depending on the niche. Maybe it's a more title and idea driven niche, like for example, like movie reviews, I would say is kind of a idea and title spearheaded niche. So for example, ideas are more important there than other ones, which is kind of weird to say because there isn't like a certain weighting. It's just more of a gut feeling based on experience. But essentially we have a look at these kind of factors and then make a decision based on them.
Let's start with your first upload that got 1 million views. I'm curious, how did you start with such a big banger?
Yeah, let's start at the very beginning. I think most creators, including myself, we want to have it all planned out before we go take the shoot. Have the title, the thumbnail, we hear that all the time, like have that planned before you ever start. For me, I think that's a great idea, but sometimes you just see the story happening in front of your eyes. I went to go play the biggest buy and pro game I've ever played, so that was my idea. So titling it something about, playing the biggest game I've ever played. And although it was a very trendy thing in the poker niche, it wasn't innovative. And when I played the game, the entire new storyline developed right in front of my eyes. So in the biggest hand that I've ever played, like we have a title right there, but something even more viral happened. And the thing that happened to me was while I was all in, another girl at the table said, after calling, if I beat her, that I owe her a date. And when this happened, I just, stars in my eyes, immediately knew like that was going to be our new storyline. That was going to be the new hook to the video. And that's how I landed with the title, If I Lose This Hand, I Owe My Opponent a Date. And once I wrote that title down for the first time, I was immediately like not changing it. I was locked in. And then just went into the actual creating process. It was a 6-hour stream. I ended up making it about 8 minutes. If I had a little bit more of the knowledge I had now, I think I can make an even longer video, which is something that I've been really bullish on recently, is trying to make the videos, of course, as entertaining as possible, but lengthening it to get the average view duration higher. So something I would change, but of course, when you're making your first video, your editing skills, all that is a lot less than what I end up knowing now. But the key analytic here is that after 2 days, I was stoked on a brand new channel that hit 1,200 views. It was amazing to me. I remember seeing like a few hundred in the first day, and I was extremely, extremely happy. The packaging, although kind of seems like it has a lot going on, it's pretty simple. It's me looking at her, and I specifically chose screenshots from the live stream of her looking kind of confident, smiling, and me with like a nervous smirk. And the text, I really think that it helps with the contrast of bringing the title and putting the whole packaging together. The title says, if I lose this hand, I owe my opponent a date, right? So that's my perspective. But then the text is coming from her perspective. If I win, we go on date. So although the wording is similar, it's not. It's a little bit different. So throw some big chips in the middle, and then the actual poker hands that we had, and that in the poker niche establishes a little bit more as a recognizable thumbnail. So that's also just understanding the niche that I'm in. I knew that maybe having poker chips and the cards would establish this as a poker video more than just the faces and the text. So I played around a lot with different coloring to go around, her pink, me blue, just kind of made the most sense. And again, picking screenshots of me kind of looking like a nervous smirk, just like the emotion you would expect me to feel when I was in the moment of if I lose this hand, and she asked me for the date. So trying to just put in the thumbnail exactly the emotion that I was feeling that she might be feeling too. So again,
just if we stay on the title, I'm curious, was that title inspired by a format from other videos, or was it just because of what she said that you put that title?
Yeah, now that I have more than 30, 40 videos under my belt, I'm always constantly using 1 of 10 to try to come up with my ideation and where I might come in. And we can pull up the example of a video that I recently had that did a 1 of 10 on my channel. The title of it was I Gambled 7 days straight in Las Vegas, and that was a video that I found. The thumbnail was inspired from a very popular comparison trend that goes on YouTube, and the green versus red on the coloring at the top. So that's one that I did come up from a different trend and bring into my own. But here it was just kind of taking word for word what she said and titleizing it into something under 50 characters that I thought would be the easiest to understand in a couple seconds.
What do you think is the main reason you're getting basically millions of views?
At this point, honestly, so this was a very hit or miss period. So we would do videos like let's see, like I switched lives with my sister, or like 24 YouTubers on my Crocs, or like I tried the world's easiest jobs, and then these videos all did very, very well. There's another thing I noticed at the time is collaborations. So highly recommend doing that with anyone in within your audience. So if you have like an audience of people that also watch like another creator, like try reaching out to them and seeing if you could get a collab. Because I would do that a few times, and very consistently we noticed those videos overperformed. Because I don't have to talk too much about that, because people, collabs have been a thing forever, but definitely it's a great way to kind of reach new audiences, hit the algorithm, so to speak. And yeah, so definitely recommend doing that. So that was one thing we did, like 24 YouTubers on my Crocs, or we do other like surprise YouTuber videos. But then we also had a lot of failure videos. So like that just didn't do well, because at the time we were kind of, and this is something we still run into as an issue, but like I was just testing a lot, right? So we would do videos like this, like overnight in the world's first floating house. And we spent a lot of time on this. We, filmed for like 12 hours in a house, or like 10 hours in a house, and then flew directly overnight and then filmed like in this house in the middle of the ocean for 12 hours. I like got bit by a stingray, or no, not a stingray. I thought it was a stingray at the time. We got bit by a jellyfish. It was like a whole thing. But then the video just did terrible. So a lot of times, you'll test something and then realize like, oh, okay, hey, it didn't work. So that was like kind of what I.
And what's your mentality at that time? How do you overcome that? Because a lot of people will go through those, right? Those tens of tens. What would be your advice at that moment?
I mean, I think I think the most important thing is that you learn from it. So for me, I was like, okay, damn, this video was a 10 out of 10. Like, what else can you say except like, shit, like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. It's a 10 out of 10. But I think if you learn from it, that's the most important thing. So at the time, I was like, okay, why did this video not do well? And a lot of times I think you'll have a lot of like trust in an idea, and then it just won't work. And then you're like, well, shoot, it didn't work. I don't know why this happened. And I think if you, especially if you like spend a lot of money, like we did on that one, it can kind of be a bummer. But over time, yeah, no, I think what I started to do is I started to be like, okay, so for this video, for example, I think it was almost just like too unique of an idea. I switched the title and the thumbnail around a bunch to see if it could pick up more viewership, but overall it didn't. And, it was just like a pretty short video. This time also longer videos started doing better. So it was like almost too short, I think. And even though the retention was good, just no one was clicking on it. So I think usually when you have a bad video, it's just like, hey, yeah, people just aren't clicking on it, and it's just not a good idea. And if you can learn from it, I think that's the most important thing. Another thing I started to notice here is that compilation videos do super well. So like I had mentioned, like longer videos, and that's very true now. Like longer videos, I definitely believe are the future. Truly believe that. And so I uploaded this compilation video that was like an hour, and this was just like 6 of our biggest videos. And I'll go into the analytics on this because this is pretty interesting. But it did very, very well. This has like 3 million views. And so if you see like the retention, this is what's really interesting. The retention is 42%. And keep in mind, this is an hour video. It was like super, super interesting because like, yeah, 42%. And the reason it had such high retention on an hour is because it just totally hit new viewers. So if you go here, you can see like this is, let's see what the ratio is here. But yeah, wow, a lot of impressions. But yeah, so like, yeah, this has 46% new viewers, and which is very high because on average, we probably average like 10 to 15% or like 15 to 20%, like super high. So yeah, so definitely like it just like longer videos seem to really hit new audiences, because they just like has like new audience are consistently watching longer or like watch on TV. So for example, that's been a big thing recently is like that's been talked about in the community is like how do you optimize for like TV watch time? And yeah, this video is like
82%.
I know.
Holy shit.
I know 82% or like 90% watch time came from the TV, and it had like a 30-minute AVD on TV. So it definitely like it's a huge thing if you make longer videos or like try uploading a compilation video with like optimized title thumbnail. Highly recommend doing it because it can really, really do well. And in my mind, there's no downside.
Great ideas are only the first step towards building a successful channel, because what use is a good idea if no one clicks on your video? For this section, we spoke to thumbnail designers behind some of YouTube's most viral videos and got them to reveal their step-by-step process so you know exactly what goes into making a high-quality thumbnail. We also asked some of YouTube's biggest creators how they package their videos to go viral so you can replicate their thought process for your own channels.
Yes, I mean, every creator I work with is totally different, and I would say, you know, if you're a thumbnail designer or you're a YouTuber, one of the most important things to do is to come up with your idea, title, and thumbnail before you shoot the video. And Max is definitely one of those types of creators. He actually has a team of writers, specifically comedy writers that are his friends, that they'll actually sit around a table and come up with ideas together, and they'll just write them on a whiteboard and come up with titles. And Max told me that he doesn't do an idea until the title, just the plain title, makes him laugh, and it makes him, you know, think like, oh, that's a hilarious idea. And then they conceptualize the thumbnail. And I think one of the reasons why this particular video did so well also was that you had that immediate payoff with this particular video. If you actually click the video on this one, you know, you see this thumbnail here with the cow, you click it, and then right away you see Max on the streets of London with a beer in his hand with a cow. And then I think after, you know, a couple of shots, you also see the police officer. So like you immediately see what you saw in the thumbnail, and it's kind of just a ridiculous sight, obviously, seeing, you know, a cow in the city walking around. It's just a strange thing to see. And so I think that also had a lot to do with the success of the video. It's like it's visually attractive, and then also that first 10 seconds confirmed the thumbnail right away. And so that was a strategy that he continues to use, where we come up with some sort of thumbnail before the shoot, and then they actually film the intro to kind of at least somewhat match the thumbnail. It doesn't have to be exact, but I think it's very important to confirm the click as quickly as possible, for sure.
Yeah, and you can also see it in the autoplay as well when you hover, right? So
exactly, it's like the thumbnail comes to life. Also, I don't know when you guys are watching this or listening to this, if you're watching this a year from now or something, but like right now, and I'd say just even the last year, the trend has really been to move towards more realism with thumbnails. At least maybe I'm skewed because like that's all I'm getting hired to do, but and I think that might be because of my background in photography. I understand composition, lighting, lenses, all that stuff, because that's where I came from as a photographer. I'm not doing like the fancy, crazy lighting effects and skin smoothing and all this stuff to make it look like a cartoon. I'm trying my best to make the thumbnail look as close to like in camera as possible. Because this moment right here of a police officer, Max holding a beer, and the cow, like that moment is already interesting enough. Like we don't need to add like a light wrap around his face. You know, that's not going to really add anything. This is This is actually the original image.
Okay, that's the photo they did. Okay.
Upon first glance, it's like, what did you actually do? Like, there's a lot going on, but it's pretty simple, but it's like very meticulous. And so there's a ton of layers here. And probably because I'm so new at this, like I'm maybe doing it wrong. I don't know. I'm using a ton of generative fill. So like basically what I had to do was select Max, select the police officer, select the cow, isolate all those things, and start to clean up the background. We wanted to move the cow up quite a bit, so that it's, you know, dead center, that the eye lines are all kind of correct. And then the beer wasn't very good either. You know, there was no beer in it at all, actually. So, let me start like checking things off. So again, if you look at the original photo, like the police officer sign is bad. You know, the cow is too small. The beer mug's not there. And so this is like why I really want to share my process here, because hopefully this can maybe encourage people who have almost no experience with Photoshop. And maybe some of you guys have actually heard of this thing called generative fill talked about. It's been over a year now that it's been, you know, been out. But man, it's been just completely life-changing. It's allowed somebody like me with literally no graphic design background to be a full-time thumbnail designer. So let me show you how much generative fill is going on here. Once I start checking things off.
I find it really interesting that you, while you're doing this, I'll kind of interject a little bit, that you use generative fill, because I remember when it came out, I was like, dude, this is a game changer. Because like, I don't know before if you ever did, like it was like rectangle marquee tool, and then you would do like content fill, which was terrible, and you had to like mask like what you wanted like the data to pull from. It was like I would be there for like hours sometimes trying to fix like an edge or like getting like the right texture in like the right place. But like generative fill is like I feel like it's a game changer. It's lowered the barrier to entry for thumbnail design in like in a really good way, right? Where it's like if you have an idea, like you can execute it pretty easily now. And I think it's one of those like great leaps forward. And maybe like we can talk later about like your workflow and if you use any other AI tools like Topaz for upscaling and things like that, which could be like a interesting conversation from a technical aspect later down the line.
I used to use a lot of things, Midjourney, ChatGPT, Topaz. I only use generative fill and Magnific now. Those are the two that I use. So I could show you my Magnific workflow. Okay, so this was done through generative fill. I basically, if in an ideal world, I would have Max like stand there by himself, and then I'd have an image of just the cow, and then I have an image just of the police officer, and then an image of the background, and then I could layer it. Like, but I'm just given this one picture that's a JPEG, by the way. It's not a raw image. What's so great about Photoshop now is I can just I'll kind of do what I did here. You can just hit select subject, and it already does a pretty good job selecting things, although it didn't do too good here. But basically you want to just select the cow, Max, and the police officer, and just hit generate and then say remove. And then it'll just like figure out how to remove them from the shot. So I'm doing it right now. See, it did it. Not too bad, right?
Wow, that was great. Okay, yeah, that's impressive.
So I'm able to now have a clean slate of this background. And here's why generative fill is so important and why I prefer using generative fill with original assets over pulling stock footage or stock photos. Look at this is the term called bokeh. So like look behind here, look at the out of focus areas. So that little red light right there, that's, you know, this is coming from a real camera lens. Max is the sharp subject of this photo, and then everything behind here is out of focus. Well, check this out. With generative fill, it takes into account the lens that was used, the color science that was used, and it applies a blur to, I mean, look at that. That's completely AI generated, and yet it still maintains proper bokeh. If I were to just pull in a stock photo of the street of London, it's going to be shot on a different camera, probably a different lens, a different aperture, different color science, and that's making my job like 1,000 times harder to match everything and make it not look photoshopped, because again, my goal is to make it look as in camera as possible. It helps that we have such a great photo, and I would argue that if I didn't even touch this photo and left it like this, it would probably still perform really well, because it is an amazing photo. And that's where you as a creator need to learn how to take good photos. That being said, generative fill is so special because I'm able to use the actual image that was given to me and create whatever I want. I could, if I wanted to, I could have typed add a dragon to the background. It would add a dragon with all the colors and all the camera science of this image. So anyways, I'll go back to what I actually did here. So this is, this is the background that I created originally.
Mm-hmm.
And then same thing with the cow. So like, I selected the cow and cut it out. And then we're skipping a bunch of things because I merge things down. So I don't have the original files here of like the original generative fill, but I selected Max, removed Max. So like this whole part of the body of the cow is actually not real. That's a generated image. Because again, if you look at the original, Max is in front of the cow. Also, it looks like I, kind of cleaned up the ear, and just kind of scaled it up and did some different things here and there, So, also look at this ear here. You can see I didn't do anything. This is still, maintained. It created that the rest, I didn't have the full ear because if again, in the original image, the police officer is covering the ear, but generative fill was able to generate the rest of that ear. I didn't type anything. I just selected that area and boom, it created it. Isn't that awesome? I'm just kind of piecing it back together here. And you can just kind of see how just piece after piece, I'm adding more generative fill. I removed the microphone on him there. Mm-hmm. This is my favorite one. Look at the freaking beer glass. All right. So this is the original beer glass. And you'll see I did 18. I had to do this 18 times to get the one I liked. But look at the magic of this freaking tool. It's literally clear. You can see the maroon vest through the mug. That's completely AI generated. Isn't that amazing? How it's affecting the vest behind it.
Yeah, and I'm sure just that affected a lot the views as well. Like the beer is super clear right now versus before where it was
totally.
Yeah.
And so you can see the prompt I did that got it. Oktoberfest German 1 liter beer mug full of beer, right? It's like, just be literal. Like, you might think you gotta use robot language. Like, my best experiences have been just trying my best to like condense the idea of what I'm trying to generate to the just most simple. Like, if I were explaining this to my 6-year-old, that's what I would say, but you can see as I cycle through all the different variations, these are okay, but that doesn't look right. It's kind of off, right? Like, that one's okay, but again, it's kind of off, kind of weird. That one's actually pretty good, but we wanted it to look kind of like more, the one that we chose looks like he's been drinking it,
Right.
So it's like, it's telling that story of like, oh, he's drunk on the street in front of a cop with it's telling more of a story. So yeah, you can see all these versions that I cycled through until we landed on this one here. So I say we, I chose it. But yeah, same thing with the chain. Because we scaled the cow up, we moved the cow up, we put him there, Max there, and then of course when we turn on our rule of thirds grid, you can see how everything is nice and balanced. We have the face of Max, top right corner, the face of the police officer in the perfect opposite corner. You've got the cow dead center. I was using my little play icon, knowing that that's going to cover the head, which will be kind of cool when people text it out to see the ears popping out behind that little play icon. And yeah, composition is so important. We could do a whole podcast just on composition. And then one of my little tricks too, when it comes to like making things not look photoshopped, is again with generative fill with the hair. So what I'll do is I'll just draw, like if the edges look weird on a cutout of somebody's hair, I just literally lasso tool around their hair, and then I just type hair or nothing. Like Vex was saying earlier, you don't have to type anything. So once I'm done, and by the way, you can see I did like, I pulled an actual shot, of that particular jacket. So I got a nice clean police sign. Again, like, I basically wanted to find that exact same jacket for the most part. That way it matched as close as possible. I cut that out and, tweaked it a bit. There's a great tool that if you go to transform, and you go to distort or perspective. I can make it look, you know, closer to the camera or further away, and that's how I'm able to make things warp and, you know, fit in the proper perspective. Very useful tool.
Okay, yeah. So
once I'm done,
yeah.
once I'm done with almost everything, I mix it down. Yeah, there it is. Shift Command Option E on a Mac. That like creates basically a JPEG, or I think it's a TIFF file, but you can see this layer 8 here. That's actually like the whole thing just mixed down. And then I love Camera Raw, so I go to Filter, Camera Raw, and then
I'm in Camera Raw so often. It's so great for adjusting colors, like getting like in terms of like color theory. I think it's really useful. It's a little bit more technical.
I'm so used to it.
Yeah, so for you it makes sense, but like I remember like it was like a year of me making thumbnails before I attempted a Camera Raw, and then I'm like, okay, this is like crazy, and then I had to like watch tutorials on it, but it's actually incribly useful.
Oh my gosh.
It helps out a lot.
So there's a ton of AI tools now in it too, which have gotten incredible. But yeah, the first thing I do is I'll like zoom out, and then I just start tweaking exposure, contrast, highlights, shadows. I mean, I'm going kind of intense here for the sake of this podcast. That's probably a little too much, too bright. But you can turn it on and off and kind of see, you know, that already boosted it quite a bit with the contrast. One of my favorite tools is the masking tool, which has some subject detection modes. So like I can just hit subject and it'll isolate just max there. Oh, it's selected all of the things that would be considered a subject. So that's, you know, the cow, Max, and the guy. But let me do people. So you can select people, person 2, which is Max, right? And so now I've selected all of Max, or I could just do facial skin, body skin, eyebrows, iris, pupil, lips, teeth, hair, etc. So it's like, let's do his facial skin, body skin, create. And so now I've got a mask of just his skin, right? So I can really tweak that in terms of the color. You know, I usually warm him up a little bit, you know, because he's pretty white. Which is okay. I mean, like, you want to keep him white, but I'll add a little bit of like saturation to his skin tone a bit, just to give it a little bit more life, I guess you could say. So that's really useful. You can also select the background. So that did not do a good job, but if it messed up, like it selected the cow here, all the red areas are what is selected. You hit the subtract tool and brush, and I can paint out the areas that I don't want, right? So now I've just got the background selected, and so now I can darken the background. That makes them pop quite a bit, or maybe just pull the highlights down and bring that down, maybe bring the contrast down a bit, you know. So like you could really tweak those things. But check this out. You might not know this one, Vex. This is pretty new. You go to lens blur on the bottom. We've already got a great blur on this image. But if you hit apply, it uses AI to create a depth map.
Yep.
Which is nuts. And then you can essentially, it's not just like a Gaussian blur, which is what everybody has done for years to like blur the background, where you select your subject, you know, put them on a layer, and then you take the background and just do Gaussian blur, and it just looks so fake. It looks like portrait mode on iPhone from iPhone 7. Like, it just looks really bad. But this is creating an actual depth map, The yellow, I think, is the closest, and then purple is like the furthest away. And it's applying actual, true, honest-to-God lens blur bokeh. And you can change the lenses like this, which affects the bokeh blur. I'll just crank it like crazy just so you can see how it's affecting it. Like, that's way too much blur, but you can see how when I swap to different lenses, there's like subtle changes to it. Man, it's just so powerful to use that. If this background was completely sharp, it would have created a really nice granular blur effect. So I really love that tool, and that really is a good trick to make it again look in camera. It's not looking like super Photoshop, because it really is applying a true lens blur effect with depth to it.
3 tips for thumbnail designers to make better thumbnails?
Yeah, so number one would be learn composition, and composition isn't going to save your video. I mean, obviously, it's not just the thumbnail that makes the video successful. It's the idea, it's the video itself. And that's where a tool like 1 of 10 is so valuable to come up with those ideas, those outlier videos that you kind of can look at the data on 1 of 10 and know this idea, this concept works.
Yeah.
You know, in the case of Max, once we did that one with the cow, it's like, let's do more livestock videos. And sure enough, it worked, you know. So you start to develop these patterns that you find. But anyways, in regards to the thumbnail, learn composition and don't just look at other thumbnail designers. I would highly encourage everybody to study movie poster design. I mean, the designers that make movie posters are essentially making thumbnails, just vertical. And so I think there's a lot to learn there, and just look at the simplicity of it. There's like, if you actually do a deep dive on movie poster design, there's really only like 4 or 5 styles, and they just kind of cycle through it. It's like, you know, a woman's legs in the front with a guy here, or, you know, you have hero in the middle with supporting cast on the sides with some sort of action scene on the bottom. It's just like, there's literally repeatable designs for movie posters. But there's so much to learn there. And then obviously looking at photography and like doing actual art history study. Like look at some of the best painters, look at some of the best photographers, and just study good photos, good composition. You start to develop a taste for it. I think I would rather fill my brain and my mind with like other things than YouTube, so that when I'm creating, I'm pulling from this inspiration of photography, art, movie posters, rather than what did Mr. Beast do last week? Let me just copy that. Or what did Ryan Trahan do last week? Let me just copy that. Obviously, we can learn from that. We can do our own versions of successful thumbnails from big creators. But I personally get more value from looking at like high quality art and like trying to figure out why does this image look good to me? But that's not everything when it comes to thumbnails. Obviously, you got to get people to click on it. So I would my second tip would be, as you're using YouTube as a user, as a consumer, if there's any video that you're watching on your algorithm, on your homepage, that like you can't help but click on it, before you click on it, screenshot it on your phone or screenshot on your Mac and put it in the notes. You do that a lot?
Yeah, I have like a whole like Discord chat with myself, which is like anytime I'm on my phone or like I see it, I screenshot it and I send it there. It's like in my thumbnail swipe file, and like from there, like I've come up with like I know one of the popular ones right now is like the cork board with like the red strings and like the person in the middle. And like I remember I spotted that like months ago. Another one that I like it also like to the degree of like pattern recognition is like the X-ray style thumbnails, or like thumbnails with like predominantly like a brain in it, and like different ways. Like that's done really well. I have a tweet coming about that, but I used to I made like a week-long tweet thread about like my favorite thumbnails, and like it was all that, just like saving those.
The Vexian thumbnail style, right? The black with the red and white text.
Basically, but that's just like one. It's like so prevalent everywhere now.
I know,
that is a little bit my fault. But there's like also other ones as well, like that you'll find. We're finding one like right now that's working pretty well is like the collage style of a face, where it's like different like pieces of the face put together from like different pieces of media.
Yeah.
Dodford I think popularized that one with his Donald Glover one. So there's like all these like different ones.
But what's funny is I think Dodford is heavily inspired by film, obviously, and that style has been done for movie posters. It's been done for ads, and so. That's why I'm saying it's important to study outside of thumbnails, because without Dodford's like rich understanding of cinema and movie poster design, he may not have been inspired to come up with that design, which then became its own genre on YouTube thumbnails right now. But anyways, that's why I think it's important to look outside, because you might find an idea that you haven't seen before on YouTube, and then you could pull it into YouTube world. Just understand what that means, like the rule of thirds, how to balance it, how to use it, and take into account that like time code. I actually view the time code as weight to the image. So like if you imagine your image on a scale, when you have like a large object on the right hand side, it's going to cause the weight of the image to fall over to the right. So you have to balance it out by adding something to the top left or to the bottom left, you know, to balance it out. And so I actually view, before I start any thumbnail, I'm already right, like bottom right heavy, because the time code is there. So every thumbnail you do is slightly bottom right heavy. So you have to balance it by either putting text on the top left or putting something over there. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too picky with that. But again, I think there's something to just when you see the image on the home page and it just looks right, there is some sort of piece that comes from that. And also, of course, if the idea is great, then people click on it. So I don't know. Maybe I'm too artistic. Curtis Connor, who's, you know, one of my main clients, his style is, I coined it the scrapbook style, which is like him in the middle with like just a mess of things going on. And then big yellow Helvetica font on top of it. And he kind of pioneered that design. He's the first commentary creator that did it. And if you look up the commentary genre, almost everybody has this style where it's like this very DIY looking scrapbook style. And there's just a lot of things going on, and it's not that like 1, 2, 3 thing. It's like 5 things going on. And so I've experimented with it. Like I've done like a million objects on the screen. Like the Harry Potter one that I did for him is extremely complicated and complex. Nice. But that was a 1 of 10. It was like over an hour long video, and I think it has like 6 or 7 million views or more now. So like,
oh my god,
it breaks all those rules, but it's like a really compelling, interesting image to look at. But what I found is like his audience is so used to this style that like for the first 48 hours, you can have that being the main thumbnail, and it typically performs really well. But then after those first 48 hours, then we swap it out with a really clean, simple, focused thumbnail. And that starts to then reach out to kind of a broader audience. And so as you're designing thumbnails, and now because A/B testing is available to everybody, there's really no reason why you shouldn't be considering this. And like your core audience may respond to a thumbnail differently than your like general audience. And so when I'm designing thumbnails for Curtis, we're literally like, okay, this is our audience thumbnail, and then this is our like general audience thumbnail.
That's a great way of thinking, yeah.
We swap it out after those 48 hours. Sometimes even after a week, we'll do it again, do a different tweak to it. But
indeed, that's something as well people don't do enough, is just thumbnail test. That's the best, some of the best ROI you could ever do for your channel. Just changing the text or a little tweak on the thumbnail.
And I don't know if it's
everything. And it's never too late as well. I have
totally.
Instances where I change a thumbnail after 180 days, and that popped from 100K to 1 million views. And then some that I change after 2-3 years, and we see going from 100K views flat to 300K.
Wow, that's amazing.
So it's never too late.
I think when I first started as a thumbnail designer, I wanted to impress the creators I was working with, and so I'd spend a lot of time and do like a ton of detail to it. But it's been after making hundreds and hundreds of these over the last year that I have a pulse on what I know works and what doesn't work. I've started to gain a confidence in the simplicity and like just knowing that like sometimes even just no text with the channels I work with, it's very IRL. It's like vlog stuff or commentary stuff. And like seriously, like a picture of Curtis with a swirly line behind it or a swirl behind it, like that performed the best. It was a conspiracy theory thumbnail.
There you go.
It's just him sitting there with a tinfoil hat with a spiral behind him. And then I did multiple other ones that were highly edited. That one performed like way better. That one took me 30 minutes to make it, or whatever. And that performed the best. And it's just clean, it's focused. And again, that kind of throws a wrench in people's home feed when it's really simple, when it's really focused. And going back to what Vex said about what Jerry Seinfeld said, it's such a great way to really live your life as a creative, like just in general, because you don't want to waste anybody's time. You want to just provide a ton of value, and whether that's entertainment or actual value, and you should really be shaving things off until it doesn't make sense again anymore, and then put it back in. So again, with A/B testing, you can be kind of ballsy with simplicity. It's like, I'm just going to remove all the text, put a face in the middle, and that's it, or whatever. Or I'm just going to remove this object and remove this thing. Just try it. Like, it doesn't hurt to try it. I've even told people, like, you might as well just pull some screenshots from your video as well and run that against a highly edited thumbnail. So like if you have a photoshopped edited thumbnail, like go ahead and throw in like an interesting screenshot with virtually no edit to it in the A/B test and just see what happens. Because I'm sure you guys have seen it happen on 1 of 10, where like a really good high performing video is literally just a screenshot with like no editing, just because it's a compelling title and you know, something interesting that's happening.
I see you focused a lot on the thumbnail here. What's like one underrated tip that people forget for thumbnails?
Oh, yeah, I got a good one for you. As you probably know, Richard, and I think you teach on this a lot, if your concept sucks, doesn't matter how good you make your thumbnail, your video is going to not perform as well, right? So if your concept sucks, you can have the best thumbnail in the world, doesn't matter. So you have to have a good concept. Then the thumbnail is all about, and I hear some people say like, well, you got to have 2 or 3 elements on your thumbnail. That might be true. It may not be true. The reason that people say that, if you dig a little bit deeper, is because 2 to 3 elements makes it much clearer to see what the value of the video is, right? So you can have 1 element. You can have 100 elements on your video, like the Mr. Beast, you know, the famous, like his head in 1 million Orbeez. You could technically count that as 2 elements, or you can count that as like 1 million elements. It doesn't matter though, because it's all about clarity of value. So you ask, what's the tip? You need to know what people will be most likely to click on, and then you have to highlight that in the clearest way possible. That's it. You can make a cool picture, you can be really good at graphic design, but the thing that is the most clickable and will get people to go, man, I need to see this, I got to click this right now, that's got to be it's got to be clear. So that's it. So I would say clarity of value. Like there's no better way to say it. Clarity of value. What's the most clickable thing? Make it as clear as possible. That way people, their brains, right, their brains get to the point where they need to see what you put in front of them. They're just like, I can't even scroll anymore. I've got to be able to, I got to click those.
Do you have other, like, let's say, checklists that you go through to make a good thumbnail?
Yeah, mentally I do. I used to have a literal like checklist, but it's all kind of mental now. It's just kind of like you develop an instinct, and that instinct is once you do it so many years, right? Since I'm 10 years into YouTube, I guess probably 11 years now, I've done it myself. I've done it for other people. You develop an instinct of what do people want, and what's the thing that. And I guess we can jump into this now. I use an analogy a lot. Have you ever played the game The Sims? As ridiculous as this sounds, it's something I talk about in consultation calls. And even years later, people will message me and be like, dude, that Sims analogy just lives at the top of my mind always. So in The Sims, when they're learning a new skill, they have that bubble above their head, right? That like, and it fills up with the green. And once you get that bubble filled, they level up, right? So think of every person that comes to your video. Think individually, and then think as a collective group of millions of people. You need to fill that bubble above their head. We all have that bubble in our heads. People listening to this podcast right now, we're either filling their bubble or we're not. I mean, that's your job as a 1 of 10 podcast host, is to go, man, I've got to get people on that can fill the bubble. They got to have knowledge that can fill this bubble. So everything that I do when I go into a thumbnail is like, what are the pieces, the elements, the format, everything is what will fill the bubble the most. So when I'm going through and I'm creating a thumbnail, sometimes it's as simple as this format has worked for everyone who's tried it. One of the it's so silly, but one of the examples that I bring up a lot is that like cutting through layers of cardboard. For anybody who hasn't seen these videos, there are like hundreds of these videos of people cutting through layers of cardboard. Why does it work? I mean, you and I could probably talk for like the next couple days and theorize over why millions, tens of millions want to watch people cut through cardboard. But it's the same format every time, right? There's a proven format that works. People might call it copying. Others might call it, well, this is just the way people want it. It's kind of like music. Like there's certain chord progressions that people expect the music to come in. And if your chord progressions are off, it doesn't sound like music that they're used to, therefore they might be resistant to it. So when I'm going through thumbnails, and I know you know this, and every top level YouTuber knows this, you got to find the formats that people's brains are already like, this is familiar to me, I like this. Then when you work on top of that, so if you got this familiar format, let's take the cardboard example, right? So you've got your wall, you've got someone standing in front of it with like a tool, could be a hammer, could be a chainsaw, could be 2 chainsaws, doesn't matter. And then you've got a hole cutting through and you see like the light of day, right? So that would be a format that you would want to follow and copy precisely. Now, if you look across YouTube, and it doesn't matter if it's gaming or fitness or IRL or whatever, there's just formats that it just whoever uses it, they seem to work, right? One of them that we're seeing that's popping up is pretty common now is like the weapon, the tool that's like attacking usually a human, like a dummy skull or something like that, and there's weapons coming. I keep seeing that pop up. I can't remember who came up with that. I think I know, but I can't forget his name, and he would be mad at me for forgetting his name. He had
right. I mean, I came up with that.
You came up with that. All right, Richard. Hey.
Talking about the whip with the phone and the hole in the middle.
Yes,
yeah, I came up
beautiful.
With that.
Right. Okay.
That's so
beautiful.
Funny.
Now I'm not going to go any deeper than you. So you came up with that. Now every once in a while, let's say that was completely unique and original, which we can get deep in the conversation. You were inspired from somebody who's inspired from somebody. Anyway, you've got this beautiful format, and it's like every channel, there could be 15 different channels. It could be a big channel, small channel, doesn't matter. They try this format, and for some reason, it is extremely successful, right? And that's why 1 of 10, like you guys have outlier research and stuff. You see these people just say, okay, they find this. It's almost like digging for diamonds, where they go, this format for some reason just hits with everybody. So I try to make sure there is plenty of room for uniqueness and originality on YouTube, but you also want to fit within the confines of what people expect. Tech people know this. They call it Jacob's Law, right? Where if you're designing an app or a website, you can't just go willy-nilly do whatever you want. There is a format that people expect you to follow. If I have a banking app, I expect it to show my accounts. I expect it to show the numbers that's in my accounts, give me a total down here. How do I transfer? Things like that. If you try to go off course and make something unique, and you can call it innovative, the audience would call it confusing and not of high value and not high functionality. So anyways, when I'm making a thumbnail, that's the basis, is you want to dig and find, well, what's working for pretty much everyone who tries this. There can be multiple. So if I have a really good video idea, we'll literally sketch out like 4 or 5 different proven formats of, if we try any one of these, they have a high chance of working. And then all you do is, it's kind of like ad libs. YouTube is a lot like ad libs, as you guys know. It's kind of like you end up doing like a fill in the blank situation, where it's like, okay, instead of iPhone guy holding whip, it's now human skull guy holding nunchucks, right? Or pumpkin guy holding rocket launcher, right? I mean, any of those things, but the format is good. You can still innovate and be original with the idea, but the format is successful. That's why all Hollywood movies, something I show in my calls, is like how many movies are just like an eyeball, right? It's just a rectangular movie cover with just an eyeball, or like superhero movies are all the same. It's the same thing. They know that there's a format that people expect. So yeah, I mean, other than that, with a thumbnail, that's about it. You know, that's the basis. That's the starting point.
To give you some context on the whip with the phone, basically the whip idea came because we were looking at shorts, and there were like whip videos getting tens of millions of views at the time. So we're like, all right, but no one had done a long form video for whip specifically in his style, right? There were other, like, you know, sound of whip, metallic whip going hard. But then we did that, and that banged right away. And for the thumbnail, basically he had done in the past, like you said, not a skull, but a body being cut with a sword, in a certain perspective. So we did it on the other side perspective. But then I was struggling on which object to do, right? Because we were thinking, okay, maybe splitting a car, but then that's too unrealistic. So I was like, all right, what's something that everyone will understand that if it breaks, it's actually pretty strong, but still realistic. And a phone, everyone understands it. People have dropped it. And so that's how the hole in the phone happened.
Yeah, that was your fill in the blank. You could have whipped anything in the world. But when we talk about, like, it's kind of funny, the term I use is bubble fillers, right? You decided that the iPhone was the thing that would get people's bubble to fill the most, right? Sometimes, like, if you would have picked like a gumball, the color might have filled a kid's bubble. You know what I mean? If you're trying to reach like a younger audience. But an iPhone will fill a kid's bubble more. Like you said, it's something you really don't want to destruct. It's almost like the opposite of something you should do. You protect your phone. And here we are just whipping it in half. I mean, that's genius, man. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what audience you're reaching, but iPhone was brilliant because you're getting a younger audience who understands, an older audience, male, female, doesn't matter. You're reaching everybody. Yeah, I didn't know you were behind that, Richard. Hey, props to you.
Love that.
Yeah, you started a whole trend as far as I know, unless you got it from somewhere. I don't know. One of my favorite quotes on YouTube, and I think it was Albert Einstein, he said, the secret to creativity is knowing how to hide your sources. And I'm just being honest. This is just, it was when I started YouTube, I was like, that's a good point. And now that I am many, many years into YouTube, I'm like, this is just the truth. Everybody who comes up with a good idea, nothing is truly original, right? The Bible says like nothing is new under the sun. If I'm learning guitar, which I did like 15 years ago, I was like, I just want to learn guitar. What's the first thing I did? I looked up all my favorite artists. I looked up how they play their songs, and I just like copied their songs to learn how to get my own feel into the music. So
going with another channel that you work with, Too Hype, right?
Yeah,
Jester and the gang. I'm curious about one specific thing you did with them. You changed a thumbnail that blew up, right? Can you talk about it?
Yeah, so this one, oh man, it's one of the best feelings on YouTube when you can change a thumbnail like we talked about with Jay Stu with that swamp thumbnail. One thumbnail change could literally mean at this level tens of thousands of dollars, right? Sometimes you get a hunch, and like I said, you have to approach this with humility. You've got a bunch of creators who are very smart. They know what they're doing. You can't just go in and be like, this is what you should do. But sometimes you do have to do that, right? So when you join a team, and especially Too Hype, they stopped uploading a couple years ago, but this is just such a great lesson and story to tell. All of them kind of wanted this one thumbnail, and it wasn't my original idea. When I pitched this idea, I was like, I had this thumbnail in mind, and I needed to see golden gloves. And there's something that YouTubers do, right? Or not YouTubers, excuse me, athletes, especially NFL players. They have two gloves, and they put their hands up like this, and on the inside of their gloves, it'll be two different gloves, but it'll make a picture, and they'll hold it up like that. And I was like, man, if we could have like Jesser's eye or something, or face peeking through some special type of glove. And in my mind, I'm going golden. It's got to be golden, and I want it robotic looking. And I made this just banger thumbnail, and it was like a before after. Here's his gloves. Here's him making some crazy catch, right? Nobody was going for that. And I'm like, that's fine. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Maybe I'm off. Well, we put the video out. It's a little bit outside of their wheelhouse. They are a pretty much basketball channel. They do some other things. They had a lot of success with boxing. Overall, trying NFL was not risky, right? But it was slow. And we thought sometimes you incorrectly assign success or not success, lack of success, to a decision that you made. In this case, it could have been very easy to say, let's just not do an NFL video ever again because this just wasn't successful. No, in a meeting, in our very next meeting, Cash, good friend of mine now, Cash, he speaks out and he goes, what about that other thumbnail? And I go, I got it. I already made it. Should we run it? I go, do I have your guys' permission? And remember, there's like 15 people in these calls. It's pretty intimidating. I'm still kind of new to this, years ago when I'm helping these guys. And these are very successful YouTubers. I'm at the stage where I get kind of starstruck by these big YouTubers, right? And I'm like, can we try it, please? And I throw that thumbnail up and just whoop, and just off it goes. And what a feeling, It's like, it's a push and pull with what I do. Maybe we never would have tried that thumbnail. We would have never known that we were losing views. But sometimes it's like, you've got to say, I got a good idea. I think we should do this, right? A little risky moving into the NFL. We almost incorrectly assigned and therefore never did another NFL video. But then after that, it was like, oh, it was just the thumbnail could have been better. And that was it. Video took off. So keep messing with those thumbnails. It is a lesson. And I know this is obvious now. YouTube has A/B testing. You never know what format or style of thumbnail can literally change your channel from hundreds to thousands or thousands to millions. So, yep, always mess around with those thumbnails. Keep trying. Especially if YouTube is your full-time job, get your butt on there. Make 10 more different styles and variations of thumbnails. Find out what works. You got to test. You got to find the successful pathways and figure out what people want. And that's what we did. And it was perfect. Beautiful thumbnail. Nailed it. Way more views. It made me worth the money they were paying me.
Guys, remember this, because I always say that as well. You're one video away from changing your life, but you're actually one thumbnail or title change from changing your life. I've seen videos go from 100K stuck to now like 1.5 million views, which I'll put here. You guys will see because it's actually true. And that thumbnail, I think, was changed like 6 months later or something. And I've seen 2 years later changing a thumbnail title, and it still does, I think, from 100K to like 300K, which is crazy.
I get asked that, like, is it too late to save a video? It's never too late. Look at your AVD. Make sure that the video itself was good. But if I see high AVD, and even CTR can be okay. Like some people go, no, it's usually a CTR. Yeah, it's like, well, it's because it's not reaching. You can't always judge it off of that current CTR number. If your AVD is good and you're proving to a lot of people that there's something that people are watching this for a long period of time, throw in a few more thumbnails. What's the worst that you can lose? Maybe some money on a thumbnail artist, some time that you spent. You never know. It could be thousands of dollars different. So yeah, full agreement. Mess with those thumbnails. You never know. Yep.
Spoke about thumbnail. I want to talk about this title. Can 2Hype beat a team of 7-footers? Because I thought that was a very great title. Because that title could have been ruined. Something like, I don't know, 2Hype versus 7-footers team or whatever. And that, or even not putting 7-footers in there. 2Hype versus tall basketball. That would have been horrible. But the fact that you guys wrote as a question like that makes it so intriguing. So I'm curious. Well, how do you come up with it?
So on this one, first of all, I love the contrast of this thumbnail. Obviously, 2Hype isn't that short compared to 7-footers. You have to dress it up sometimes, right? Is it clickbaity? No, it's not clickbaity. You need to highlight, when we talk about value clarity of value, like we talked about in the beginning, make them a little bit shorter, make these guys a little bit bigger. They're still way taller than 2Hype, but you have to make it look even more so. You have to, obviously, the more contrast, the better, right? Specifically with the title, we want people to ask questions, right? When the brain has a question that it needs an answer to, which you'll hear people call this the curiosity gap, call it what you want, but this is just how our brain works. If I have a question where my brain is like, I got to have an answer to this, sometimes you just give people that question. Right? So even if you have a title that's not a question, you're still hoping that the viewer scrolling by generates a question in their brain. Sometimes the best thing to do is just give them the question to ask. If you know it's going to be really good, like 2Hype is obviously, if I go back to bubble filler, people will see 2Hype, the hundreds of thousands of people will be like, I'm watching this. Their bubble's filled. Sometimes 2Hype is like right here. Verse 7-footers, okay, all the way up. Now I'm clicking, right? So it's literally it was so simple to just say, can they? You don't need more. Can 2Hype beat like these giants, basically? When you talk about movie tropes, David versus Goliath, small versus big. If you look up tiny versus giant, you're going to see many millions of views. So that's all we did. We capitalized on tiny versus giant. We just said, hey, brains who are scrolling by this, here's your question. And that was it. They were like, I want to know.
Talking about packaging here, I need to ask the expert. What do you think should be the title thumbnail of this video?
Dude, so I kid you not, I wrote, us YouTubers, we can't help it. I wrote down a couple of titles that I think should be. Thumbnail, I'm not settled yet, but I thought, what's the most clickable thing, right? Because you're trying to get views. What would people be the most interested in? What would be the biggest bubble filler, as I call it? Teacher working with many multi-million-dollar YouTube channels. That would be good, right? Is it better to go former creator, right? Because, somebody who has 1 million subs who had success on YouTube, why do you leave your channel to go to like the back end work of helping other channels? I'm going to send those to you, Richard. But I would say like former teacher, the former teacher behind, something like that. That might be the best format. The former teacher behind many multi-million-dollar YouTube channels.
And the thumbnail, how did you guys come about doing that? It's a pretty clean one.
Thank you. It was kind of probably some inspiration from other thumbnails and other people. We definitely wanted to, I'd say we have like things we want to, kind of like objectives of different thumbnails. The objective of this one was we wanted to show how big the bluefin tuna is, so you can see just how massive it is that it goes across the screen. And then it's much bigger than Nick. So that's like, it's important to see the scale there. And then also it's important to see the knife, this long knife that's a cool looking knife, which kind of shows he's going to be cutting it open. And then I think there's somewhere on there like 50K just to show the price of this tuna we paid. So we wanted to get across like this is an expensive tuna, it's a big tuna, and Nick's about to cut it, basically.
And on the topic of thumbnails, how do you guys? What's the process of creating those thumbnail concepts? How many do you guys have? Because I know you guys test a whole bunch. I'm curious, like, what's the whole process there?
Totally. So kind of similar to our YouTube ideation. The whole thumbnail process is pretty much me working with some thumbnail designers that we've worked with for years and years. A lot of it is kind of, again, me just looking up, using tools like 1 of 10, again, using these tools to figure out what thumbnails are really high performing and what are really compelling thumbnails. And also over time, after 3 years of, 4 or whatever, so many years of being obsessed with YouTube and nerding out over it, I also can sense patterns of just mentally what is visually pleasing and nice to see in a thumbnail. So I'll work with our designers back and forth on concepts. We'll test all kinds of things. At times for videos, we'll even make 10 thumbnails at this point for a new video. And then sometimes from 10, now we take advantage of A/B testing. So we will choose, we'll make a whole bunch of thumbnails just to get a huge range. And then we'll pick, let's say 3 out of 10, and then we'll do A/B testing to see what works from there.
So when you upload a video, you have 10 thumbnails ready to go, and then you just play around the thumbnail
pretty much
testing
exactly
feature. What do you think of the thumbnail test feature of YouTube?
It's great. I think that there's some improvements that can be made to it, but I think overall it's great. Like I trust YouTube that they made this tool to, they ultimately want to, YouTube's goal is to keep viewers on the platform, and they made this tool to allow creators to better capture their audience and to better hook them in. And so I trust that. It's like some people take issue with the watch time versus like views versus total, like whatever. There's different metrics. And I agree. It's maybe a bit of a strange metric to pick. Like, I don't know if I'd love to see more metrics at least rather than just this one. But I do trust that YouTube's goal is to keep people on the platform, which is our goal too. So I trust that it's going to work out if that's what we're using as YouTube's tool.
Maybe I have some disagreements about YouTube's in studio A/B testing tool. I actually hate it.
Really? Why do you hate it?
So the way it works is like, right, like you said, it's basically aggregated off like what video has the highest watch time. But I think that doesn't necessarily matter if, like, let's say the video that has the highest watch time of the 3 also has the lowest CTR of the 3. You're getting less views that are like more qualified and more engaged. But I actually think like the end metric on YouTube, and this is just my philosophy, the only thing that matters is views, right? And views is a byproduct.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, so like views is a byproduct of, like, let's say viewer satisfaction, which is watch time, but it's also like, how good the thumbnail is, etc. And I think like leaving it out is bad, which is why I use a third-party tool called Thumbnail A/B Test. But I wanted to kind of know more about your guys' like testing methodology, and more specifically, like, if you have any like set structure to that methodology with like, A through Z, etc. Or is it just like you said, like you just pick 3 ones that you think is the best because you've developed that YouTube algorithm in your mind?
Exactly. I agree with you on a lot of that. I agree that views are the most important thing. I also agree it would be great to see CTR and some other things. Again, part of it, and maybe it's stupid, but I kind of just trust YouTube that they made this tool to help creators. And whether it's like the best tool it can possibly be, it probably is not. But I do think it's like more helpful than not having it, or maybe some of the other third-party sites right now. Even though I think is it Rox who made Thumbnail A/B Test?
Yeah, it is Rox who made Thumbnail A/B Test.
Yeah, and Rox is awesome. He's a good friend. So I love what he does. So no shade to Rox. He made an amazing platform. So yeah, usually it's kind of just out of 5 or 10 thumbnails that we make, pick the best 3 that I think are really going to capture this video the best and get the best CTR. And then from there, once, sometimes for every 10 thumbnails, sometimes on the thumbnail, we've gone through already even like 50 iterations to get to that final 1 thumbnail in 10 thumbnails. So at times we've like maxed it out. This is the best possible thumbnail it can be. And we've tried everything else. Nothing else looks good. That's what happens. And other times there's options like, do you put the text here? Do you put the text here? Is Nick's face on the left side or the right side or whatever? And we will often, if one concept performs the best clearly, we will often test variations of that concept against each other just to make sure we're then optimizing that format and that concept.
One of the things I also had a question about is, obviously you do a lot of thumbnail A/B testing. Has there ever been a time like where, let's say you do thumbnail A/B testing, or maybe you change a thumbnail in the back catalog where you've seen like a massive increase in views because of it?
Oh, 100%. An example as recent as like a week ago is we have this video called it used to have a different title. I changed the title like a week ago. The title now is I Made a Clear Pie. And it was a video Nick made like 2 to 3 years ago. And at the time, it wasn't a very good. The thumbnail was like a classic 2021 YouTuber thumbnail. Like he just didn't. Nobody on the team really knew how to make a good thumbnail back then. So it was just a bad thumbnail. The video was getting between like 50 and 100 views per day for basically the last 2 years. And then over the last couple of months, I realized that there was this huge trend of clear foods. Maybe you guys have seen it, but there's all these huge viral videos on like, I made a clear burger, I made a clear pizza, all these things. And I was like, we made a video like that years ago, like I before even this trend started. So I decided I just want to try a thumbnail kind of more in the style of those trendy thumbnails right now. And pretty much instantly the video is like massively performing compared to what it was recently. It went from like 50 to 100 views per day to now like 15,000 views per day a few weeks after we changed the thumbnail. So it's like one simple swap that can just give a video a whole second life. And it at the time it had like 750K views. Now it's already up to 1 million views. And I expect it to probably get to like 2 to 3 million views in far after the videos ever aired, just because we made a good thumbnail swap.
Yeah, that's super insightful. And it's funny that you brought up like the clear pie as the example, because the food YouTuber I did, our best video in the last few months is I made a clear Big Mac. It was based off like the same like trend that we spotted with some, and he actually already had a series like I made clear ketchup, etc. So we already had like some proven like data there, but like we saw it like ramp up like since like the start of this year, honestly. And then we're like, all right, let's double down, let's like see like what's feasible, right? So maybe we'll have some clear sushi in the future. But yeah, I mean, I thought that was like really smart that you guys use like what's trending in like I guess you could say like the attention markets right now, and then applied that to the back catalog, and you got 250,000 free views for it, right? Which is something that I think every YouTuber would love.
I'm curious, at that point now, you're getting millions of views per video. What's your team like? What's your creative process? And before getting into that, let me tell you about how the 1 of 10 strategy team can help you grow your channel much faster and make more money. Our team has directly worked with over 100 YouTubers to grow their channels by optimizing their content, focusing on the right strategies. So for example, here's a video idea, title, and thumbnail that we crafted for Mike Shake that ended up getting 22 million views and being his most popular video of all time. Another example is the content strategy we built for Callaway, helping him go from 0 to 70,000 subscribers and grow a 6-figure business on top of that. And those are only just 2 of many creators the team has worked with in the past 6 years. So if you're ready to take your channel to the next level in the next 90 days with daily support, video reviews, winning ideas, titles, and thumbnails, and even 2 calls per month to answer all your questions, head over to oneof10.com/strategy to book a call.
I recently got a guy to help me with thumbnails, and he sometimes helps me like, well, I have a whole nother thought on this, though I don't want to go on a tangent about thumbnails, but he sometimes helps me sharpen.
No, we do. We want that. That's the pod.
Dude,
for
okay,
it.
all right, yeah, this is interesting insight. Actually, this is the best example of it. So I did a video. It'll probably be my most popular video in like a year, but I built a secret man cave in my house. And I got the guy who makes the best types of thumbnails for those videos, and he made me a really sharp, aesthetic looking thumbnail. You guys will find this really interesting. But anyway, I upload this thumbnail from like, it's like a super aesthetically pleasing thumbnail. I'm like opening the door like this, and you see like Netflix, a pool table, like a workout rack. It looks sick. And the video was doing good, even though it was a different type of video for me. But guys, 2 days later, I uploaded a crappy thumbnail that I made in like 50 minutes of me with my head in like the dresser, and then my wife's legs, and there's an arrow that says wife. And the on the A/B test, it was the highest discrepancy I've seen yet on my channel. It was like 75%, or no, it was like 77% to 23% that the one that I made in like 30 minutes won. And I feel like that was a huge epiphany for me, because, and for you watching, if you're hiring people to make super aesthetic thumbnails, just ask yourself, is this thumbnail really matching like the essence of my video? And another good example of this is there's a new channel called Killdozer. I don't know if you've seen his thumbnails. Killdozer, Muffin Juice. Muffin Juice, his thumbnails are just like, do you know who that is? He's like a teenage kid that makes like funny meme type of videos, but like same thing. For a lot of strategists or like experts, they would say those thumbnails are terrible. Like that's not good for getting the click. But truly the thumbnail, it's like, it's deeper than you think because the main thing is clarity and like a reason to click and tension. But more than anything, I realized it's more so how much can you actually match the perception of your video while maintaining elements of curiosity and tension. Because the irony is, if I had like a $10,000 Mr. Beast thumbnail, I don't even think it would do better for a lot of my videos than my thumbnails now, because my video itself would not match that vibe.
So yeah, talking about thumbnails, there's another great thumbnail recently that you guys worked together, which is the I tried ban energy drinks.
Yeah.
Maybe you can talk about that one. Well, also Vex, since you worked on it.
I mean, I originally was kind of like, oh, I don't know about this, because I've always learned that like brand recognition, make sure like I'm visually like in the thumbnail, you can easily see me, like eye contact's important, or just seeing my facial expressions like super important. So I was kind of like, oh, I don't know. And I even messaged Vex and I was like, yo, do you think I should put an option in there like with me in focus? And he's like, no, don't. He's like, this is like this format is like known to work. And then yeah, clearly it worked.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'd change here is like, instead of like the death surge, like maybe we get like a messed up looking like Red Bull, like that. So we were talking about that with the Ryan Trahan thumbnail last night. I think that'd be interesting. But yeah, I'm a big fan of this thumbnail. So it does a bunch of things really well. So it still keeps your brand recognition for diehard viewers, because even if you're blurred, I can see like, oh, that's Will. Like you have very distinct like face, you have like distinct haircut. It's been the same for like ever. So in that case, it's really easy for the like normal guys that watch your content to be like, oh, that's good. So your core audience like gets served really well. And then outside of that, it's also really interesting because it brings a lot of attention to the elements that we want to be in focus, which is the band energy drink with like Death Surge. There's like really good branding, really interesting. And then we also tap into that format that Ryan Trahan popularized, who I guess you're like pretty kind of similar to in terms of like execution of videos, with 1-star, 5-star. In this case, like we could do like the half-star, like didn't sleep for 3 days, which I think is your copy. I had something different, which works really well. And then we have the product band, where if like at one point in time when you went to like buy like Jack 3D supplement, like they had like a little banner which like this product has been banned, that was under it. So I think that works really well, where we get the so that's the mock-up I had, which was originally was be like you holding a jacked tub, which is like, I mean, it is a banned energy drink, and it does make sense in like the more hardcore communities, but like why is that banned? And then I had on there like it's steroids product banned, but as you can see, like a lot of those design elements still like went through to the kind of like final image, which I think works really well. It works really well in the tech niche, which is something I look at a lot. Marquise Brownlee and Mr. Who's the Boss really like nails this, where it's like they want you to look at the thing that they're holding up, which is the product, which is the video about. You also can tap into that audience interest, because it's like, oh, I know this is Marquise's video, or I know this is Mr. Who's the Boss video because of the fact they're in the thumbnail, but obscured a little bit, but you still know who it is. So I ran it here and it worked really successfully. So I think we're going to probably like double down now that Will knows it works. 4 million views, which is like, I think pretty solid. It's 2x outlier, which is like not hard to do, but it's like way more difficult than it is easy.
I think it matters a lot to be as realistic as possible, but I also think it depends on your niche. The prime example of this would be Mr. Beast. His thumbnails are not the most realistic. I think he's trying to turn that way a little bit more nowadays, but they're not super realistic, and that's because his audience is kids. Someone like Mr. Who's the Boss, I would guess that his average demographic would be 18 to 26, something along those lines. But they're a little bit older, so you want to cater towards your audience. So if your demographic is younger, then you can be a little more unrealistic and a little more poppy with the colors and effects. And then if your audience is a little older, you might want to lean more towards the realism so that you don't scare the older kids away and make it look like you're making kids content.
Yeah, that makes sense. One of the things I actually wanted to follow up on was you were talking about Envato Element as a tool. What are some other tools, either within Photoshop or external, that you use to help create thumbnails? Because it's a question that I get a lot for outside thumbnails, like, how to come up with better ideas, etc. But I want to know what the tool, like I guess you could say kit for designers is, and maybe we could give a rundown on that.
Yeah, so one of the best tools and most innovative tools that have released recently is generative fill. I know there's a lot of talk about it, but it is honestly a great tool. It's more of a tool than it is a cheat code. I would like to say that like all it does is speed up my process, and that's about it. It's not a tool to generate a whole background or add in people or anything like that. It's more of a tool to, you know, add a house into a background or get rid of blemishes or marks on someone's fake face or on any boxes or anything like that. So that's a main tool. I haven't been using Midjourney as much recently, but I think it's still a great and powerful tool to actually generate stuff like backgrounds. And then I get most of my stock photos like backgrounds or houses or whatever I need from places like Envato. It has a whole photos catalog, and I also use FreePic as well.
Right, you work with like a ton of different creators, etc. So like, how do you, I guess you could say, develop their specific styles, and like, what do you focus on when working from someone like Mr. Who's the Boss to someone in like a business niche to someone like in an entertainment niche? Like, what does that process look like?
Yeah, so I think I just keep in mind the demographic that the creator has. So for example, I recently started working with this farming YouTuber. Her name is Laura Farms. She basically makes all kinds of content about the farm and the farm work that she does. So before we started working together, I asked her, and I was really curious about her demographic. Turns out her demographic is 65 plus, like 90% 65 plus. Crazy. So right away I just knew like the thumbnails need to be realistic. It can't be poppy. It can't be anything too overboard, just because that's not going to cater towards her 65 plus audience. But vice versa of that, someone like Preston, let's say, I know his demographic is a lot younger kids. So things can be a little more unrealistic and a little more exaggerated when it comes to colors or just realism of the scene in general. So if I am curious about someone's demographic and I don't really know what their demographic is, I'll ask them, and from there I'll make a decision whether things need to be a little more realistic or they can be a little more unrealistic.
Talking about big creators you work with, I'd be curious to know more about the Michelle Khare thumbnail that you did. The thought process behind it's a really clean one and very realistic.
So at the time, I loved this thumbnail, and I still do, but this one was honestly such a pain.
It looks like, yeah.
It was such a struggle to work on, but it was so worth it, and it was so fun. So she did this video where she has a series on YouTube called Challenge Accepted, where she tries a bunch of different hard tasks, hard job roles. She's done some, like, I tried the CIA, I tried firefighting, and this one was I tried a traveling circus. So basically she trains to perform in a traveling circus with real performers in a circus. And so we wanted to display that in this thumbnail and display a lot of risk, because most of her videos, there can be some serious injuries happening. So her and her team do a lot of thinking about the thumbnails and a lot of concepting. And once they have something they're happy with, they'll come to someone like me and basically give me the whole brief, and then I get to get started on it.
So you've got the concept and I guess the perspective of it, but let's say in this thumbnail, how did you think about, for example, making the crowd like that, or I think having the fisheye lens style? Not sure if that's the case, but yeah.
No, I don't think that's a fisheye. I think you're just...
Oh yeah, okay, forget that. but like that, yeah, that perspective.
Yeah, so her and her team actually did a great job at taking this photo. This would have been almost impossible if the photo wasn't at the right perspective. I think they ended up putting someone on a ladder, and she was actually holding on to something, and they took the photo from above her to give this perspective of it being a top-down thumbnail to really show the scale of what she's doing. So she sends me over the photo and gives me a rough concept for what they want. And basically I get started, and everything I had to do was color her, create this ring background for the actual mat of the stage, and then I had to add in the crowd and add in the guy down here who's basically like the main circus performer, I believe, and then I had to add in this rope swing.
Yeah, I like that you added that guy there. It makes it a lot more clear that it's, I guess, a circus place and gives context. And all the crowd there, is it generative fill, or how did you do that?
No, so the reason why I said that this thumbnail was so difficult but so worth it was actually because of the crowd. The crowd and the actual the rope swing here. So back when I used to do Fortnite thumbnails, I was in Blender all the time, and I was basically working with the 3D models in Blender and moving them and positioning them to the position that I want them to be in. And so I could not find any pictures of a crowd for the life of me from this angle, and this perspective was the reason why this whole thing was so difficult. But I ended up finding a Blender plugin within Blender to generate crowds, and I think it was like $8 or something. I bought it. I was like, I need to get this done. So I bought it, and it worked out so well in my favor. The plugin actually allows you to create circular crowds as well, which is exactly what I needed. So I learned how to generate that crowd, and I did, and I threw it into Photoshop, and it ended up looking great. The only picky thing is that they are not looking up, they're looking straight, but that would have been like impossible to fix. I don't know. But yeah, and then for the rope swing here, this was very difficult as well because I could not find any pictures from this perspective for my life. The most difficult thing was actually the rope itself. This metal pole here is actually just a shape with a bunch of textures and effects added onto it. But these ropes, I could not find any ropes from the perspective that I needed to fit into these holes. So I actually had my friend help me out, who knows a lot more about Blender than I do, and he actually created these ropes for me to use in this thumbnail. Shout out to Leatherleaf.
How do you make her look so realistic without making it not cartoony, basically?
Yeah, so this is what she and the whole thumbnail looks like before I added the final camera raw filter. So it looks a little darker, but this is Michelle, and now I'm just going to remove all the effects that I added onto her. So this, besides her hand right here, is essentially the raw image that they sent over to me. And basically the way I achieved the realism is firstly by coloring. So I needed to match her to the scene and the lighting of the scene. And that's the most difficult part, but it's also the most crucial part. Lighting is, in my opinion, the most crucial part about making anything realistic, is that the lighting has to match. If the sun is pointing at you from this way, your shadow is going to be this way. And same thing goes for artificial lighting in any thumbnails or something like this, where she can't be this yellow temperature. She has to be cooler, just like the background and just like the lights that are shining on her. And then from there, I added 2 inner shadows to cast some rim lighting to her. And then I messed with the coloring some more, added some dodging and burning, and just cleaned up any blemishes that she had. So we went from this to this, and this is a lot more realistic.
Super clean. And you said you added the hand. How did you do that?
That's also what I wanted to know, because it looks like so good. Like everything just comes together really well here. And like normally when you do, I don't know if it's generative fill or whatever it may be, there's always some type of funkiness, but this is like so smooth.
Yeah, so this was her actual hand. I think the reason that I cut it out and moved it to its own layer is just so that I had the freedom of moving it across this bar and also making it bigger, just to show the perspective of how far down she actually is. Because if her hand is up closer to the camera, it's going to appear a lot bigger than it actually is, or than it is compared to her face. So I believe the main reason I cut out her hand was just so that I had the freedom of moving it and placing it anywhere I wanted along the metal bar.
Got it. Okay, super interesting. And this one, how long did it take you?
With the difficulties I was having, it probably took me 8 hours, something like that. Just because it was so much trial and error to work things out, like the crowd and the rope, and just the perspective of the whole thing is so unique and so difficult to find images online from this exact perspective. So it was hard to mesh things together, but I love how it turned out, and honestly, probably one of my favorite thumbnails.
What are your 3 tips to make better thumbnails?
I think the first tip would actually go out to creators. Spend extra time taking your thumbnail photos, please. Please. My good friend Tyler Blanchard has started spending hours taking his thumbnail photos. Like me and him in his recent video, we were on the phone for a couple hours just discussing how he should take this thumbnail photo. But yeah, so for this video, I made an illegal home security system. This is the video and the thumbnails that we actually spent hours on, and he sent me the best assets I've ever seen in my entire life. And I love him for that. These thumbnails would not have been possible without him going the extra mile for these thumbnail pictures.
What makes good assets for you?
So these are almost all of the different variations that we ended up creating for this particular video. So we have 3 completely different concepts, and then a bunch of variations of different text options, different arrow options, and just in-betweens of text, no text, arrow with text, no text, etc. So
nice.
for this first concept, this photo is 90% real. So he actually ended up taking pictures of him crawling into this window. He also gave me extra photos of this turret in focus and out of focus so that I can mesh the 2 together and get a in focus shot of him and also an in focus shot of the turret. And then for this one, this is also 90% real. He sent me a picture of him creeping through this door with the handle in sight and with this rope actually tied to the handle and to the wall.
So what you like is different assets of different parts of the thumbnail, basically, and different perspectives of those.
Yeah, I think the main step would actually be to spend the extra time taking your thumbnail pictures and spend the extra time concepting what the best possible thumbnail is. I think a lot of creators sometimes rush into their ideas and kind of just go with the first idea that pops into their head, when in reality they should be taking that extra time to really think it through and really get some inspiration from other creators or from movies or whatever else it is, and just make sure 100% that the concept you're going to go with is the best possible concept. So my next tip would be to study your surroundings. And study the environments that you're in. if you want to make realistic thumbnails, I would say go outside and just look at how things operate in real life. So look how the sun casts a shadow on this tree, and look at the shadow of the tree on the ground and how it works with the grass, and just how certain environments look at certain times, like sunsets, for example, or evenings when it's a little darker. Just study your surroundings. If you're trying to make realistic thumbnails, I would say just study your surroundings and learn how the environments and the world like actually looks. And from there, you'll be able to use that knowledge and incorporate it into your thumbnails, and you'll be able to tell when something looks realistic and when something doesn't really look 100% real. And then from there, you can adjust. Yeah, and then my third and final tip would be to use things like AI and generative fill to your advantage. I wouldn't say to incorporate them into your workflow so much that you're reliant on them, but I would say use them to your advantage when it comes to speeding things up, like your process. So for this thumbnail, for example, I used a lot of generative fill, and here's an example of that. Essentially just getting rid of his hair up here, and all of these little seat cushions here are all generative fill. This would have taken me ages to do by hand. It still would have been possible, but it would have taken a lot longer of time, and it honestly probably wouldn't have looked as good. So my third and final tip would be to use things like AI and generative fill to your advantage to speed up your process, but don't become reliant on them just because people can tell when you use AI in your thumbnails and when things don't look like you or like your style.
Okay, nice. Those were all very great tips. I know this was a thumbnail change for a now 19 million views thumbnail, right? Can you show the previous one, and how did you go about creating that thumbnail initially?
Yeah, so I honestly can't remember if this was before the time of A/B testing, but I believe someone like Eric probably had access to it at the time. So it was this levitation thumbnail and also the car thumbnail. They were both different bits within that video, so they couldn't decide if they wanted to use the car prank thumbnail as the main thumbnail or this levitation prank thumbnail as the main thumbnail. And the car prank thumbnail actually ended up winning, and now the video's at like 19 million views. So this was the original concept, because the levitation prank is actually the like main prank within the video. So for this thumbnail, we wanted to show a crowd of people, and that's honestly something that you can use to your advantage just to give off more realism and more intrigue. It's like people are actually crowded around this thing trying to, you know, see what's going on, and you have their reactions, and all these people have their phones out and they're all recording. So it just makes you kind of feel left out, honestly, or makes you intrigued to where you're like, why are these people all recording, or why are they all making this shocked face? And yeah, so this thumbnail is on a beach, and we have a little palm tree back there, but the main reason we wanted it to be a beach was just to have the contrast between the red suit and the blue sky and blue water.
Okay,
and then
that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, and then those buildings on the side are actually used as like leading lines straight towards Eric, so that your eyes go directly to him and you can understand what's going on right away.
I really like the framing for this a lot, and I actually think one of the things that sells it, I think the phones are good, but I really actually like the palm tree. Like it just like it breaks the perfectionism a little bit, which I think is good, because without it, I feel like it would be unnatural. Right? Like you would never find something like that. Maybe you would, who knows? But I do like the leading lines. I do like how everything is framed. I think the palm tree actually sells it for me.
Yeah, that is actually something that I remember we were going back and forth on. I think we were either going back and forth on if we wanted one on both sides or none, or just the single one. And I completely agree with you. I think the one singular palm tree that's kind of in the middle of everything, that looks like it should have been taken out or removed, actually adds to the realism of it and just sells it more. You're right about the symmetry. This thumbnail is very symmetrical, but that one palm tree throws it all off. But because it throws it all off, it makes everything look and feel realistic.
And I wanted to talk about your second most popular video, because that's a great, this is like iconic title thumbnail, right? I'm curious, why did you choose MKBHD and Mr. Who's the Boss?
This is the best YouTubing I've ever done.
Well done.
At the time, I was like, this has a negative, a very big negative, this video. It has a positive as well.
Okay.
But basically, I wanted to write a video that would break out to the widest audience I could possibly get. So I was like, I want to make it, in order to do that, I need to make sure that my grandma could sit and watch a video and enjoy it and get to the end. And my mum could, and my dad could. So I was like, that's the goal. You need to make one video to try and get as many views as possible, breaking out to the widest audience possible. How do we do that? So I started off with, well, I need a relatable problem. And it has to be a problem that absolutely everyone experiences. Otherwise, it's not going to be relatable to the widest audience possible. And I was like, what is it? And I was like, well, I realized it was confidence and presenting to camera. That's like the ultimate beginner mistake, right? But also it kind of impacts people in a day-to-day world. So I was like, right, I looked online, how to present to camera, max views like 300,000. I was like, that's not going to, be a record, right? I got to go and get something better than that. And I was like, well, I know through Paddy Galloway, I was like, well, social hacking is the thing to do to get the most views. Let me see if I can find a story about a YouTube creator who overcame presenting problems and confidence. And at the time, Mr. Who's the Boss, I'd just been watching because I was like, this guy's editing, everything was so cool. So I was like, I'm just going to go back to his old videos and check out what he did. And I went back to the beginning. I was like, this guy was so dorky and nervous and awkward. I was like, this is the guy. This is the guy I have in the thumbnail. He's got lots of followers. He's got a cool story. And then I was like, well, who else is in his niche? Realized, it was Marquez. Went back to his videos. He wasn't as dorky, but he wasn't a confident guy like he is now. He didn't have like the same sort of level. Like, he's got like a cool level to him now. So I was like, well, what if I turn this into kind of like a battle? It's the story of both, where we show how they both overcame the same problem. And then kind of pitch it as like, well, how on earth can Mr. Who's the Boss Aaron possibly get in front of Marcus Brownlee, when Marcus Brownlee's got this big moat, he's been around for years. So yeah, I just told the story of how they used body language and presenting to look more confident to achieve their amazing results.
But I do feel, that title and thumbnail is what made it kill. How did you come up exactly with that? Yeah.
So the silent hack YouTubers used to hook you. That just came out of my mouth. All of my best performing videos, I came up with the titles and thumbnails like the easiest. And this is one of the things that makes me laugh about YouTube. People are like, I put no effort into that video and it did the best. And it's like, yeah, of course, because it was a good idea. It means you're learning and you know what is good and it's effortless. When you're struggling to come up with an idea, it's not necessarily going to be the best idea. So I just wrote down what's mysterious. I put the silent hack because body language is silent. And then I was like, well, all they're doing is hooking you. That wasn't from an outlier, I'm afraid to say. And then the thumbnail I actually just took from, it was either Aaron or Mr. Who's the Boss's, or Aaron or Marcus's channel, and they had a back-to-back photo of themselves looking confused, so I flipped it around and put tape on their mouths, and that was kind of it.
Exclusive view on the behind-the-scenes.
These are actually a few different videos, but this is a brainstorming session, which became chaos, right? So
nice, love that.
We've got, let's have a look. This one here, right? So I've got this thumbnail style that I've seen keeps working everywhere, and I was like, right, these graphs have worked for me before. The board, I'm not that happy with it. Different text to try and intrigue people. That one won last time, so similar sort of thing. And then I've got loads of different titles, like how to become the most interesting business on YouTube, how to make everyone in your niche envy your success. How to become, there's tons, and then the secret to blowing up a business. So as I'm doing this, I screenshot them and whack them in here. And I usually start off going, how to become the most interesting business on YouTube. That's a great idea, right? And I look at it. And then by the time I've gone through this process, I usually come back to it and go, nah, that sucks.
Yeah, but that's how you end up with the best possible title thumbnail.
That's it.
Which is awesome to see.
We got like different versions, and then I was like, right, what about the social hack? And we start mucking around with pictures of Formosi, people in my niche, playing around with like
Actually, that
cognitive
thumbnail.
dissonance.
So we're starting the 1 of 10 YouTube channel, and that's basically the inspiration.
This one,
funny.
the secret to growing a YouTube channel in 2025.
Not the title, but the thumbnail. Yeah. Like
Oh,
that
what,
stuff.
with the 3 in? Yeah, it used to work really well on Film Booth. But then I was like, so this is why I quite like the split tester. I know a lot of the gurus don't, but I use it because I'm like, well, I used to do it manually. I'll just throw all 3 in and see what my initial audience think of it.
What is your thought on the split testing of on the thumbnail split test of YouTube?
I just look at YouTube and go, this is the second biggest website in the world. They're worth billions. There's so much at stake for them if they screw this up. Why would they let us use it if they weren't confident it was good? So I just trust them. I'm not smart enough to know any different. And I was like, do you know what? For me, my clients, it's been working well. I've not seen any signs at all to suggest it's holding anything back. But maybe some of the bigger channels do who are getting millions of views and who nerd out over data. But I just look at it as what's the easiest thing? And I also look at it and I'm like, so what if it holds my... Like if I launch a video with 3 thumbnails and they're all wildly different, which isn't the best split testing thing to do anyway. You're supposed to kind of just do tweaks. But I like to find out, okay, which concept worked? So let's say I've got these 3 concepts here. I've got the Hormozy one, I've got me on the board, and I've got this graph. I want to know, I don't know which one they're going to click on more. So or the watch for longer based on the data. So I'm like, well, screw it. I'll throw it out. I'll see what my initial audience think. I'll set the winner. And then I'll just have 3 variations of this and I'll refine it. So I'll start it again. And instead of YouTube at A, it will say like business A. And then what I tend to find for me is like I get to the end of this and I'm like, well, I've learned something. So social hacking with Hormozy in the front wasn't as good for my audience as I thought. Or having YouTube at A instead of business A gets more clicks. So for me, it's just handy, and having to do it manually, I don't have the time. Now, if I was full-time, I'd probably do it manually, but I've got other stuff to do. So for me, I'm like, what's the easiest way? I trust it, and what can I learn from? And that's what I use, and I like it.
So you've got ideas months in advance. Then after, of course, title and thumbnail to see if it fits, if it works out. How do you guys go about it?
So yeah, we take once we've got a bunch of ideas, we'll talk to Ali and be like, oh, which ones do you like? And we'll get a bunch approved, and we'll try to get from Ali like a general idea of what he how he thinks the video should look, why a sense of why he wants to make the video, just so we can sort of remind him down the line if he decides he doesn't want to make it. And then yeah, we'll take that away, and then we'll make the title and thumbnail. And basic rules are come up with at least 10 titles for every video. And we generate those titles using like titles that have worked well on the channel in the past, title formats. We use like 1 of 10 to try and find like other titles. We use we use ChatGPT. We use creator hooks. That's Jake Thomas's kind of newsletter. I collect a lot of the ones in there that he sends out in his newsletter. Like if I think it could be a good format for us, I'll just like take it out and have a little Notion page where I collect those. And that's just kind of, for anyone who doesn't know, it's like a title format for a video. So like, you know, X ways to achieve certain outcome kind of thing. And then you can apply it to your channel. And so I have a bunch of those. And through all of that, we'll just come up with at least 10 good titles. So titles that could actually work. And then just kind of have them in Notion and just kind of rank them, being like, I think this one is better than this one, and this one is better than this one, and end up with like a sort of top 1 to 3. Pretty basic system, but like that's you know, what else? How else can you do it? Really, like that's the way to get there.
Is it just you that's ranking them, or is it you, Ali, and other people in the team? How does that look like?
Mainly me. Ali has no involvement basically in the channel except for approving ideas, reading scripts sometimes beforehand, doesn't always, and then filming. So he doesn't look at thumbnails or titles. Occasionally he'll DM me and be like, let's change the title on this because I don't vibe with it. But that's quite rare. So most of the time it's just me. We have a part-time writer and researcher called Holly, who's amazing, and she also does like a lot of the titles now as well, so she helps out with that. But then in terms of choosing the final title, that is me. So yeah, and then thumbnails, again, YouTube search, 1 of 10, that kind of stuff to get inspiration. Often use similar thumbnail formats that have worked in the past, and you just build a little bit of a collection of like, you know, 3 to 5 thumbnail concepts that you think could work, and then you look at the titles and you're like, okay, which of these could work really well together, and then kind of go from there. This is if you're doing it like, you know, you're really taking your time over it, and sometimes we're not, or sometimes like if it's a book video and we know it's going to be the book, then we'll just take a bunch of photos on filming day of Ali holding the book up to the camera kind of thing, and just take like a bunch of those and then just choose one of them. Recently we've been uploading three thumbnails with each video through the test and compare feature, but I actually don't know. I've not spoken to enough people about whether that is a good idea or not. I feel like it hurts the channel actually. What is your take on it, if you have one?
Like you said, I don't have enough data to know if it hurts, but it hasn't helped.
I would feel reasonably confident in saying it hasn't helped. Well, has it? No, actually, I don't know. It's hard to say. I think the best case, the way to use it the best is to know what you're testing and then get a clear kind of outcome, like, and be like, okay, this is better for this video, let's go with that kind of thing. Whereas if you just chuck out a bunch of concepts, I feel like maybe the downside of losing out on certain views to the viewers who are being shown the worst thumbnails is more than the upside of having the right thumbnail, potentially. But you'd think it would make a lot of sense. Like, just throw out 3 concepts, you kind of get a result within 24 hours. Then the rest of the video, the rest of the audience are shown the right thumbnail, and thumbnails obviously can make a massive difference. So yeah, I'm undecided, to be honest, but I think, yeah, we do use it.
I do know you guys optimize a lot on title thumbnails and A/B test even months later, right? Well, I'm curious, what's the process like for that?
So yeah, optimizing titles and thumbnails. Yeah, we have at the moment, the current process is basically 30 days after a video has been posted, we'll restart the A/B test. Just the test and compare feature in YouTube Studio. We'll restart it, and sometimes you see an interesting result there because a different thumbnail resonates with the returning audience than it does with like a newer audience, and so that's a generally useful thing to do. I also heard Mr. Beast mention that once in a conversation with John Yushai on his channel, and I was like, it was good confirmation that we were doing like a sensible thing, at least from Mr. Beast's perspective, which is not necessarily always the best one. But then titles. I typically run title tests within like a few days of the video being posted, or immediately if it's underperforming like quite significantly or below my expectations, then we'll do it quicker. But if it like over a few days it's not doing that well, I'll run like a sort of hourly A/B test with titles through thumbnailtest.com, and just do title A/B tests normally after the thumbnail A/B test is finished. It's obviously important, but it sometimes feels like it doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, like change things that much. It's more about the work being in the initial stages of like, yeah, making a great video in the first place and like choosing the right idea in the first place. It's very rare to change something and for it to lead to like a massive increase, I find. But would you say the same out of interest? I'm curious, like how often do you find?
Not often, right? But then there's going to be one change where it changes everything for a video. I've done changes on one video being stuck at 100K views, changed the title thumbnail a year after, and it popped to 1 million views, for example.
Yeah, that's the dream.
Yeah, and it does happen quite a few times. So it can happen. So I would suggest to do it if there's time.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's always a time and energy and resources question. And yeah, I wouldn't say we've seen that on Ali's channel, but it didn't stop me. Like just a couple of weeks ago, we had this video about sleep, which was posted like 2 years ago. And given how well there were like 3 or 4 sleep videos on the channel, and 3 of them have done really, really well, or maybe it's 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4 kind of thing. And I went back to that video and changed the title and cut the intro because it was kind of it was just a weak intro, so I just cut to where it was needed. And nothing. I haven't checked back on it that recently, but I don't think anything's changed. But there's like part of me that thinks that has like a much higher chance now of doing well. So like it is worth doing that kind of thing occasionally if you can, because the upside is like, you know, 3, 4, 5, 10 times as many views kind of thing.
Is there one in particular in mind that you guys changed and did really well?
Yeah, the one I think about on Ali's channel the most is this video called How to Find a Career You Genuinely Love. We posted that back in like February 2020, no, maybe even December 2022, but sort of around that winter period. And quite a boring topic, career stuff, like, you know, we hadn't really made that many videos about it, and the ones that we had made hadn't done very well. And so I didn't expect it to do that well. It didn't do that well. I'd also just taken over the thumbnails, and the thumbnails I was making at the time were like pretty average, but just in this case in particular, I just really couldn't, like, I couldn't think about how to represent the career thing, and made this like quite average thumbnail. It was just Ali, a picture of Ali with 3 icons, and it said like dream job on it, and it was just a basic thumbnail, and that was there for like a couple months, and then nothing really happened, and then I changed it to what it is now, which is a picture of Ali and then the 13-minute rule text next to it. And it's quite nicely designed. I got inspiration from Charisma on Command, which they love that kind of like just face plus text kind of thing, and using like a kind of the 3-minute rule, or like the kind of the something trick. They do a lot of that, and so I got inspiration from that, and then the video started to take off, or not take off, just to climb, and then it got picked up in search traffic a little bit as well, and it's now at 2 million views. And that video has surprised me the most, because it's a video about careers and how to find a career you genuinely love. And I was like, that is crazy that has 2 million views. That's just, I've not really seen any other videos on YouTube, or not many, get that many views. So in that niche. So yeah, that was probably the best case scenario, and kind of always trying to replicate something like that. But yeah, it can be tricky.
That's one example of a thumbnail change, right? But I'm curious about other videos that have done really well on the channel. One in particular I have in mind is, so my evidence-based skincare routine. That's a great thumbnail. Got 7.6 million views. How did you guys think about that thumbnail?
That thumbnail and video was actually made just before I joined the team, or kind of around the time that I joined the team. And so the guy who made it's called Jamie Whiffen. He's like on Twitter as well, on X as well as Jamie Whiffen, and he's like a YouTube consultant now. He kind of, you know, has his own YouTube consulting business, but he was like the dude behind that, and yeah, he's kind of written a little bit about it on Twitter and stuff. But essentially, I've seen him make like a little breakdown of it, and he basically just had loads of thumbnail concepts, took loads of thumbnail pictures, like real close-ups of Ali, some with glasses, some without, and he just really wanted to kind of demonstrate this idea of like before and after, but just do it in the best way possible. And I think the reason it did so well is because the title's good, and it kind of resonated with Ali's like audience initially, I think. But it's just a massive market. Like skincare is just a huge market on like just globally, but then on YouTube. And I think male skincare in particular was underserved. So I think that video did so well because great title thumbnail, but also just great market timing, like underserved male skincare. So like high demand, low supply kind of situation. And it just is blown up and just done incredibly well. And it's also just a really good video. But interestingly, the retention on that video has like about, 30 seconds in, it just tanks, because in the first 30 seconds, Ali goes, so the perfect skincare routine is this, and goes 1, 2, 3, 4, lists off all the things you need to know. And then he says, so that's all you need to know. But if you want to explore it further, then keep watching. But the retention tanks around 30 seconds because people are like, great, I've got everything I needed to know that I came for. And so they just drop off and watch something else. And so that's a kind of lesson in the supply demand thing, really, because the video is good, but it is like kind of good enough. It's not like an incredibly well, scripted video in that sense. And the retention's like kind of weak. It's just, that's more of a lesson in the fact that if you kind of have a good idea at the right time and the supply demand dynamics are good, then the video can still just do insane numbers. And I think that's the case as well for the 9 passive income ideas video, which is the most popular video on the channel. 9 passive income ideas, how I make 27K a week. And great video, super valuable. I watched it at the time because it was like a year before I joined the team and stuff, and I was like, sick, like I make online money. And but I think the real kind of like reason that video did so well is because it was just like the supply demand kind of dynamic at the time was that there weren't that many videos about passive income at the time. It was a good video about passive income, and there was a huge demand for like internet money at that point in time, like off the back of COVID, stuff like that. And so like YouTube was just coming into this kind of passive income space, into like aware of the passive income idea. And I think Ali just made the right video at the right time, and it's got 30 million views, which I think those two videos are similar in that sense.
Talking about innovating, I'm curious about for the 2 channels, the thumbnails. How are you figuring that part out, basically? What's your process?
I want to make sure it stays within the brand, for sure. Like the arch thumbnails are part of the brand. Same for historically. We just look at, like, I don't want the people to click on our videos and be disappointed. That's how you scare them away. So we want to make sure that the thumbnails are done in a way that like looks like the videos. And like, truth be told, our videos look good. So the thumbnails will look good in this way. Cool. And what do? Then we just, again, look at neighboring niches and niches about things that work. And yeah, that's how we do our thing.
But for Arch, how did you first come up with that style?
So yet again, just stealing it. Okay. Looking at Ahoy. Ahoy has really good gun thumbnails. Okay. And I was like, just gonna do what he does, but more like, I don't want it to be one-on-one because that's literally stealing. I do want to add my own twist to it. And what you see right now, by the way, is not the original thumbnail. The original thumbnail was something completely different. Same style, but different. And I just like minimized it. I got a guy to, because like Arch, I drew it all myself, even the thumbnails. And then I got a guy to do it instead for me, which is a lot smarter to do, obviously.
I believe 2 months ago you hit 100K subs around when you posted the I gambled 7 days straight in Vegas. Maybe you can talk about how you came up with that idea, title, thumbnail.
So this video was an immediate outlier on the channel after, we started averaging about 200,000 views. I think the really cool part about my channel is that I'm averaging 200,000 views, but that comes after months. And I see this with channels a lot where the first 2 days doesn't necessarily mean that's how successful the video is going to be. On a lot of channels, the views accumulate over time. And if you look at my channel now, you'll see a lot of 200, 400, 500,000 view videos. In the first month, it maybe had 60K or 70,000 views. So like those accumulate over time as more people come into your channel and get recommended the video. This video though was not like that. It was an immediate success. I just blew it out of the water. Immediately was getting 200,000 views in like a week, and 250,000 views in a week. And I was like, wow, like that does not happen. The idea for this video has been on something that I touched at the beginning, was that I like these longer videos. So I started a challenge that I played poker every single day for 100 days. So I'm actually still working on that entire video that will be titled something similar to it. And I was like, okay, I have 100 days of content. Let's test the waters with 7 days. So the idea for 7 days straight is I didn't want to narrow it down to just playing poker. I played poker for 7 days straight. Gambling it's more it's less niche. It's more widespread. So that's where I came up with I gambled 7 days straight in Vegas. But the idea for the thumbnail is a trend that's been going on for a very long time. It's just a side-by-side comparison. And the key to this that I think a lot of people miss in this thumbnail is progression. For some reason, I see thumbnails where the rich is on the left and then like the right, you can't even tell what the progression is. Like in this thumbnail, it's clearly I'm in a dingy, dusty casino and I don't have that many chips. And on day 7, I'm in a vault with tons of chips and tons of money. The specific text was found from a GTA video on 1 of 10 that I saw was an outlier. And they did like day 100, day 1 to day 100 or something like that. So the idea between the red and green, it clearly red means bad and green means good. Specifically for money, red means you're down. If you look at any stock graph and green means you're up. So again, there's like all these minor correlations between the two. And then as far as the storytelling goes, just very clearly bringing people from each day without too much of a gap in progression in the story. We don't want too much exposition. We want progression, story progression. And I do think the title and thumbnail had a lot to do with the success of this video.
That's something I've learned recently is starting with the airless bike video. I spent so much time on that thumbnail. The amount of iterations I went through to actually get it to the point where I posted it was like, I probably spent a week of my life, like 7 days of like just shooting thumbnail photos because like I just needed the perfect photo basically. And then I made like a rough draft, and then my thumbnail guy at the time, he like made it so supreme basically. But yeah, I did take a huge inspiration from the actual airlessness of the ball, because I mean that's like what made it interesting. Like, I'm making videos about interesting things. I need the interesting thing to be like super weird and like make you want to click. Like, does the bike actually look like that? You know? And then like immediately deliver with the autoplay on that video too. Like, the autoplay is literally the thumbnail. Like the image of the airless bike, like the airless bike did not look like that. Like,
one thing while you bring that up that I'll bring up is autoplay is like really OP. Maybe one day I'll write like a document about it, but it is like one of the biggest things through click-through rate, and it's actually something that I talked to Mike Shake about, who's one of our clients. And like we did some testing with like some thumbnails where like we changed, I can't remember what it was, but we changed one of the thumbnails where it was like essentially just the exact opening shot, and the video started performing like much better because you have that immediate viewer satisfaction. And then there's like, it completely removes viewer remorse from the video. And it's like, honestly, like if you can somehow tie your thumbnail into the opening shot or the start of the video in some way, shape, or form, like you massively will reduce that, like the viewer sentiment that this is like not what I actually clicked on, because you'll deliver on the promise like immediately. And then outside of that, it's just good practice. Like, it just like crushes for AVD, it crushes for viewer satisfaction, which is something you talked about before. And it's like, you know, hey, if anyone's watching this podcast, it's like one of the biggest takeaways that you should like really look at. Like, I mean, this podcast is probably the most valuable one so far. But yeah, I mean, autoplay from like hovering over thumbnails in preview is like incredibly OP.
Yeah, that's why I try to make like the first frame of the airless bike video is literally where I got the thumbnail image from. So this was basically the first thumbnail I had made. It was going to be titled "Bike versus Nails" or something, or like I tested airless tires or something like that, where it's like a bunch of nails, tire, and then like text, which like did not look that great at all. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I mean, I low-key thought it was a banger at the time, and I was like, oh, this is perfect. I'm done with the thumbnail. I don't need to make any more thumbnails, which low-key, it doesn't even look that bad. But I'm like, you know what, I can do better. So I hit up my thumbnail guy, he was like actually like cracked out of his mind, and he made me this, which at the time kind of sucked. I was like, oh shit, this does not look good. Like, the airless bike does not look like that. The nails do not look real. It does not look good. So then I was just like scrolling through one of 10.com, and like the Ryan Trahan, one of like the Penny series thumbnails, where he was like holding pizza, one of his like original Penny series videos, the 7-day one, before he did the 30-day one, he was like holding pizza and like riding a bike, upward angled shot. And I'm like, okay, well, I can kind of combine like just have a different angled shot of the airless tire like being showed in the like back bottom left, and then like my face to like add the branding. So which is that then when I made, which does not look good at all. But that was like a good concept for it. That was like the good I was gonna post that video with this, and then I'm like, okay, it looks way too fake. I need something else. Basically, I'm gonna go take a real image, basically, which is when I made this one, which I was like, okay, that's better. It's still, the colors don't.
Was that inspired? That perspective, was that inspired from another?
The perspective was inspired from the Ryan Trahan video. It's inspired by this video right here. You see, I just angled it a little bit lower, I guess.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So nice. I combined this with the airless tires, because after looking on 1 of 10 and just like typing in bikes and seeing the most viral bike videos, the thing that makes a bike viral is just like interesting wheels for some reason. Like an interesting frame is like, okay, it's like the wheels, like square wheels, no wheels.
Yeah, I could actually maybe even explain why. So one of my clients kind of coined this term a while ago, which is called reality bending, where it is just believable enough, but like it's interesting enough that it gets you to click, right? So you call it like a curiosity gap, but like functionally you're bending reality to create that curiosity gap, which is why the triangle wheels, the hollow wheels like you have, like, are why it's interesting. It works for everything, right? So if you can make it like just believable enough, but like it's just kind of out of the norm where you're like, what? The best example I can give is like you maybe call it like an uncanny valley of like realism, where it's like it's believable enough, but you're like, wait, what the hell? So you have to click.
100%. Yeah, that's kind of what I was playing on, was just like the exaggerated realism of the airless tire, if that makes sense. And then I sent, so basically I sent this photo to my thumbnail guy, and he's like, you know what, I can do a way better one. So he like just remade this basically. Yeah, then he sent me that one, and then I like just played around with it in Photoshop and like changed like no air and stuff. So that's kind of like the progression. It started with like a no face because people don't know who I am. So I'm like, oh, I'll just like make sure they click for the airless tire. Then I'm like, no, I should have my face in it. And then he came out with this. And I'm like, oh, perfect. Looks great. When I saw the thumbnail for the first time that you sent me, I was like, this video is going viral. This video is so good. That's also what I say about every video. And none of my like 80 videos had gone viral.
Did it. But you eventually got it.
Yeah, I'm like, this one has a chance. This one has a chance. The thing is, what's actually really interesting about this thumbnail is I got a lot of criticism on it. Like a lot of people did not like it. They're like, yeah, I feel like the video could be packaged better. Like it's just like not that interesting of a thumbnail. But I'm like, you know what? I stuck with my gut and I posted it, and it popped off. So I don't know. So the thumbnail alone was like way more stressful than the actual video. Like the actual video was like so fun to film and stuff, but actually like packaging the video, because it's so abundantly important to have good, like a mega banger thumbnail, I was like stressed out of my mind. And so I'm so happy with how it turned out and stuff. So, and now I've got like the like thumbnail format that like has worked, and now I can like build off of it with future videos, which is good.
So once a viewer does click on your video could still fail if they decide to leave straight away. In this section, you'll learn exactly how to craft a video that keeps people watching, whether that be scripting a good hook, planning an engaging structure, or retention tricks to increase your watch time to get you monetized as quickly as possible. The experts we've spoken to have worked with creators like MrBeast, Ali Abdaal, the Stoke Twins, and are the best at what they do. So sit back and have a listen.
And like, I'd be interested even to hear what you guys are thinking with regard to this. But the thing that always like stands out to me, and what I often like, the advice I give over and over again when it comes to hooks, is just trying to simplify it as much as possible. A lot of the time, people feel the need to really, really get people invested by maybe like hammering down, whether it's a personal stake for the viewer or whatever it might be, kind of repeating themselves because they feel like they need to really, really convince whoever's watching to keep watching. But especially with entertainment stuff, the way I simplify writing a hook is character concept stakes. So in this one, it's really, really simple. We've got the characters, Susie, this is Bailey, this is Susie. As you kind of mentioned, Vex, there's some inherent tension and some inherent stakes built there with the fact that they've never met each other before. And so immediately it's raising questions for me as a viewer where it's like, okay, how are these two going to either work together or work against each other potentially, given that they have no prior connection? Will they build up a sense of loyalty for each other? Will they not? Like, that's an immediate thing that sparks in my mind just by that introduction. So we've got character, very, very briefly done. Concept, again, like it kind of goes without saying that the hook is obviously something they presumably are working on, really, really, really tightly when getting these videos out. But the concept couldn't be done more simplistically. Or rather explained more simply. So like, it's very simple information. I've built a big isolation chamber. Can these two survive there for the next 100 days? That for me is like super, super clear. And so again, that's the concept is explained very quickly. And then we kind of mentioned stakes already. There's a little bit of that comes from the introduction of the characters. But obviously the main thing with a MrBeast video is like the money is the thing that's at stake. And again, that is introduced really, really simply. in terms of like lessons that people can take from this, I think it's rare that people are going to have a video where the concept is so bombastic that you don't need to say much more than like what it is, and B, that the stakes are, you know, a shed load of money. That's kind of hard to do, and so maybe there's like you know, other things we can talk about in terms of how that character concept stakes thing can be applied to maybe slightly smaller scale videos. But certainly in terms of what I'm reading there, it's like the simplicity is what I guess he is really, really good at, and distilling that character concept stakes into as little time as possible, essentially.
You have 30 seconds to give one piece of advice that would improve anyone's YouTube video. What would that be?
One piece of advice. Okay, figure out who your audience is, even though obviously you're going to be looking to expand your viewership constantly. If you don't know who you're writing for, it makes it really, really difficult to make any kind of decisions. It genuinely makes spending an hour or 2 hours really looking into your audience demographics, figuring out their psychographics by sending out an email, doing polls in your community, whatever it might be, to build up a picture of who you're trying to write a video for, will make the process of actually writing that script significantly less overwhelming. And it's something that sounds very boring, and it's something that a lot of people skip. But if there was anything that I could encourage you to do, it would be to create an audience avatar and know who you're talking to, because it'll make the whole process way easier. This is one, just to give you like a basic example of what the kind of like the formatting that I use has been, and probably more commonly was. This was a video for Creator Booth. You can see I last minute, rather than just pasting the embed, I thought I'd use the actual you know, 1 of 10 featured you know, little plugin thing.
Cool.
So this video is doing okay, and this is kind of how I think about it. So from like a purely structural standpoint, I pretty much have, if I'm doing a voiceover, I'll say it's a voiceover. Anything that is indented underneath implies that it is happening at the same time as the line that comes above. And then anything in red is like a, you know, a change of camera angle, or, you know, whatever it might be. And then blue is B-roll, anything in green is text. And so that's like in terms of the formatting, how I think about it. But again, we spoke just now about the idea of character concept stakes for an entertainment video. When I'm doing educational stuff, which is more where I've spent my time working, it's a slightly different version of that same formula, which is target, transformation, and stakes. They're kind of parallel to each other, but it's just, you know, slightly different because we're kind of achieving different things with an educational video. So in this case, if we just focus on the white text, this is kind of what I'm thinking of. So YouTuber Thomas Frank makes over $100,000 per month without lifting a finger, sort of. So it's like a bold opening statement, but it's what I'm thinking is target. So in this case, target is the audience avatar, the person that we are trying to target with this video. $100,000 per month is the thing that they want to achieve, and so like we are calling that out right away. We're immediately highlighting the thing that is the desirable thing that they want, and showing an awareness of who they are and what they want. But it also plays a little bit into transformation, which is the next thing, which is, again, you want to be crystal clear, especially in the hook, what the transformation they're going to experience by the end of the video is. And so again, that kind of alludes to the idea that like this is kind of where this video is going. We're going to be talking about how you can potentially achieve that. But this stream of passive income didn't come around overnight, and to create the system that helps him achieve it, he had to do something that most of us could scarcely imagine: abandoning his 2.5 million subscriber YouTube channel. This now kind of brings in more of the stakes thing. So stakes is common to both education and entertainment stuff, because this is like a really interesting stake. Like why did he have to abandon a 2.5 million sub YouTube channel in order to achieve this? Is this something, am I going to have to make some great sacrifice in order to achieve this transformation that you're starting to promise me? And then we come on to this bit here. So why was this necessary? And more importantly, why is this something that should worry creators who are totally reliant on their YouTube channel as a source of income? Again, we're now back to the target. Again, we're showing we understand who is watching. It is someone who is probably a YouTuber who is currently reliant on AdSense, doesn't maybe do sponsorships, doesn't do whatever else. And so again, we're trying to, and these things, they're always merged. It's partly we're doing target, but we're also doing stakes, because it's like we're saying, why should it worry creators? So there's a bit of stakes there, and we're showing that we understand who we're talking about here. And so that's kind of the end of the hook. Then a lot of the time, like this is not always necessary, but with Ed's videos, when I was working on Creator Booth, you know, he's like a metaphor heavy guy. And so we'd immediately jump into something incongruous, but something that just re-engages your brain and actively speaks to you and forces you to think about something. So we've asked this big question, and then we said, to answer that, I want to ask you this. Do you ever worry that you don't see your friends enough? And that by itself feels a little bit weird, but it's got my attention back. And there's a, you know, a visual cut at this point. I can't remember if actually we use this piece of B-roll, but there is a visual cut, something else different happens. And so it's basically the idea of whenever we're at one of these transition points, and I'll actually show you a second example, which kind of alludes to the same thing. But whenever we're at one of these transition points, whether it's between the hook and the first point, or whether it's between points, you don't want to give your audience a second to wonder what's going on. We want them immediately to be thinking about a question that we're asking them, or aware of what the next segment is building towards, because those transition moments are the most important points where people are likely to think, like, do I actually need to keep watching this? I could just click the little YouTube button at the top and I'll have hundreds of other videos to potentially take my time. If you're still struggling to figure out whether a line needs to be cut from your script or not, and you've tried doing it intuitively and it's still not clear whether or not something needs to be there, there are a few tests we can do. But one thing that I'm always thinking about in terms of this stuff is whether the line contains one of these 4 things, which is new information, progression of the story, regression away from the goal or whatever, you know, whatever's going on, or emotion, like it elicits something emotional, or it relates to something that that is emotional. If a line doesn't have any of that stuff, broadly speaking, it's something that can go. This can feel like overkill as well. And I know some of my students have said this is kind of where it feels like too much work sometimes, but it's just a little test that I find is useful if I can't figure out what to cut or not. So in this case, this is another extract from a Mike video. This is at the tail end of learning a skill where he's exhausted. He's been doing stuff for like 17 hours and he's not going to sleep for another 10 or something. So these lines here, at this point, I was dead. So we see him, you know, physically exhausted. It elicits a kind of sympathy from us as the audience. I wasn't even 1/3 of the way through the challenge. Again, so that's just information. Like we now, it's rooting the audience in the structure. We know that he still has 2/3 of the challenge to go. And by the time I ate and rested, I realized I basically only gotten all 6 skills in 6.5 hours. And so again, that's like, this is a kind of regression away from the goal in a sense, where we are actively saying he's not achieving what he set out to achieve. And that increases the level of kind of stakes that we're feeling as an audience member. And the next sentence, progression. So as we were getting picked up for the next location, again, that's progression towards the goal. He's going towards the next skill. We need that information to be in the script. I was officially running late. So again, now this is going to elicit a bit more emotion. We're now feeling maybe slightly panicked. We're feeling uncertainty. We're wondering whether or not he's going to be able to achieve the goal.
So you've written hundreds of scripts, right? So what are the 5 things that are most impactful to keep retention high, basically?
That's a really good question. The first thing, which though it's not, you know, a thing that like in of itself is something that we already talked about, which is knowing your audience, because that affects absolutely everything. We kind of covered that earlier. So figuring out who they are is really important. The next thing, you've set this up well. The next thing is the hook. And so figuring out the target transformation stakes or the character concept stakes in your hook, that's obviously super, super important. And we can kind of talk for ages about, you know, like what happens on page 5 of the script, or like once you're 10 minutes in, but the most impactful thing that you can spend time writing is the hook. And that is obviously massively informed by understanding who your audience is. The third thing I would say is structure, and not just knowing what the structure is yourself, but making it really, really clear to your audience what the structure is. We spoke a little bit about these transition points where people have the biggest opportunity to decide they don't care about this anymore and they want to go watch something else. It's at those transition points. And the key to not allowing that to happen is A, making it very clear at the start what the structure of the video is going to be. And then B, making it obvious as you move through that structure where the audience is within that structure. And that's why you'll see, you know, loads of like entertainment YouTubers at the start, they'll have little you know, it'll be like, we have, so here's the goal, or here's the plan, or these are the aims, or like a visual thing where you'll get like 10 colorful diagrams, or it's Ryan Trahan's like, here are the 8 hotels that I'm going to stay in. And it's all like, it's really obvious to you as a viewer at the start, okay, this is the structure, this is where we're at. And again, those transition points, setting up what the next segment is going to be about really clearly. And as soon as you've resolved the previous segment is just, yeah, it is super essential. So that's 3. So a 4th thing, which is fairly related to the structure, is having clear in your mind what the payoffs are of your video. What I encourage people to do before they start writing their scripts, And again, this really does come back to the structure, but it is figuring out at the end of each segment, what is it that is going to that's going to get your audience excited? What is it they're going to have learned? How are you going to have elevated their understanding of the topic, or how are you going to give them that moment that they're going to remember at the end of each kind of segment of your video? And one problem that a lot of people face, more educators than entertainers really, is giving the payoffs of the segments too early. And this is especially a problem with listicles, where you'll see people who they feel the instinct is in a listicle to say at the start, and the first thing on the list is X. But then as soon as they've said that, the audience is, it's worth assuming your audience is intelligent. Most of the time, they'll probably have figured out what's going on. So like, let's say we're making a video about how to grow really, really big parsnips in your garden. If you say the first, step number one is waiting for the right season. And this is like a really dumb example, but if you give that out the gate, immediately I'm thinking, okay, right, I need to wait for the right season. Oh, I guess that's probably the spring, or maybe I need to sow them just before the spring, whatever. And like, we've got it. But the problem then is listicles will often then spend another 2 or 3 minutes then unpacking it. So they might then go back and say, so we all know that parsnips need the perfect weather to survive, but how do you know which kind of weather is going to grow the best parsnips? Well, obviously you're going to need a lot of rain and blah, blah, blah. And you start to think, yeah, like, I got it. You told me the payoff at the start. And so one thing I often encourage is for people to think, what is that payoff moment? And am I giving it too soon in the segment? Can I move it nearer to the end? And that's where you'll see retention graphs that have like real, like kind of a spiky problem, is because you'll see people, the viewers understanding the point and skipping ahead. A lot of the time, like I go back to the same things. It's about knowing your audience. It's about you doing a good hook. It's about structure. It's about payoffs. But one thing that is really interesting, and something that has impacted my ability to understand retention graphs negatively in the past, is something that a lot of people overlook. I realized I just did that like a YouTube hook as well. Just watch back the last 10 seconds of what I said. That's a hook. And it often comes down to not viewing the retention graph in its entirety, because a lot of the time it's really easy to kind of to look at the individual spikes and individual moments where maybe it's kind of dipping for a little bit of time, and just to look at that segment and try and isolate a problem in that segment. One problem that this gives is that it doesn't allow for the idea that your viewers might have seen something in the earlier stage of the video which is affecting their behavior at a later stage of the video. So a lot of the time this can come down to payoffs. So there's a video that I worked on where we noticed that one of the stronger segments of the video, as far as we could tell, one of the most entertaining, like it was edited really well, there was a lot of really good progression, it was exciting, there were emotional moments, was still seeing the biggest dip in or like a gradual and consistent dip of people during that segment. And we were trying to figure out why that would be. And then I went back, watched the first half of the video, and realized that the segment that had come immediately before that, we'd set something up at the start of that segment, and we'd spent like five minutes maybe kind of building up to the conclusion of that segment. And then the payoff had been really, really limp and really weak, and hadn't made me feel good watching it back, even as someone who worked on it. And so the problem then is that even though the next segment might be amazing, you've damaged the trust with your audience in that previous bit. Like, that's a really dramatic way of thinking of it. But essentially, if I'm a viewer getting onto this next segment of the video, I'm thinking, the last 5 minutes of my time kind of feel a bit wasted. And is this something that I want to commit to again? It kind of becomes like a toxic relationship where you're like, okay, maybe I'll try one more segment and then see whether or not things get better. But for a lot of people, that is the trust damaged, and that's already, enough for them to think, okay, I'm gonna get out of here. And so that's why I think that's something that I always think about, is if I'm trying to figure out why a segment is not performing well or it's doing something, it's always looking at the video in context and thinking, has something else happened that could be prompting this problem that I'm having? So like, again, it's a slightly like a broader scale answer. It's not one specific thing that damages retention, but it's like having that awareness is so critical to reviewing retention graphs in my experience.
Is there an underrated tip you've discovered over the years that most people overlook, but can really help them boost their video retention?
You are kicking it off so fast, but I love it. So I think there's two things. I'm gonna, you ask for one tip, but I want to make it two things. So first of all, I want to talk about, and I really want to, I think we should talk about percentages as well. The first thing is, a lot of people, whenever they think about retention, they think about, I need to get high retention, or my charts need to be flat. And the times that they look at their retention, and they make conclusions on what to do next, they base it based on that idea. And that idea is false. And we can go into that later, which is a good teaser because I'm willing to share some really cool data. And I think that's the first step. It's not as practical, but it is make sure that whenever you decide what to do next on your videos, that it's based on a good understanding of the data rather than just whatever everybody's saying. But I also want to give you a second tip, which is a more practical tip. I think overall, if you have to pick one tip that is the golden tip of all, it is progression. Now, this is one of those things that a lot of people think just because you're joking, you're making a joke, oh, people are having a fun time. But not everybody comes to your video for comedic content. So let's say you have a video where you're spending 24 hours in a luxury hotel, for example, and you're adding a lot of jokes. Well, guess what? Most people actually come for the 24 hours in a luxury hotel. They don't come for the jokes. The jokes is a little bit of the tone. It's a little bit fun. So what you actually want to do is, if you have 2 jokes in a row, you want to make sure that in between, you add a little bit more hotel exploration. So you do hotel exploration, joke, hotel exploration, joke. Not hotel exploration, 5 minutes of jokes, and now going further. So what I'm really trying to say here is how fast you're progressing through the story and how you keep coming back to scenes that progress your story is very often the difference between a video that bores people very fast or people staying engaged for a long time.
Maybe we can deep dive a bit more on progression, since it's so important, right? How do you think about it for the general viewer out there?
The best way to think about this is most videos have either one of 2 things. You either have a goal, right? A very set goal. So 24 hours in a hotel would be you're spending 24 hours in that hotel. It's very clear. And once the 24 hours is over, you've achieved your goal, right? Maybe that's the world's most dangerous hotel. That could be. Or your goal is to give 10 tips. It's a very set goal. So the entire video is going towards that goal. So any scene that gets us a step further to that goal, sometimes that goal is to get something. If it is surviving for 24 hours, and it's every hour that we survive is a progression towards the goal. Every problem that we solve that makes it easier to get to our goal is progression. So anything getting us closer to the goal is progression. So comedic content, for example, wouldn't necessarily be progression, because if we look before the joke, where are we in our story? And then we make the joke or the comedic moment, and then we look afterwards. Are we at the same place in our story, or did we move forward? Are we a step closer to our goal? So that's how we think about progression. So if we want to figure out, like, okay, are we progressing well? We have to think about, okay, if at minute 2, where am I in my story? And at minute 3, where am I in my story? And maybe you have a lot of moments and stuff. And did I progress fast? Did I progress slow? And that's something that the viewer is going to judge on whether they're going to stay engaged or not. And there's one word that you could also think about this is, like, audiences have a pace preference. The pace at which a story moves forward. So that also matters. Now, I said that there was 2 things, right? So either you set a goal, that's one thing, or you set the direction. And I think there is a video from Lewis Wise. It's a great video. It's how many slaps does it take to cook a chicken? So there's no real defined goal there. There's more like a direction, I would say. In that case, we don't think ourselves as, like, how does each scene move us closer to that defined goal? Instead, what we think is, how far are we in our direction? How many slaps have we done? Have we done only 5 slaps? Well, that doesn't seem really exciting. Or have we already done 10,000 slaps and the chicken is still not cooked? Well, now we're very far in, and we're thinking, like, how much do we have to go? And we're starting to enter this stage in the video where it starts to get excited because we're already so far in the journey. And how far can this really go? Those questions start to go in somebody's mind. So, and those are a few little thoughts that you want to think about when you think about progression.
But before the progression, you got to set it up, right? And we're going to talk about the hook. What is your best advice to increase the first 30 seconds of a video, right? YouTubers are obsessed on that first 30 seconds. How do you think about that?
I want everybody that thinks about 30 seconds, I want them to think about, why 30 seconds? Who said it is 30 seconds? Like, I've been seeing this upcoming in the last 2 years, because before 2 years, everybody's talking about the hook, but not everybody was talking specifically about 30 seconds. I think it's probably because of the YouTube, in the retention charts, it says, like, at your 30 seconds, you have this amount of retention. But what you actually notice is that any intro longer than 25 seconds already starts to be an intro that tends to be too long and not do that great for retention. So This is what when I teach people about intros, I typically give them 3 time frames, not just 30 seconds. And then I'm going to tell you exactly the components. So 8 seconds is the shortest possible intro. That's where you get the bare essentials out of the way. Typically, we don't do that one, not because it's not efficient, it's just because it feels so formulaic and it feels so sudden. That's where most intros are about 15 seconds. Because you can do a lot of things, and I'll talk in a second about what you can do in those 15 seconds, but you can do a lot of things in those 15 seconds. And then only when you really need to give extra context or there's extra rules to establish that cannot be established later, then you go to 25 seconds, right? So for example, you want to establish the why of your story. Well, that one is, it's typically extra context, but for some videos, it's very important to establish it early. Some videos can be later. That's like an excuse where you can go to 25 seconds. But here's the thing, what makes a good hook, in my opinion. It's whenever we think about an intro, we think about either warm intros or cold intros, right? A warm is where you vocally say everything, like, today we're going to do this. That's warm. We're being very direct with our context establishment. Or we have a cold opening, where it's like a less direct scene. But in both of those cases, there are 4 core elements that we really want to establish. Number 1, we want to make sure that there's a confirmation. And that's a confirmation about the topic or theme of the video, or what the video is going to be about. Or maybe it's the story. Maybe if how many slaps does it take to cook a chicken, if we come back to that one, we want to establish, like, hey, you're going to get this one. Now, if you don't get this by saying this, like, hey, today we're going to look at how many slaps it takes to cook chicken, then what we want to do is, then we want teaser clips that show a chicken getting cooked. Yes, we're not saying it, but we're still showing it. We are still confirming the idea that the viewer came for. And this gets them hooked a lot faster. Number 2 is we want to establish context. And I'm going to say not just any context. It is essential context. Context that you cannot give later on in the video. So this is typically, let's think about structure of the video, right? If we say like, okay, every step is going to get crazier and crazier. Here's 10 tips starting from simple to more complex. You know, here's 10 categories. Like we have 10 tips, but there's 3 categories, right? First is, let's say it's a fitness channel. It's for your biceps, we're going to have 3 exercises, for your chest, and then we're going to have 4 for your legs, for example, right? And so that's all structural context that could be essential to keep the viewer engaged and stuff. But again, that's structural context or context that we deem as essential. Now, if you have a story, right, with protagonists and villains and stuff, in that case, we could say that the why of your story or the reasoning why you want a certain goal might sometimes be important so that the viewer doesn't feel disconnected with you as a creator. So, but again, the second element is essential context. The third element, this is often talked about too, it's the goal or direction. Earlier, I said to you that, you know, you have 2 things, like you have either the goal that you're going to try to do or direction. The reason why we establish this very early on is that the viewer can then easily judge each scene, each shot, each segment. How is this important to get to our goal? Because if they don't know where we're going, then how is the viewer supposed to know how important the scene or segment is? So it's way easier to lose interest when we don't know where we're going. So by setting very early in the video a very clear direction or goal, we help the viewer understand how each action is important. And those are the 3 most important ones that people always talk about, but there is a 4th one. So to tease a little, to get you excited for this 4th one. So the reason why people didn't think about the reason why I had to think about the 4th one is because I was like, what is the difference between a Mr. Beast doing an intro, a Stokes Twins doing an intro, a educational channel doing an intro, or maybe even a Minecraft channel doing an intro? It typically isn't the fact that you can mess with the confirmation, context, and goal. Like, that's kind of for everybody quite the same. It is that 4th element is the tone. Now, that's the big difference between today we're going to do this versus today we're going to take a look. And if you think, I mean, you can just think about the documentary channel. Today we're going to look. It's like everybody has their own tone, and that tone can be through the visuals that you're showing. That tone can be by the way that you're talking. That tone can be by the music that you're using. There's so many elements that can establish a tone. So if you have those 4 elements, confirmation, context, goal, and tone, that's typically a really great hook. And then the only thing that you have to do is make sure that it's efficient done. So 15 to 25 seconds, I would say, is like a nice amount of length that you have. You could do shorter if you want to be efficient, but 25 seconds, that's your maximum. Around 15 is really great. And if you do that one, the only thing you have to think about is the way that you say your sentences. This right here is one of the most powerful retention things you can do. So I'm going to explain why. So if you look at this one, what this allows you to do is it allows you to easily keep track of where you are in the video, right? And this gives you, in a way, a sense of control of like, oh, we're here and that's how much to go. It also allows us to tease a little bit. And here's the psychological reason to why it is so strong. So if this is called the London Underground experiment. Have you heard of it before?
No.
Oh, I love it. I love when people haven't heard of it because it allows me to see the excitement in your face that I had when I discovered this. Or maybe you're not excited, but this excites me a lot. So if we think about this here, in the first example, in the first setting, so there was a underground experiment where you have these trains going, right? Or I think in London they call it the tube, and you have your begin state, your begin point, and then you have your end destination over here, right? The same over here, you begin and your end destination over here. In the first case, they put riders on this tube or this train, and they let them just go all the way. And then what they did is they measured satisfaction. And we know on YouTube, satisfaction matters.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Right?
Sorry.
So you can already see where this is going.
Yeah.
So then what they did in the second group, they would add these very clear indications to where you are. And what they saw is that satisfaction was up, higher, more satisfaction. Now, why is this the case? Well, because this gives the viewer a sense of control, right? So, but here's the thing. Most people would say, yeah, but why don't you just chapter your video? Well, there's one downside here. You want to give them the sense of control. You don't actually want to give them control. Because if you give them control, then what's going to happen? They're going to skip forward because they know exactly where to skip to.
Yeah.
Right? And yes, that might lead satisfaction up. But in reality, we do want to get a lot of watch time for the YouTube algorithms, you know? So that doesn't really work too well if people can skip all the time. For some type of content, it might work. But most of the times, give them a sense of control. Don't give them actual control. And then satisfaction will go up, plus you'll get a lot of watch time.
It's making me think of, do you know why there's mirrors in elevators?
I don't know that.
Because I don't know where they did that experiment, but before there would be elevators with nothing, right? But then people would be like, man, this is long going up and all that. But then since putting mirrors, it feels like it's much faster because then you're looking at yourself, you're looking how you look and putting your hair, and then you're already there. So
that's
the
true.
Sense of satisfaction.
So people are the key lesson here is people are obsessed with themselves.
And you said there was another example you wanted to show.
Yeah, actually, I'll show you a second example here. So if we and this is my personal favorite here, because it just looks so good. There you go. The fact that I opened the video and it's instantly there tells you enough about how happy I am about this one. So if we take the same thing here and we look at this one, it has a very similar thing, right? We are able to come back. But unlike this one, I like this one even more. And the reason why is because this goes from 1 to 10, but we don't really feel like 1 is better or worse than 10. We don't feel like there's an escalating structure to continue to get us more excited. In this case, we do have that one. And there's so many ways that they do that here. First of all, the graphic looks amazing, right? Look at the stylistic thing of this graphic. It's amazing. Second of all, if we look at these ones, the elements themselves are getting crazier. I mean, here you have a volcano. Here you have something on fire. Here you have a basic. And here you just have Disneyland. But then you have this one as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then also color changes. Like we go more and more red. And then it goes from left to right. And it allows us to constantly come back to this. It is so good. Right? And I mean, these are two examples from Stokes. And this is where I want to give them credit because a lot of people don't. Like, they're not just people who do some crazy humor stints and stuff. There's a lot of strategy behind the videos, and there's a reason why they score high views as well. It's not just them. There's a lot of people that are slowly starting to understand that these are very powerful. This is just one of the many ways. But yeah, you see also like, I mean, even I could go even further here. Like this one I didn't even mention. Think about here the sizing of the islands. They get bigger and bigger. It's like everything. There's so many layers here. Oh man. This one excites me every time I see it.
Do you try to put it multiple times in the video, like every time, basically, or?
So there's one moment that is typically really good to put it in. It is you get your video started, you get your intro, right? Then you get your first segment 1, and then as you go into segment 1, I mean, getting somebody from an intro to segment 1 is easy. Getting somebody to buy into another segment is typically not that easy. So what you do is here. You give that structural context that really allows people to see like, oh my God, there's so much more into this video. And it also allows them to now understand that, oh, I am not at let's go to this image here. I am not just at the first one anymore. I'm at the second one, So they can also see that you literally tell them, just like the train riders here, you are at the second station. That's what you're telling them. But you're doing it in a more subtle way.
Talked a lot about retention. I'm curious, how do you think about storytelling and all that, right? That's been a big word with Mr. Beast and a lot of creators in the past year. Curious, how does it all match, retention and storytelling?
Yeah, I the last part of your question was actually the best part, to be honest, because you asked me like, is it storytelling, retention is the same? And I love that you say this because you actually touched on exactly what the truth is here. It is, so retention is not hyper fast cutting. Retention is simply understanding how much are people paying attention to your video and what can we do to make people pay attention for longer, stay engaged for longer, bring satisfaction up so people can stay for longer the next time they watch your video. So storytelling is just a way to bring information across, right? So it's a situation happened or we created a situation and we want to tell that to the viewer. And then what we do is we tell that story in a way that is optimized for retention, for maintaining the attention of the viewer. We capture their attention by telling like, hey, there's this exciting story. And then we maintain or retain that attention, which is retention, through optimizing the pacing, optimizing the cutting speed, like visualization, progression, anything that you need to do to keep them engaged. So, but when you talk about storytelling and what makes for great storytelling, I think storytelling it's super complex, by the way. And we can go layers and layers deep. We could sit here an entire day. But I'll tell you what I think is the most important thing about storytelling that people often don't do. Storytelling isn't just about being authentic, by the way. Storytelling is about creating a journey of change, right? You set yourself a goal. You are over here. You set yourself a goal. And you're trying to go towards that goal. But unfortunately, that goal comes with a bunch of obstacles. It doesn't come easy. A story becomes interesting once things go wrong. When we're certain that we're going to get to a goal, there's nothing in that's not an interesting story. An interesting story is that I wanted to get a banana from the store because I was hungry for bananas, but guess what? I got into a car crash and the store was now closing at 8 o'clock. And it was already like, it was 40 past 7, so I had 20 minutes to get to the store. So now I had to run. But guess what? There was a stray dog and it bit my leg. But I really wanted my banana. So and the dog was there like barking at me. So I had to figure out how to fight. Like that's a story. And I'm now making it ridiculous because this is also one of the things that on YouTube that people forget is that, and this is the perfect example with Stokes Twins, for example. It's not all about like, yes, there's real elements and stuff, but some things can feel a little bit more ridiculous and sensational. And that's the thing, is a great story is just, do people feel like the story is interesting? Is there stuff happening that excites them? Sometimes you need a lot of authenticity. Sometimes you need a lot of believability. And sometimes you can make it super ridiculous. You know, it's your choice how you make it. Now, that's all when it comes down to what makes a good story. But again, there's one other element that is often forgotten. And that is, stories typically involve a protagonist or a main character. And character development and how a character navigates, and whether that's even an interesting character to begin with, really matters. You as a creator are a character, right? Just because there's an interesting story, if that story doesn't, force you to change beliefs, force you to adopt and stuff, it doesn't really resonate much with people. So 2 things about good storytelling for YouTube specifically, and actually this is all types of storytelling, is we need a really great defined journey with a lot of great obstacles that truly challenge us, where it's not certain that we're going to get the goal or the viewer doesn't have that idea. And then we need characters that viewers care about or find very interesting, or preferably a combination of both. Interesting characters that we can care about going through that exceptional journey. That's how we create a great story.
Is there any other retention tips to help make people watch for longer that you would recommend the viewers?
I'm going to give you a very complex one, but my favorite one in the past few months. So I mentioned earlier dopamine. So one of the most interesting insights, and this one has, to this day, it mind boggles me still to this day, and it excites me still to this day. Most people think that dopamine is a neurotransmitter that activates when we get a reward. So when they think like give viewers dopamine hit, they think give them constant rewards, and that's how you keep people hooked. But that is not how dopamine works. And when I heard that, I was shocked initially already. So, and I'm still, I mean, you can feel my excitement. I'm still excited about this one. So when I learned at that point that dopamine is something that triggers or that activates whenever we get introduced to a reward, not when we get the reward. So when somebody tells us about something exciting, we see a spike in dopamine. And dopamine is more related to the motivation and the anticipation of a reward rather than the reward itself. And the reason, I know this sounds like, well, how is this practical? But this taught me how to turn a 30-second scene that builds up to a goal into a 2-minute one. And that's great for watch time, great for keeping people engaged, and great for satisfaction as well. So when we know we made a promise big enough, and we keep on building and give the viewer to believe that we're about to approach this, and we're getting closer and closer, we can slow down a lot. We can play the video second by second, a 60-second timer, and that can go second by second. Let them wait. It's completely fine. They will wait because the promise is big enough. And it's so good, actually, even that this is a cool thing, is that the brain is super reactive to the point where even if visually nothing is happening, but just the music is starting to make us believe something is coming, like risers, like slow risers, or music that is escalating, that's enough for our brain to start being like, ooh, something exciting is coming. And that's all that I learned from dopamine. So when I think about our viewers staying engaged, dopamine is one of the many. There's also noradrenaline, which is, in my opinion, is anything related to noradrenaline, like tension and conflict, is so much easier than to keep people engaged than dopamine. But with dopamine, the big lesson that I learned is that in your scene, just think about, did I make a big promise? Is that promise believable enough? And are people now truly focused on anticipating that promise? If they are, they're probably going to keep on watching. Like, who's going to tune out, right? Worst case, they skip forward. But most of the times, they won't. And that's really where if you want to make longer videos, don't just add more things. Figure out which scenes and segments you can stretch or build more anticipation. And then also the good thing is that reward, getting that reward, will feel so much more satisfying when there was a build-up rather than just, hey, here's $1 million. No. Build anticipation. That's the big lesson I made.
You mentioned music. I feel it's super underrated for creators to use efficiently. Any tips there?
There was a creator I was watching the other day because I was doing some competitor analysis, right? And I gotta give credit also to some other creators, even creators that I don't work with. Some of them are absolutely brilliant when it comes down to music. A lot of people, they have like one segment and they're like, okay, this is the track I'm gonna put under this segment. But in reality, why not make it like almost every emotional shift or shift in the dynamic in the video can have a music swap, right? Like, let's say even for 5 seconds. For 5 seconds, something is tense. Why not add a little tension music for 5 seconds and then go back, to a more neutral? But then let's say, and this is another tip, I just talk about going back. A lot of people, they pick one track, 5 seconds tension, and then they go back to that one track. But then guess what? The viewer doesn't feel like we're progressing. The viewer feels like we're continuing where we left off. So how about we use one track, a little bit of tension, and then change your track so it truly feels like a new part of the video. It doesn't feel like that last part. And that's like such a nuanced small thing. And there's one last tip that I'll give with music, often forgotten and often a mistake. Music and the volume of your music can generally be the difference between your video succeeding or not. I've had a creator, and every edit where the editor, he was working with a lot of new editors. The main reason why a video would fail or succeed, we're talking hundreds of thousands of views, was whether the music was too loud or not. If it was too loud, the video would flop. If it was normal, the video would do decent. That was the main predictor in his case for success. So here's the golden rule of thumb that you can use. In moments of exposition or explanations, where you're giving a lot of information, bring that music down to allow the viewer to focus on what's being said so they don't get confused, they don't get distracted. When the emotion takes over, such as in an action scene or something is about to happen and whatever people are saying isn't as important anymore, bring your music up. I mean, you can go, there's a few movie directors who are known for their loud music, right? Well, guess what? If the scene is all about the feeling and not so much about what's being said, bring that music. Let the music carry your retention. So that's kind of a few things about retention that is like people don't really talk about too often, but it's like so powerful.
I mean, one of the misconceptions that people have regarding scripts is that they think it's only one format, right? Where it's, it's on a Google Doc and everything's word for word. But really, when you think about a YouTube script, it basically just means planning, right? And when you plan a video, that could just be in bullet points, that could be in Google Slides, that could be using a Miro board, that could be using a Gamma doc with different forms of presentation. All of those are considered different forms of scripting, right? And really, a good script starts with the title, thumbnail, and the idea, right? And this is something that 1 of 10 helps with. And one of the things that I identified within the YouTube script writing niche, that's what my channel is around, is that there wasn't a good long form resource on YouTube script writing. So if you go into the search bar and you search YouTube script writing, right? A couple things that you'll notice is that a lot of the videos are like 13 minutes long, 11 minutes long, 5 minutes long, 8 minutes long. And then there's my video, 10 minutes long, 5 minutes long, 30 minutes long is like 30 minutes long. And then the phone booth had like an hour like a video long. And that was live stream, right? Mm-hmm. So most of the videos are around like the 10 to 15 minute range. So what I kind of noticed is that there was a big gap in terms of actionable YouTube script writing advice in the form of a full course. So that's kind of where the video idea came about. We knew, okay, in the ballpark, we wanted it to be a long course. We wanted it to be like A to Z resource. And I wanted it to be something that I could show, future scriptwriters that I hire or anyone within the scriptwriting community can share this. And okay, this is the go-to resource for learning YouTube scriptwriting, right? So that's where the video idea came from. And then we immediately started doing research, right? And this is something that I'm native to. So I put together a lot of my YouTube scriptwriting knowledge inside just one document. And one of the things that I decided to do is to use Gamma. Gamma is like a Google Slides kind of app. It's a little bit of like a different colors. And you can see here, I put all of the slides together. I'll kind of talk about the process of putting together this set of slides and altogether it's like 186 pages. So what I did was that, okay, first I outlined all of the different parts within this course. So that would be figuring out the idea, figuring out the research, how to do research, how to write a hook, how to write the body, how to write open loops, how to write the call to actions, and how to edit the video, etc., etc., etc. And then I also wanted to have script breakdowns within this full YouTube script writing course masterclass. So once I outlined all of the points, and this is something that I was familiar with, if it's a topic that you're not familiar with, you will have to do research on the many different pillars within the specific video that you want to talk about. And many people think that research is this super long, super in-depth process that can take hours and hours and hours. But really, when you are learning any new piece of content or when you're learning any piece of topic, there's usually a couple of main pillars that you really have to understand. So for example, if you are trying to learn about YouTube growth, what are the main pillars? Number one is learning ideation, right? And then there's learning titles, and then there's learning thumbnails, there's learning how to script the video, there's learning how to record the video, and then there's learning how to edit the video, right? So that's broadly the main things that you want to think about when you are learning a specific topic. And then when you dive deep into it, okay, ideation, titles, thumbnails, there's going to be nuances to it, right? But broadly, if you can understand 80% of what you want to talk about, you can actually put together a full course like this, and this is something that you can teach, and you can apply kind of this methodology of, okay, breaking down Google Ads into its base parts. Okay, what are the 6 or 7 things I need to know? And then you would branch out and then you dive deeper into those specific subsections, and that way you can learn a topic really fast. So that's the approach to research. And when I was researching, this specific topic, I watched all of the videos on YouTube script writing, what they talk about, and really one of the things that I do is that you want to figure out the angle of the video, right? So that's looking at all of the videos within your niche and understanding what are they doing right and what are they doing wrong. And based on that, you can figure out, okay, is their storytelling good, average, or totally bad? Or is it or do they have excellent storytelling? And then from there, you can figure out, okay, I need to index up the level of storytelling in my specific niche. Or you can look at the level of information that they've put out, right? If the level of information is very mediocre in very infant niches like YouTube script writing, the information out there within YouTube I would consider is very mediocre. As long as you put out better information than them, that's a really good way to stand out, right? So it's looking at all of the videos within your niche and then figuring out, okay, how can I index on top of them? And then you just make a video around that, right? Not all of the times when you index on the quality of information will your script or will your video perform better. But if you do it, on average, like 10 times versus not doing it at all, your averages will just increase, right? That's one of the things that I think about when I'm scripting a video.
How do you go about doing the research for clients in a field that you're not too familiar? Because you've done script writing in all kinds of niches, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, number one, it helps that, I have my hands in all of these educational niches, and, writing for faceless channels would be something that I might be a little bit more inexperienced in. So within education, right, it helps that I run my own business, so I understand a little bit about the sales side of things. So when a sales client comes to me, that's something I understand. It's helpful that I've watched a lot of dropshipping videos, so I can easily learn dropshipping, and I know a little bit about e-commerce because we've had e-commerce clients. But when you have a new client and it's something totally fresh that you haven't that you don't really understand, right? It kind of goes back to, okay, what are the 6 to 7 branches within this topic? And then you dive deep into each branch. And then once you understand 80% of each branch, and that could take you, many people think it would take days and days and days. Usually it will take 4 to 5 hours to really fully understand something, right? You can talk back and forth with ChatGPT. Can you explain this to me? Can you explain this to me? Okay, how do you actually do this? How do you actually do this? And YouTube has infinite resources. You can just scroll YouTube and you can learn pretty much anything. So that will get you 80% of the way there. But the last 20%, is where all of the nuances are, right? And that is something that you won't be able to capture with 1 year of experience or 2 years of experience, right? That's like, okay, when you're in the game for 5 to 10 years, you understand all of these small nuances. So that's when I'm scripting for a client, I get a lot of their input on it. So, okay, can you tell me more about this? Can you tell me more about this? Can you tell me more about this? So it's very much like a back and forth process, right? Where they need to help me understand the niche and the nuances and really the small technicalities, because that's something that I will never get. So it's really, I do a lot of the heavy lifting on the front end to understand the topic. And then it's, in addition, right, I get some of their input too.
That's a great process. How long does it take you to do research normally?
Yeah, so it depends on the specific topic, right? So if it's for my own video, what I do with my own videos is that I will only write about a topic that I actually think it's useful to the audience, to my audience. And, it could also be something that's very top of mind that, is discussed within the agency, right? We have clients struggling with this. We have the community struggling with this. Okay, and then it would make sense for me to package that into a video. And then that's basically the content, right? And the research timing on that would be a lot shorter, right? Because it's something that I'm more familiar with. Whereas if it's for a client that I've written within the niche for, I do need to spend time going through all of their videos, going through whatever podcast that they have, and they will also help me nail down, okay, for this specific video, you can watch these videos to really understand me. So research could take between 4 to 5 hours, right? If it's a niche that I'm familiar with, and sometimes if it's a niche that I'm completely unfamiliar with, usually we don't take anyone that we're completely unfamiliar with. But if it's a niche that, okay, I know that I have confidence in helping them stand out, maybe 10 hours. And then on top of that, there's really understanding their point of view and understanding the nuances on that, which I think definitely helps shorten the amount of time there.
How do you concise everything?
Yeah, so once the research is completed, right, you want to outline the video, right? So usually the research document, if you have it in a Google Doc, it might be like 5 pages long. In some cases, like 10 pages long. You really want to outline the script to figure out, okay, what are the important parts that I want to keep and what do I want to remove? In a lot of cases, when people think about research, people think about it as like this very long doc and, okay, I want to have every single thing inside the video. But that's usually not the case, because you want to have all of the information that's necessary for the viewer to understand the topic. And, you know, the kind of like nice to have information is something that you would probably just cut from the specific video, because, you know, it's not directly providing value to the audience and you want to get straight to the point. So once you have the research, you outline the research. Okay, this is payoff 1, payoff 2, payoff 3, payoff 4, and what's within these payoffs. And when you look at the outline, you want to be able to visualize the full script written out. Because if you can't visualize the full script written out, that means that the flow is broken somewhere within the script, right? And this is mainly for educational scripts. And once you have an outline where you look at it and you read it, you can imagine the flow of the full video, then you can move to start writing the actual script, right? And when you start writing the actual script, we all know that the most important part is the first 30 seconds, right? So the first 30 seconds is the hook. And with the hook, right, a lot of the times you would have already finalized your title, right? So you want to finalize your title, and the very first line, you have to meet the expectations of the title, right? So the title will set expectations, and you just meet that expectation. And so you'll meet the expectation on the very first line, and on the second line, you'll create a new open loop. So that's creating a curiosity gap, right? Maybe that's opening a new storyline, giving the viewer a little bit more information and more context. And then on the third line, with educational channels, you want to establish your credibility, because, you know, it's easy for anyone to get on the camera and start yapping. But if you establish your credibility, you tell people why you are worth listening to, right? In my case, it would be, oh, I've worked with this channel and this channel and this channel, and we've gotten all of these views and we've gotten all of these results. So that way people know that, okay, like this guy's someone worth listening to. Maybe I'll actually spend an hour watching his video. And then we set expectations for the video. So in this video, we're going to talk about this, this, and this. So that's the hook.
Do you normally do multiple hooks?
Yeah, so, you know, with clients, we write like 2 different hooks, and, you know, they're usually 2 very different hooks with, you know, like with different first lines, just to kind of give them a feel and, you know, get them to pick. We'll obviously have a recommendation. But yeah, we'll usually write 2 hooks, and then, you know, I'll talk to my team, and I'll talk to other people, I'll get feedback from other people. A big part of the process is, you know, sending the script to other people and getting feedback, because you know, once you record the script, you know, the script is done, right? So the script is basically the plan of the video, and I'm very fortunate to have access to a lot of people who know what they're doing. So I'll send it to them, I'll get feedback on the hook, you know, there's a couple of things that they'll change, and then we implement it. But for clients, yes, we consult internally within the team. Okay, these are the 2 hooks we finalize, which one do we prefer? And we send it to the client, and then they kind of pick from there what resonates with them the most.
So for the hook, did you find any tricks to keep retention high in the first 30 seconds?
Yeah, so in terms of tricks, it's really just falling back to the basics. And, you know, in basics, it's like the very first line, you really want to validate the click. A lot of people try to get really fancy, you know, especially in the education space. They try to start with credibility. You know, I've grown XYZ companies, you know, for X amount of time, and we've generated all of this revenue. And you do that during the first line, and I've tried that in my videos. And I've realized that the first 30-second retention always drops if you start with credibility, and I've always found just better success if you validate the click immediately. So it's like not trying to do anything super fancy and just going back to the basics, right? So that's the very first line. You want to validate the click. And then in the second line, you know, that's creating an open loop and creating a curiosity gap. So that's making the viewer going, oh, like what's next, what's next, what's next? And then you establish expectations. Okay, this is what the video is going to talk about, and you lay that out really clearly so that the viewer knows exactly what to expect. And, you know, they don't just click off in the middle because it's not something they expected. And also, something that I've really invested in and that's been really important to me is like tonality training, right? Because the energy in the first 30 seconds is important, right? And you can be super monotone, right? And you can be like this, like this, like this, and that's going to ruin the whole video. You can give it to the best editor in the world. There is absolutely nothing that they can do if your camera presence is not good. So just really, you know, having strong energy and coming off as enthusiastic, or coming off as however you want to come off, you know, in terms of the tone and the presence on camera, I think really being conscious about that and really thinking about how you come across, your hand gestures, how much does it stretch across your camera screen. That's also something that I'm conscious of, because the energy is the most important in the first 30 seconds. Because if your energy is low, there's no point of spending all of this time writing the script. It's not going to perform. So you really want to focus on how you come across on camera and your camera presence, and keep it relatively high energy if that's the type of video that you're trying to make, and then the editing can amplify that. Once you have the hook written, fully fleshed out, now we go and write the body. So during the outlining phase, we would have outlined, okay, this is point 1, this is point 2, this is point 3, this is point 4. So how do we talk about each point? So my favorite way of talking about each point is using a why, what, how framework. If you write on Twitter, it's the what, why, how framework. Okay, what am I talking about? Why is this important? And how do you apply it? But on YouTube, you want to use the why, what, how framework. And the reason you want to do that is because, why just means, okay, why is this point important, right? And there's a couple different ways you can do that. You can use an analogy, you can tell a story. And then what is the actual point? The reason you don't want to put what at the very start is because if you review the point and the point's not actually interesting, that hurts your attention, right? Because you're giving away the payoff in education, right? That's the payoff is the actual point that you're talking about. So you don't want to give that away at the start, right? You can give that away towards the end or in the middle. And then the last point is the how piece, right? And the how piece is important because it's the actionable piece. And the way that you want to think about the actionable piece is that, okay, can the viewer take this piece of information, apply it in the next 24 hours, and get results? Because if the information that you give in an educational video is actionable and the viewer takes it and goes out and does their Google ads, does their cold email, or does thumbnails for their YouTube channel, right, and they immediately go and apply it, there's going to be higher, they're going to like you more, you're going to build more trust with them, and they're more likely to come back as a returning viewer. So the how piece is something that a lot of education channels don't really think about. They'll be like, okay, I'll just give advice. But the frame that you want to think of it from is, what is the advice that they can apply within 24 hours and get results? So it's the why, what, how framework. So the way that you want to arrange all of your points within your research, within that specific payoff, is within that, okay? So can I start with an analogy? Can I start with a story to explain the point, right? This could be a story of a student. This could be the story of, a famous individual like Warren Buffett and Alex Ramosi or whatever. And then you can go to the what piece, right? So the what piece is, okay, this is the point and this is my elaboration of it. And then the how piece, okay, this is how you apply it into your life. And then from there, you would, okay, have point 1 in the why, what, how, point 2 in the why, what, how, point 3 in the why, what, how. And then you just want to connect each of these points, and the way that you connect each of these points is that you have what I call an open loop. And an open loop is a curiosity gap. It gets the viewer to think, okay, this next point is important than the next. So it could be something like, the next step is the most important yet also the most overlooked, right? That's the simplest open loop, because, okay, the next one is important yet also overlooked. Okay, so why do people overlook it, right? Why is it so important? And the viewer wants to continue watching to the next section. So really the way that you want to structure, each point is you want to make the viewer think, okay, this next point is important than the last, so I have to keep watching. This next point is more important than last, I have to keep watching. And that's how you get someone to watch from start to finish.
But something I'm curious about, how do you make educational content, let's say, interesting and entertaining for a viewer?
You can make it interesting with stories, right? Stories and storytelling, and within each point you have each own micro story, which kind of explains the point and helps ingrain the point a little more, because we're all programmed to like stories, and we're all programmed to follow stories.
True.
More. So we usually start with a story to really hook them in, right? Because it's usually, the story is usually something relatable, right? And the way that you want to think about the story is that, you don't just go on and rant and yap.
Right.
Really, the frame that you want to think about a story is that there needs to be stakes established, right? And there needs to be intention, and there must be obstacles. So intention and obstacle basically means intention is what you want to get, or what the main character wants, and then the obstacle is what's in the way. And if you tell any specific story about any specific point through that frame, there's an intention, and then there's an obstacle, and then there's a clash here. you can make any story come to life. So if my intention is that I want to go to the grocery store to buy a bag of chips, but the obstacle is I don't have $5 because I'm 7 years old, right? So that already makes for an interesting story, right? So that's when I go out and I ask my mom for money, and my mom says, "Oh no, you don't have, we don't have enough money to buy a bag of chips." So that's another obstacle, right? So it's as long as you have intention and you have an obstacle, that can create any story. So that's story on a small stakes. But if you have like story on like a large stakes, that would be like the Mr. Beast videos, right? His most recent video, the video with Ronaldo. It's okay. It's the two of them shooting balls at the 5 targets. The stakes is $1 million. So that's stakes on a super duper high level, right? And if you start any story with that and with that in mind, okay, clearly define what the intention is and what the obstacle is, and the story will be how you overcame this obstacle. I think that makes for any interesting story. So if you just do that in any point, I think that makes it interesting. And also with educational content, really the actionable piece is the most important, right? And it's really making it simple to digest, making it really, really clear. And this is something that you understand from copywriting, right? Simple and clear is better than complex and clever. So if we can simplify a point as much as possible, that's something that Alex Hormozi does really good, is that he makes these super complex concepts like leverage, and he breaks it down into its base parts such that, you know, literally millions of people, 5 million, 6 million people can understand his point on leverage and watch a PowerPoint presentation for 40 minutes on that one specific topic and be hooked from start to finish.
But here, what I like, it totally made sense. Alex Hormozi, I think his book about $100 million leads, which made sense with the cold email. Oh man, that was perfect. So yeah, great job there.
Yeah, so like, yeah, you definitely want to make sure that also there's enough attention on the specific guy that you're trendjacking, right? If you trendjack, you know, in the business space, someone like Russell Brunson, yes, he's famous, but you know, he's not like trending up. During the time that the video was made, we were super fortunate. I think Hormozi was at like 1 million subscribers, and you know, in a year he's now at like 2.8 million subscribers. So he's just been trending up. He's been getting more famous than ever. He's been putting more emphasis on content. So that's also something that the specific video idea has a lot of tailwinds, and people are interested in him. So it's also something that, you know, has a lot of curiosity, right? No one's really talked about his code email strategy. So the strategy behind the video is good, and the script, it was super optimized with the $100 million leads callback with the instantly dashboard. So that's why the conversion rates were also high.
So what is the biggest mistake you see script writers commonly make?
Man, where do I start? Yeah. Like I would say number one, you know, if you're a scriptwriter or you're a YouTuber, it's very easy to spend hours and hours on research, right? And the research never stops. And yeah, and that's with a lot of people that you probably work with too. It's they just want to pour their heart and soul into this one specific video, and they, you know, do research and they go into all of these rabbit holes, right? Whether that's a documentary channel, whether that's an educational channel, the research can theoretically go on forever, but the research space has to end at a certain point, right? Because, you know, if you have an upload schedule, you as a YouTuber, as a creator, it's important to stick to an upload schedule, and that's when research has to end, and you have to start creating the video. And really, research ends when you feel like you have enough information to start crafting a full script, right? And then you can start writing the full script, right? You wouldn't do research and writing the full script at the same time because you'd be doing too many things, right? But you can, once you finish writing the full script, if it still feels like something's missing, if you still feel like, okay, the story isn't as complete, then you can go back into research, right? But it's, you know, if you spend, you know, 40, 50 hours on research, that doesn't make sense. If you want to stick to upload schedule and you want to actually win on YouTube, upload schedule is important. You have to end the research at some point. So number one would be spending too much time on research. And number two, I would say, is trying to do too many things at once, right? If you're a creator, if you're a YouTuber, you know this, right? You have to edit the video, you have to do the title and thumbnail, right? And you have to script the video, and then you have to record the video, and then you have to deal with the business side of things, sponsorships, if you have a business, all of your clients. It's easy to do too many things at once. But when you're scripting, right? Scripting or like any writing is a form of thinking. So when you think, you need to have clarity. So you need to block out time for scripting the video. So that's deep work time. So that's early in the morning, you know, 6 a.m., you know, if you're a morning person, and you're blocking out 2 hours to actually write the script where it's uninterrupted and you can think clearly and you can actually write the script and do the deep work. or it could be super late at night when where there's no distractions, right? Or you put your headphones in, right? No music, no WhatsApp notifications, and you just actually do the thing. So it is doing too many things at once and not having a clear mind when they're writing. And I would say number 3, the biggest mistake is also doing research, scripting the video, and editing at the same time. Because if you're doing research, you're in a different mode, right? You're on different tabs and you're trying to figure out stuff. When you're scripting it, you're on writing mode. You're trying to connect the dots. And when you're editing the video, and when you're editing the script, right, you're trying to, figure out, is there grammar mistakes? Is there structural mistakes? Is there vocabulary mistakes? Can I, shift the story? Can I place a story here? Can I shift this other point here? Or can I do more research at this part? So it's really using different parts of your brain. And when you do too many things at once, that's why so many YouTubers, so many creators feel overwhelmed, because they try to do all of these different phases at different times. So you definitely just want to, I'm going to do research first, and I'm going to script the video, and I'm going to edit. After I edit, if I want, I can go back and do research, but you need to do it step by step by step.
What's one piece of advice you would give someone to make the best script of all time?
To make the best script of all time is to put in the reps. Rome was not built in a day. If you're a YouTuber, you'll know that Mr. Beast spent I think like 13, 14 years just making videos, and he's been doing for forever, and that's how he's at the top of his game, and that's how he's built a mega large audience. But especially a lot of businesses, a lot of creators will just give up on their 5th or their 10th video, when in reality, right, something like a theme that's been recurring within our chat is that you just need one video to blow up, right? So if you really just stick at it, eventually, if you just improve 1% each script, 1% each video, right, the editing improves 1%, eventually, you'll have a video that pops off, right? And you could say that I was very fortunate in that, one of my videos popped off in my first 20 videos, right? But, there was also a lot of the behind the scenes that you don't see from other creators, other YouTubers doing all of this planning in the videos, doing all of this strategy, and they invest in thumbnail designers, they invest in editors, they invest in scriptwriters, they invest in consulting to really learn all of these. So I would say, keep going, keep posting, write more scripts and get feedback, right? The feedback piece is the most important, because that's when this is where I can improve, and eventually one video will just make your whole channel.
How does the scripting process work for you for a video?
Yeah, it really depends on the video. Like again, like the investigation ones, the scripting comes down to like, so what's the issue that we're investigating? What's the best places to visit to like kind of hammer home the message that I want to come across? Like so the Camden one, like we want to check out a gym, like they don't have a lot of gyms there. So we went to like the only one. We went to like the grocery store. So things that would kind of just hammer home like our message. When it comes to like more like my morning routine videos, like the simpler ones, that's just like me researching like the celebrities. Like I got to think about which person am I going to whose wake up time is it going to be? Like what's the workout component going to be? What's the food component going to be? So it's a lot of like the little kind of things like that, which is the beauty of the collabs, because there's no really research. It's just, you just show up. The scripting, it's just pretty much like planning your segments, like segment 1, segment 2, segment 3, segment 4.
And then from there you riff off.
And then in terms of like, are you talking about like the jokes and stuff?
Yeah, we can talk about that actually. How do you write those jokes?
So that also depends on the video. Like
I'll put an example, and maybe we can talk about how you came
an example.
with that.
There's a few.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
am
messed
curious
up mind.
if they're like scripted or if it's just like off the cuff.
Yeah, it's very dependent on the video. Like if we have like a video idea that's I think I remember like I did like the 1920s fitness trends.
Yep.
And we're like, okay, so for breakfast I'm having this, and I'm like, oh, okay, I thought of the funniest joke. I have to say that. I'll write it down.
I guess yeah.
Portion for
we can put it after.
If you asked me, Will, what is your favorite type of men? I would say raw men, which is also anime's #1 most iconic food.
How do you think about that?
I thought that was one of my weaker ones.
Oh, really?
Honest,
Okay.
Yeah. That one seemed like an easy one. That was just like a...
But how does that come about? Like, while thinking about this video?
It's a good question, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you gotta be a little bit weird, I think. But
you're like trying to think what's the weirdest thing.
Yeah, because I think that, I mean, again, when I consumed a lot of YouTube back in the day, I'd watch a lot of food videos. I always asked myself why I'm watching these, because they're actually really boring. Because if you watch them, it's just like there'd be this guy who's eating like a dozen donuts, and then he takes a bite of the donut and he's like, it's really good. And you're like, I'm like, I would imagine it's pretty good. And then he's like, wow. And then the next bite, this is so good. And
Right.
I'm sitting there and I'm watching it and I'm like, what the why am I watching this? And it's just like you're actually adding nothing to me. I know the donuts taste good. So I'm like, no one's really like talking about food in the way that I can. Like I can like get really like stupid and like weird with how I talk about food. And I feel like that's how I started on YouTube. I was just like, yo, this guy says like really, really weird shit that you don't hear every day, and his his commentary is just strange. And I feel like it adds to it. Like, and it's like I'm a foodie myself. So I kind of like romanticize the food and like talk
Right.
about it. And like I'll say it's good, but I'm gonna tell you why I think it's good in like a very deep, weird way. And that keeps people coming back. They're like, this guy has like really weird humor and like really weird like terminologies and like sayings. And so I saw that was sticking. So I kind of keep that in mind now when I like make videos. And sometimes like depending on the video, like naturally they'll come up, and sometimes they'll just be like, oh, this is like for sure something that we're gonna do. So like the guy who I work with in pre-production as well, his name's Charles. He's like a super funny dude as well. And like I actually worked with him like when I first started my channel, it was just me. So he's one of my sister's best friends. So that's how I know him. And we would always just like talk. He's like me and him are very similar in a way that we have like very like kind of like weird humor. And he's like, oh, like you should say this, and like this would be cool to like add this and blah, blah, blah. So like that's how we ended up working together. And we work really well with like pre-production and like planning stuff. And yeah, so there's no real like formula to how I plan or script. It's very dependent on the video.
How would you describe weird humor?
Like it's just like, did he just say that? Like, you know, that kind of vibe. Like just like I think like my best ones are like when you have to like when you hear it and then you rewind 2 minutes later.
Yep.
Like, wait, what? Yeah, that's those are the best ones.
Yeah, there's a lot of those. Like actually, a great example is like one of your most recent videos, the best scientific routine. Like that was a great one. There's so many great one-liners in there. But yeah, I mean, I love the humor. I think a lot of the audience does. Because it's like really relatable too. Like it's not like that like weird. I think humor is like again like subjective. So like I think classifying it as like weird is probably not good. It's more like dry than anything.
Yeah.
And it's like witty, right? So it's like the ramen one is like I guess it's witty. It's Richard's favorite. I thought it was a weak one as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, if we listen to others, I don't know if it was part of the good ones.
After a 2-week all-inclusive, that is insane. This is like a look into the future after a 2-week all-inclusive cruise.
For example, that
was just real. That was on the spot.
Just on the spot.
Yeah.
Okay. Or if not,
because that's a true statement. That's how I would look.
Okay, there's a lot off the cuff that you do as well. Okay.
I mean, the thing is, you can't tell. It's all good. Like, it all makes sense in the video.
Yeah.
Because, like, you've kind of conditioned your audience to be like, this is what to expect.
I feel like at the same time, it's like I built such a name for that, where people expect that.
Yeah.
That when it's not there, people let me know that it's not there.
Yeah.
So it kind of gives me like a bit of a pressure that I have to have like a sprinkle something in it. It was like my most recent video, I was with someone's mom. And I'm like, especially like, first of all, with like women, like, and it's like a mother, don't feel necessarily that comfortable. So like, obviously I would like kind of keep it like tame. Like I'll say whatever I want in front of my own mom. I don't care. But like, you know, like, I can make her feel so uncomfortable, whatever. But like when it comes to like other people, like I'm not like disrespectful, you know, like I can very easily read a situation and like, I don't want to make someone feel uncomfortable. So like, but when I saw that, I'm like, damn, like, am I really like, do I have to do this all the time? Because it's like, at the same time, like, I'm maturing, I'm getting older. I started this at 24, I'm 30. You know, it's like, do I see myself doing this like when I'm like 40 with children, making these dumb jokes all the time? Like, I don't know. Like that's like, hopefully I don't have to like rely on it that much. But when I see those comments, I'm like, okay, I still got to do these, you know.
But for you, it's fun to do those.
Yeah, it's fun. I just feel like sometimes they're forced. You know, like depending on the video, like, you know, like if it's a more of a serious video or just depending on like what it is, like I won't want to do it because I feel like personally it takes away from it. But then I just feel like people watch me for that purpose. And then it's kind of like, oh, okay. So I guess I have to kind of find that balance.
Maybe this one, just curious if you had planned it in advance or.
I'm not shopping for me. I'm shopping for my dog. Bro is gonna look so cute.
After tons of distractions at the store.
Like that whole sequence is funny. That whole sequence is like super, super funny. And it's like, it's just like, I guess you would say it's like crass humor. And I think it's like relatable for the audience. Like the audience at all like said something like that, like in high school, middle school, like it's like relatable, right?
I've always thought walking into a pet store is like walking to the back of Spencer's. It's like kind of weird. You know what I mean? So I just like that's just one of those things that I've always.
That is funny. Yeah, I can see that. It is there is a line there. It is
So a lot of like these 100-day videos are like somewhat reliant on storytelling. Like because like they get objectively better. Like the storytelling gets like better over time. Like is that something that you're like actively practicing, or is like just through like the reps, like does it get better? Because like I always reference this in like previous podcasts and to clients that like the literal like pinnacle of storytelling for gaming YouTubers is your 100 days zombies video, which we'll get to in the future. But I would love to know like at that time, because it's like you start with the RL craft stuff, which you said was like it's basically no storytelling, it's just you.
Well,
playing,
kind of, yeah.
right, and like that rock capture.
Yeah, so I had a principle. I forgot. I had a bit of a principle with it, and this is actually kind of the benefit from film school, I guess. Is I remember there was one of the courses that we did was like for editing or something like that, or for screenwriting, and it was like if something doesn't serve the story or have any sort of value, it needs to be removed. So, which I know is like kind of common knowledge now. It's like you want to maximize retention, so you just cut the stuff out. But I was like, okay, well, when I'm editing these videos, I'm going to kind of adhere by that. So if the thing I'm doing in game does not advance the goal that I'm working to, or it's not funny, I'm going to cut both of them. I cut that out. So I want those two things. And that's kind of where I was at with it. And I knew that with the 100 days stuff, I did need to tell at least some kind of bit of a story. Like there had to be something, and it couldn't just be, I did this thing on this day, I did this thing on this day, I did this thing on this day. It needed to be bigger than that. It needed to be like, I'm doing this so that I can do this. So therefore I'm able to do this thing. And because of that, like it just needed to flow a little bit better. So I had like a loose, these videos are not scripted. I don't want to like say that they're like scripted by any means, but I knew like at some point I wanted like a big storm to hit the island. So in the modded config stuff, I was like, okay, I'm going to increase the probability of a storm hitting by this point, right? Or I want like there to be something for me to explore on the island roughly halfway through, right? So let's figure out if I can get like one of my friends to spawn in like a little camp or something like that somewhere on the island and not tell me where it is, because I valued like the reaction, right? I wanted to find it. I didn't want to like, pretend to find it. I wanted to genuinely find it. So I sent the map over and had a friend build this little camp or whatever. And then they said, okay, go find it. And so I knew like loosely that I wanted like things to be happening with reason. But I didn't have like, there was no like script. I guess I kind of, the way I did it was I would write my notes as I played on a piece of paper, and then I would then type those notes up on a Google Word doc, and then I would then try my best to mold those into a story based on what had happened. So it was a lot of writing. That's why these videos took me a really long time to do, is because there was a lot of writing involved, and there still is, kind of trying to streamline that a little bit. But there was a lot of that, but I was very aware of story. Story was important to me. It was at the front of my like ideas with these, or at least it was there. It wasn't at this point. It was still kind of immature, I guess. But as it goes on, and once we get to the zombie one, it starts to get a bit bigger. Is what I'm focusing on.
Let's say for this one specifically, how do you script to be funny, right? Like let's say in the first few seconds, there's like the pauses, the zoom in on the character. How do you script that?
What was nice for me was like, it was just my humor and my style of like, of doing the conversation. So I didn't have to think too hard about writing the script. Like the script was basically written as I got the idea. Like I just knew how it could play out. Because again, like I'd used Discord for a while. I knew like the memes around it. I knew how mods could be like super, super overbearing maybe when you join a server. So it was like easy to write the script. I'm like, okay, I'll have Beluga just join the server and he'll try to do something and it'll just get shut down. So like the conversation itself was really easy to write. And then the editing was just, I don't know, I just made it flow like you would expect, like for a normal interaction, I guess. Yeah.
So a lesser known hack that YouTubers can use to improve storytelling would be, I think that always thinking about like how you have tension before payoff is really, really important. I think that YouTubers don't actually think about that very, very often. But for example, if you're trying to create a hype moment, a lot of that hype is actually created from the stress that comes before that moment, and your script, your videography, and the audio should all sort of support that, so that when the payoff happens, that's like, oh, this is like amazing. That's just one small hack. But of course, it very much depends on the content.
Ooh, that's actually like a really good really good answer. So it's funny that you totally like said like exactly like the tension before the actual payoff. So I work with a little YouTuber named Winter Clouds, and one of the things that we do with him is like once a month we go in and like we optimize like retention, and it's like a gradual improvement where it's like okay like this is like the biggest issue right now, or like this is the biggest issue. And one of the things that we talked about in like mid-June was like one of the things I noticed, like we're having these big drop-offs like before the payoff, and it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way at all. And we built up like a kind of like a system where it's like, okay, like we need to create like tension. It's like the actual like terminology I use. It's like we should build out tension. We should build out these moments that like when we get the payoff, like they need to see the payoff, right? And like that was like kind of the way I explained it to him. And we started implementing that, and our attention like jumped like basically like through the roof once like we implemented that. It took like a week or so to actually get in, but like now his videos, on average, like his watch time has like gone up like I'm not gonna say like a substantial amount, but it's like moved the needle like pretty tangibly. Where like a 20-minute video before might get like let's say like 8 to 10 minutes watch time, like AVD, and now like we're at like 12 to 13. And like the content is functionally the same. Like the ideas are pretty much all like similar, but we focus on like crafting those pieces of tension, and that's usually done through storytelling and like characters for the most part, and setting up like conflict.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the, I guess one of the very, very foundational basic storytelling structures of YouTube is kind of the hook, event, payoff, which I used to talk about a lot back 2 years ago, but I think it's become a bit more sophisticated now. And kind of like the hook is your introduction, the point of interest. Your event is the events that happen, and the payoff is like, maybe it's a win, maybe it's like someone completing a challenge, whatever. I think that inherent in something like putting tension inside is like you're thinking like, okay, like how do I think about these open loops? And I know this open loop, for example, like if it's like a challenge, who wins the challenge, or how do they win the challenge? That open loop, it almost like you get this sort of good thing that comes from like really trying to think about increasing tension, because the open loop itself won't resolve until the end, and then when it does resolve, then it's like, oh my god, like that's amazing. So it's kind of like, maybe you can phrase it as like hide reveal, maybe you can phrase it as problem solution, whatever it is, but that it's those like mini moments that are really satisfying to viewers. And then thinking about that, what it means for like every niche is also different, right? So for example, like something that's like a cooking niche, it itself has like that sort of hide reveal thing as well, where it's like, okay, I don't know what the food is going to look like, and then bam, like here's like the food, and it's like amazing and stuff like that. Or it's like this competition, you don't know who's going to win, and then it's like you don't know also not only who's going to win, but you don't know how they're going to win as well. So that's also like itself like a bit of a payoff. So yeah, all those things are sort of supported by open loops and then tension release and stuff, and that's really cool. And as you said, like it's really useful for retention in the sense that retention is just like it's just a proxy for like people's attention and satisfaction, basically. So I know a lot of people sort of rag on like, retention's not good, I hate retention and stuff, but I know for me personally, I still really think it's important, because it's one of the especially like with the graph, how the graph changes relatively speaking to itself. That's like the most important thing. When we're thinking about different videos, we're often thinking about the different segments of those videos, and thinking about like how your video sort of operates as a whole is going to be something that is really, really important for the retention of the whole video. So it's really, really important to consider this early, because it's almost like every single aspect of your video should ideally support moving towards the climax of that video, or to like the really, really good bits of that video. So you often start off, this is a very simple model, and this is what we call in the business now staircasing, where it's like you start off from like the worst or the cheapest or day zero, or just like something that's very, very basic, and then you want to work your way up into whatever's the best or most expensive, or day 100 or something. And the reason that this particular structure works is because like people always have to have a constant sense of progression throughout a video. If they lose that sense of progression, then they basically get bored. And the thing about progression is that you can't like just show the same thing over and over and over again, because actually the same thing tends to diminish in terms of the emotional reward. So actually if you showed like, for example, 7 different foods and all the foods are kind of the same, that's not going to be very interesting, right? So either you got to have contrast between those different segments, which means that sometimes you might want to put like foods that are not as similar kind of next to each other, and then foods that are very, very similar, like kind of away from each other in terms of like the macro big structure. But it might also mean like, okay, like I have different emotions that I want to fulfill. Like this particular thing might be emotion of like, this is like amazing, or this other particular part might be, oh, okay, like I really want to sort of tug at people's heartstrings in this particular segment. So that all comes from the macro structure. If you have like a very so like thinking about how you put those different segments in different parts is going to be something that actually enforces the whole video. And then after you think about your macro structure of the video, you think about like, okay, what are the microstructures now that support those macro structures? So for example, this is like an illustrative example. Maybe for Mr. Beast, you might have stuff like you got the hook, you got some foreshadowing, especially if it's a longer video, because you need more reasons for people to stay in order to get them to watch a whole 40-minute video. And then you might have like a bit of the reveal. You might have a mini hook for each individual segment as you're like introducing the segment. And then you have like smaller reveals on the way. There's always like some element of the boys having fun. And then you might have like a big reveal or a big payoff at the end of that particular mini segment. And then you transition using bridging sentences. Perhaps in some sections you might use more foreshadowing. And then you sort of smoothly move into the next section. And yeah, and you can see like how, like, because you sort of, when you watch a lot of videos, you got a bit of an intuitive grasp of how this works, but by breaking it down into these different sections, it's really, really helpful because you can understand like, oh, like, instead of just copying what Mr. Beast does section for section, how can I like move around these different sections to support my content? And that's how you kind of innovate on new content. Someone at a very, very basic level, right? If you're just transitioning from one hotel to another, or one thing to another, you might be like, and then the next thing is this thing, which is not very good because it's a very like passive sentence. It doesn't really like carry much momentum over. So what you should actually do is you should be like, but the next thing I was about to see was even more crazy or even more interesting or like completely blew my mind. Like that sort of bridging sentence like has the function of, okay, I was injecting this emotion there and transitioning over to the next like listicle item that you're about to present and like hyping it up. So then because like, as you guys probably know, at the end of each section, if you have a segment and then that segment finishes, usually you'll get like a small retention dip, just like a tiny one, but those tend to add up over time. So like to avoid that, you like inject like an open loop there, like immediately. Ideally, the open loop should start before you end the segment, but you can still like use that transition sentence to really help out things along and smooth that curve like quite a lot.
Another part of storytelling, right? So on your Twitter, you mentioned rhythm in storytelling. So what do you mean by this, and how can creators find the right rhythm?
I'm very excited to talk about rhythm. So like rhythm is, you think about the regularity of the rhythm as a first part. So, it's kind of like, okay, if you've got this duk, 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 that's kind of like this expectation that you've created for people. They understand at some point in time when this duk, duk, duk is going to land on the beat. With regards to like how rhythm works, I was actually talking to an animator for Spider-Verse because he created this like really cool video. And then before he even like animated for Spider-Verse, this video was like, it was a short film. His name is Jordan Barg. He's a very, very funny guy. And I was like, how do you get like the timing of this right? Because like it's so funny. Like, just people are just doing crazy stuff and then it shifts here and then like this bit like induces a laugh and stuff. How do you do that? And then he was like, oh, actually a lot of it is in the rhythm of comedy is on the offbeat, and like a lot of emotion is in the offbeat of those rhythms. So we've got this duk, duk, duk. Then if you have like duk, duk, like it's something that feels like very funny or very like, it increases like the tension very, very quickly. But similarly, like if you have something that's like longer and off the rhythm. So for example, it's like duk, duk, duk. Like it's just weird. Do you see what I mean? Like it's and that's what I mean by rhythm. So like you think about like you also think about the tempo of different things too. So for example, this is like a speedy segment. I want this rhythm to be like duk, 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 duk. And then that makes people feel like, oh, I'm really in a rush to get somewhere. You might even Yeah, yeah, and then you might like slow down the rhythm in certain places as well. But another key thing is that you don't want to necessarily have the same rhythm in all the places, because if you have the same thing going, and this is a problem actually with a lot of old hyper optimized YouTube. I think people are better at it now, but it used to be the case where it's like, here's this thing, now here's this thing, and here's this thing, and then here's another thing, right? And people got sick of it because it's just like, this is all like just crazy, speedy retention editing, I guess. But it's because like they didn't really master like, okay, like here, this part requires this pacing, this rhythm, and this part requires this longer pacing, this longer rhythm. And mastering that takes a lot of time. Actually, I think that it's a very, very hard skill to master because of the fact that it's like kind of abstract, but now that you know about it, you can like use it. And then you can think about how it applies to videos and stuff. And then you see it everywhere.
So yeah, also on your Twitter, you mentioned the one mistake that almost every creator makes is repetition. How can creator avoid this?
Similar to rhythm, repetition creates expectation. So some repetition might be good. For example, in Ryan Trahan's videos, just as an example, he'll usually have the customer reviews right before every single like thing that he's visiting, and that's cool. That's a nice kind of repetition with variation. But the problem with repetition is when you've got too much of the same of any one thing, whether that's the same of any one sound, the same of any one joke, the same of any one like emotional payoff or emotion, like basically viewers need contrast in order for things to be interesting. I guess, for like a food example, is that bread is very nice in the right context. But if you eat like a whole loaf of bread, you might not be very happy by the end of it, So, but the same thing applies to videos exactly. So yeah, how do you create these like flavors? How do you create these contrasts between these things? And that applies for every aspect of the video. It's even like, it's not just like, it might be, for example, the visuals is like a very concrete example, right? Oftentimes it might be tempting to have a lot of A-roll and just have A-roll and just have like the same kind of composition, the same kind of shot, same kind of distance from the camera, the same kind of lens. But really what you should be doing is you should have like, maybe like a bunch of A-roll for talking head at some parts. You might have some from the side, you might have some close-ups of like individual objects, and then all of these sorts of sort of little points of interest just feels different and just triggers people to be like, oh, this is still fresh and new coming into my mind. A lot of videos, when you're starting off with storytelling, you're really got to understand the viewer's intention above anything else. That's the only real thing that matters. There's many things that matter. But so, for example, someone who comes to watch a business video, they don't want a Mr. Beast type style presentation because they might be wanting to take notes for that video, right? So trying to inject these styles from the wrong kind of video is not going to be very helpful. But if you understand viewer intent for your niche, which is always going to be different depending on the niche, then it completely changes how you do all the storytelling and all the visuals and all the stuff for your video. Just literally asking like, who is my viewer and what do they want to feel from this video? If you have that as the guiding question, everything else like basically falls into the right places.
So I hope you've learned a lot from this masterclass. If you're interested in watching the full podcasts with each of the guests we featured in this video, click here on the playlist of all of our podcast episodes. And if you want to blow up, of course, go on oneof10.com and use code POD20 for 20% off lifetime.